The black and white gods walked Xia Fei over to the initial rendezvous point, and from there, Xia Fei could use the Gemini to make his return. How did things turn out like this? Xia Fei, just what instructions did your grand ancestor relay to you? Doesn't he wish to join the rebel faction? Hua Hei asked with a concerned furrow of his brows. Xia Fei smiled. The grand ancestor didn't give me any instructions at all. I was the one who had made all the decision the whole time. The Hua brothers were stunned, and Hua Hei hurriedly followed up. You made the decisions yourself? So rejecting Tai Mujin was also what you decided and not what that old monster told you to do. Xia Fei nodded. I believe that even if my grand ancestor made the trip personally, the outcome would still be the same. Looking at both black and white gods, Xia Fei saw a measure of disappointment in their eyes, and so he sighed. You too, in my honest opinion, people's hearts are capricious nowadays, changing as easily as the tides. Best if you leave an exit plan for yourselves. Staying with the rebels isn't a long-term solution. This was not the first time Xia Fei had mentioned this to them already. He had previously hinted to the two that the rebels were unreliable, that the hearts and mind of the three leaders were not in the right place, so they might not achieve anything major. The ever-composed Hua Bai said nothing, while Hua Hei knitted his eyebrows and asked quizzically, Why would you say something like that? Do you think that the rebel faction lacks power? Xia Fei shook his head and said with a straight face, The faction definitely has power. I am very sure about that in these last 2 days, but power alone isn't enough. It needs heart as well. With focused conviction, nothing can stop you. If the heart is a mess, greatness can never be achieved. Let me give you the simplest example with the Skywing clan. Our grand ancestor hasn't even seen me before, yet he entrusted me with this important matter of negotiating. Why's that? Xia Fei asked. Hua Hei was surprised and pondered over the question, while Hua Hei softly answered, Because of trust. Your clan's old man trusts your judgment greatly. Xia Fei nodded. That's just it, and why would I not trust my clan's grand ancestor? So while I haven't been with the Skywings for long, I can very clearly tell that the lunatics in my clan aren't powerful due to their cultivation, but because they're united. From top to bottom, all it takes is a word and it will be done. For the sake of the clan, everyone will go all out even for the weakest member. Such a group is what's worth trusting. Now, take a look at the rebel faction. How many years has it been since the two of you joined? You two should be well aware how selfish the so-called three leaders of yours. Hu Bei is still all right, but Huang Lingtian is a schemer, while Tai Mujin is even more of a hypocrite. Forget the fact that they don't want the Skywings to disrupt what they have going for them. Even if they sincerely invited us, we wouldn't consider associating with such types of people. The saying, rather be a villain than be a hypocrite, comes to mind. Though he had expressed this simply, the logic he was speaking on was complex, and it left the black and white gods in deep thought. This was when Xia Fei suddenly said, Okay, I can't contain it any further. Can I ask you two to help guard me again? I'm about to get promoted. With that said, Xia Fei actually planted himself down on the ground of his accord and shut his eyes, concentrating on making his breakthrough without even getting a word of affirmation from the black and white gods. That colorful energy ball in Xia Fei's mind was originally full to begin with, and killing 7 lost sages by the lakeside all in one go had caused his brain region to overflow with energy that it was beginning to reach extreme instability. Xia Fei needed to vent them out as soon as possible, and a speedy promotion just happened to be the best method to expend all that energy. Not again. Hua Hei shook his head glumly. You rascal really doesn't treat us as outsiders. This is the second time now that we're helping guard you as you promote. Just how many people out there would actually get 2 superior law gods to help play guard for them? The energy in his brain region was being unleashed wildly. A stern howl whipped up in the air. The Hua brothers were both startled, as Hua Bai commented. We haven't seen each other in only a handful of days, yet the chain reaction of Xia Fei's cultivation has actually become so intense. He normally looks just like an ordinary person who doesn't cultivate. Who would have thought that he'd actually be so wild and savage the moment he unbridled himself? Hua Hei mused. Perhaps it's precisely this reason why he has such a frightening promotion speed. What I'm even more curious about, though, is how Xia Fei can have this limitless energy. Could he have obtained the legendary Grade 9 Origin Crystal? Hua Bai shook his head. That's impossible. There are only two peak energy masters in the law realm, and they're both under the control of the Palace of Gods and Palace of Demons. Even if Xia Fei is from the Skywing clan, there's no way that he could come into possession of a grade 9 origin crystal. The two brothers were depressed. Gazing at the energy fluctuating from Xia Fei, it seemed even more volatile than the legendary grade 9 origin crystal. However, that would be far too exaggerated. Others would be doing everything they could to find energy, yet Xia Fei was always releasing energy because he had too much. As Xia Fei rose in levels, and with the arc energy acting as catalyst, that colorful energy ball in his brain region was also becoming even more radiant, and the amount of energy that could be contained within had increased many times as well. If Xia Fei truly expended all this energy, the black and white gods would then be truly surprised. Time passed, and seconds turned into minutes. Xia Fei sat there as composed as a tranquil water, concentrating on cultivation as he was surrounded by this limitless energy. The patterns in his mind were converging again and again as he made a rush across the heavenly threshold of Law Sage. In the law realm, law gods could claim to be gods, while law sages were existences just a step under God. It's already been 6 hours. Xia Fei's sprint is really powerful. Huabai was verklempt. Anyone knew that the difficulty of cultivation increased the higher one climbed up, with the amount of energy needed increasing exponentially as well. As for Xia Fei, he had been sprinting for over 6 hours. This showed just how strong his stamina was and how plentiful an energy reserve he had. Most warriors would definitely not be able to do this. Under such a continuous and mad sprint, the threshold, which was preventing Xia Fei from making any progress forward, only grew weaker as time went by. This was Xia Fei's promotion method. Normally, he would not intentionally attempt to make a breakthrough, for he was well aware that it would be very hard for him to succeed when he lacked the necessary foundation. However, after Xia Fei's daily cultivation and he gained a better understanding of the thresholds, Xia Fei decided to make a mad rush for it with all his might. Now, he would not relent until he succeeded in making the breakthrough. It did not matter if he spent an hour or the rest of his life. He was never going to end his cultivation until he succeeded in making the breakthrough. This was like the courage to stake his life in battle. Xia Fei had come away with a back drenched in sweat and hard effort after every time he was promoted. Such an overwhelming energy advantage and momentum allowed him to cross each and every threshold thus far. And the more Xia Fei accustomed himself with this method of oppressive deluge, the better he got at creating miracles of promotion, which left those people around him feeling stunned. Something strange happened at nightfall. A mass of white glow, almost like a glaring pearl from the heavens, had appeared right above Xia Fei's head. Soon, this white, glowing mass shot up to the sky, right through the clouds, and stalled there, not moving in the least. Hua shoved Huabai's shoulder gruffly and cried, "Quickly look! The white pearl has appeared." Xia Fei has gotten past the Law Sage threshold and is now using his repeated sprints to level it off. Huabai nodded excitedly. "That's right. That's a real white spirit pearl, so the display of 5 dragons swallowing the pearl should happen next." Just as he said this, the scene occurred. They saw 5 gigantic dragons promptly shooting out from Xia Fei's body, completely made up of light as they thrashed about wildly. That was quick. Hua was stunned as he watched the 5 dragons ascend. The birth of a law sage is marked by 5 dragons ascending to the heavens. Xia Fei has already crossed the heavenly threshold of law sage. Roar! The gigantic dragons let out powerful roars while they went to swallow the white spirit pearl in the sky at the same time. The timing was perfect. The Hua brothers saw the scene of 5 dragons swallowing the pearl vividly. The entire process took just a few seconds, but it made for a miraculous view. It was something hard to describe with words alone and could stir one's heart deeply. Xia Fei, congratulations on your successful crossing of the Law Sage's heavenly threshold. You're very close to attaining an immortal soul now. Hua happily congratulated as Hua by nodded in agreement. In the law realm, strength was everything, and Xia Fei's crazy promotion speed had the Hua brothers seeing him in a new light. Xia Fei got up and lit a cigarette for himself. "I don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of you two. There's no need for you to tease me." Hua was solemn. "We're not teasing you at all. Go ask your grand ancestor, and you'll learn that the speed of your promotion through the levels has already broken the known record in the law realm. It's nothing short of a miraculous rise. Xia Fei remained silent. Suddenly, he thought of something, and so he asked, I have something I'm uncertain about, and I'm not too sure if I should speak about it. Speak freely. I've always felt that, be it in terms of difficulty or combat strength, the law of primal chaos easily outclasses any existing forms of power in the law realm. Since the two of you came up with this law, why should either of you need to be under time Mujin and the others? Xia Fei asked matter-of-factly. Hua Hei suddenly muffled Xia Fei's mouth and did not let him continue. His eyes anxiously darted around, almost as if he was afraid that someone might overhear. Remember, don't mention the matter of the law of primal chaos again. Tai Mujin also has no clue that we possess such a heaven-defying power, Hua Hei sternly warned. It's going to be trouble if word about this gets out. After all, the law of primal chaos is simply too powerful, and there are surely plenty who seek the lives of me and my brother for it. Xia Fei was a little surprised. It turned out that Hua Hei and Hua Bai had kept the entire affair of the law of primal chaos from the rebels, which meant that the two did actually make preparations against Tai Mujin and were aware that the leaders did not have the right thinking. Sighing, Hua Hei said, Actually, I didn't create the law of primal chaos. It's merely something I chanced upon together with Peacock Blue. Who knew that it would end up causing such a disaster? Xia Fei was stunned, saying, Do you mean to say that the law of primal chaos has long existed? Then who could have come up with such a heaven-defying law power like that? The Hua brothers shook their heads in unison, indicating they had no idea at all. Originally, I thought that those old monsters would be happy that we had obtained such a powerful law power. But in the end, we became relentlessly hunted, and because we were both friends of Hubei, we ended up joining the rebels. Hua Hei explained. With this conversation, Xia Fei finally understood the truth of the matter. The Hua brothers had found both the law of primal chaos and Peacock Blue during one of their adventures. Both the mystical armament and law were found together, and this pair of siblings had no idea just who had left the two things behind. It was getting late by now, so Xia Fei bid the black and white gods farewell and began his journey back. Xia Fei was planning to retrieve little Goldie from Xia Dian and also to make a trip over to Oro. He had no idea just what was going on with the reborn demon race law god. Watching the Gemini fly off, Hua Bai said, With how powerful Xia Fei has gotten, I do hope he can acquire better luck. Hua Hei nodded. Yeah, Xia Fei still has no idea. It isn't that there hasn't been any Godwing from the Skywing clan, yet aside from Xia Guqing, all of them disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The Gemini, Xia Fei connected to Xia Ku, who was guarding the clan. He had no idea just how many tasks the Grand Ancestor had arranged until the point that every Skywing was very busy. Originally, both Peak Law Sages Xia Ku and Xia Lianing were stationed at Blizzard Fiendish Wing Villa, but now only Xia Ku was left there. How did the negotiation go? Xia Ku asked. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and answered, The rebels aren't sincere enough. They're afraid of us snatching away authority, so they're not very keen on us joining them. Xia Ku frowned. Are you certain? Xia Fei sincerely affirmed this. Quite so. Given my observational abilities, I'm sure that out of the three leaders currently in charge of the rebels, only Hu Bei is dependable. While Huang Lingtian and Tai Mujin have fairly high cultivation, their character is poor. So if we're looking to support anyone, Hua Hei, Hua Bai, and Hu Bei are all decent targets of our support. Xia Ku was immediately startled, and he curiously asked, I didn't say a word about it. So how did you know that we're only sending you to probe the faction for anyone worthy of our support? Xia Fei was unfazed. There are some things that needn't be said. The Grand Ancestor has obviously interacted with Huang Lingtian and the others before. I reckon that even you have met them. True. Those three were movers and shakers in the law realm back in the day, so I've bumped into them a few times as well. Xia Ku nodded, saying, But I don't think those are reasons enough, right? Xia Fei continued. You met them, and the Grand Ancestor did, too. It's only me who didn't. In fact, I haven't even heard of them before, so I won't have any preconceived notions about them. That's why the Grand Ancestor intentionally sent me, a stranger, to negotiate with them. It's all to get a fresh evaluation about the three from me. As for cooperation, You must be joking. Why would our clan join with those people? I'm afraid that even the Grand Ancestor wouldn't look them straight in the eye. Xiaku was first stunned before nodding his head vigorously. He gleefully marveled. Indeed, I was still a little worried when our Grand Ancestor said that you'd be going, but now it seemed like his choice couldn't have been more correct. You're practically the devil, to have actually guessed what our Grand Ancestor had in mind. You're definitely the best in our clan when it comes to observational and analytical skills. Xia Fei's face promptly turned grimmer as he solemnly asked, "Not only could I tell what the Grand Ancestor wanted me to do, I even had a very bold conjecture. I'm unsure if I should voice it though." Xiaku replied, "Speak your mind." Xia Fei cleared his throat and whispered in a low voice, "Why is it that I feel that our Grand Ancestor is currently strategizing, making preparations for a grand plan?" Xiaku leaned back almost instantaneously as his expression turned severe. "I've also been wondering about that myself. It's almost as if the Grand Ancestor is making distinct and bold arrangements for our clan's future and that a massacre is looming." A massacre? Xia Fei was greatly shocked. From what he had understood thus far from his time with the clan, the Skywings had the habit of masking their true strength with the superficial. People in the Law Realm have always thought the Skywing as a powerful and very crazy clan, but that's only what they see on the surface. Who knows just how many more Skywing experts are hidden in unseen places? Just take that war between the Skywings and the Moonworts as an example. The clan's old groundskeeper, Xia Wuya, turned out to be superior law overlord Gully. This reveal instantly overturned the Moonworts' scheme, as the old caretaker turned the tide, causing everything to fall apart. It must be known that Wuya was a wanted fugitive that the god race had been hunting, yet he had actually been hiding in the Wind Garden, out in plain sight. All that while? It was such a shocking revelation. There was also the cultivation chamber, which drew the envy of the entire Law Realm, that they kept hidden in the inconspicuous Wind Garden, and also how the money-grubbing Xia Laosher would nurture batch after batch of Law Emperors. The efficiency at which the entire Skywing clan could cultivate talents was so high that it was outrageous. There were plenty of such examples, and they allowed the Skywings to have a solution for every critical moment. The clan seemed to always have a potent trump card. These were all evidence of the demon-sealing Fiendish Blade's unfathomable might. Right now, Blizzard Fiendish Wing Villa was completely enveloped in the momentum of a torrential storm, and even the ever-cautious Xiaku could feel that they were on the verge of a slaughterfest. Who knew just what the Skywings would flash this time around to take the world by storm? Xiaku maintained that severe tone. "With how things stand, there's really nothing else we can do but believe in our Grand Ancestor's abilities. I've been following the Venerable Elder for so many years, and I'm no stranger to the Grand Ancestor's personality. If we're not up against a foe of immense power, there's no way he'd be so worried, making such hectic and frequent mobilization of the troops. Though I have no idea just who our enemies are, it is my belief that the fight will decide the fate of the Skywings." What Xiaku said was very exaggerated, and Xia Fei could not help but ask, "Such powerful enemies? Are there perhaps any enemies in the circle that even our Grand Ancestor can't deal with?" Xiaku pointed upward with his finger and did not say a word. Yet this one action caused Xia Fei to break out in a cold sweat. It turned out that the Grand Ancestor was not looking to clash against any clan in the circle, but to resist those people who established the Law Realm. Instead, the legendary founders. It was insane. The Skywing clan had gone completely insane. Xia Fei had not seen these founders who had a hand in establishing the Law Realm, but even using the back of his knee, he already knew that they were definitely no one that could be easily dealt with. This was the first time ever that even the daring Xia Fei could feel goosebumps on his skin. Cold sweat made its way down from his face. The Skywing was already a small clan, with only 50,000 of them in the Law Realm and 5,000 in the God Race territory. Compared to those larger clans that could marshal millions or even tens of millions, their numbers were nothing short of insignificant. It was completely incomprehensible for a single clan barely 55,000 man strong to even have a firm footing in the Law Realm where plenty of heroes resided. Yet now, their Grand Ancestor actually wanted to lead his clan into colliding with the founders. This was not just your average crazy. It was practically deranged lunacy. This was the demon-sealing Fiendish Blade, butchering gods and demons indiscriminately. Xia Fei burst out into raucous laughter after that momentary shock passed. His pupils sparkled and looked extremely determined. Xia Fei and Radix were very startled when they heard the news that the Grand Ancestor was possibly gearing up to take on the Founders. If this was true, then it most definitely could only be labeled as a crazy decision. In dark space, Xia Fei rendezvoused with Xia Jian and the rest of the Skywing team, as well as Little Goldie. The huge Little Goldie immediately came bolting over, staying by Xia Fei's side obediently. This scene appeared rather peculiar to everyone present, as Little Goldie, being such an obedient pet despite its gigantic size, was quite a jarring sight, and people had a hard time comprehending this. "Is everything going well?" Xia Fei asked. The entire Skywing clan was very busy with the stream of assignments the Grand Ancestors had tasked each of them with, and everyone had no way of making sense of the Venerable Elder's true goal, but they understood that something extremely important might happen soon. Xia Jian nodded. "We've accomplished what we were tasked to do, but we'll be heading off soon. There are still other arrangements to be done." Xia Fei did not ask further questions. He hopped on Little Goldie's shoulder after sending Xia Jian off. He was headed for the exiled grounds to meet with the demon lord, Oro. This news soon spread to the Edusa clan. Logod Mirata had not been keeping an eye on Little Goldie for just a day or two. He could even see Little Goldie in his dreams and how it would increase the prestige of his clan. "Just one person alone. Are you sure?" Mirata heard the scout's report and asked abruptly. The scout answered, "That's right. It's really just one person. He's headed for the exiled grounds with the golden demon Chrysalis and has just arrived at the outer regions." Mirata laughed loudly. He then said to Ilpa, the leader of the demonic mission, standing right beside him, "I already told you. There's no such thing as an airtight wall in this universe. How's it? Even the Skywing clan makes mistakes sometimes. Right now, they only have just one person guarding the golden demonic chrysalis. It's the perfect opportunity for us to strike." Ilpa gritted his teeth and did not say a word. He was feeling very displeased with that smug look on the reprobate Murata's face, but he did not dare say it out loud. Turning around, Murata asked again, "So what's the cultivation of this Skywing warrior? Is it higher than mine?" Ilpa almost broke out laughing after hearing this. It was evident that though Murata was at the law god tier, he lacked the qualities of a powerhouse that he ought to have. He was even lacking in courage, since this question was no better than asking if he could win against an opponent or otherwise. The scout's expression paled and had no choice but to report. This lowly one couldn't tell the warrior's cultivation, but he looked very young, barely in his 20s. Marauders instantly flew into a rage, sending a swift kick at the scout that sent him sprawling on the ground as he barked furiously. "What a useless cretin! What use are you if you can't even tell what cultivation the warrior's at?" The scout clutched his chest as he explained, "It isn't that my cultivation is lacking. It appeared that the person really doesn't have cultivation to speak of, for they seem very weak." Murata was startled. His right hand stroked the sparse goatee on his chin as he said, "I remember now. Though the Skywing have plenty of law sages, their grand ancestor Xia Guqing is the only one in their clan that has reached the law god tier." Delighted, Murata dismissed the scout and told him to continue monitoring Xia Fei, as he said, "Ilpa, bring your men back to base and wait. I'll be capturing this powerful golden demon Chrysalis myself." Ilpa nearly wanted to vomit after hearing this. The moment Murata heard that the enemy was just one person alone, he became eager to become the hero. After all, capturing this golden demon Chrysalis would bring honor to the entire Edusa clan. Others could dent the glory of such an act if Murata led others in the attempt, and this was an outcome that the petty Murata did not want to happen. The exile grounds. Xia Fei and Oro had arranged to meet on a desolate planet. There was no way for them to communicate with each other, so Oro could only head over to check every day, continuing with his cultivation after seeing that Xia Fei had not yet arrived. Whoosh! Xia Fei left the dark space with Little Goldie, and he happened to see a human figure lying under a withered jujube tree. It was none other than the human incarnate Oro. Smiling, Xia Fei silently made his way over as he mused. "Sure enough, a human form suits you better." Oro immediately jumped when he heard this. He already knew that Xia Fei had arrived, but he deliberately remained stationary to await Xia Fei's apology, but he could not stand it any longer. This is all your fault. Yours truly was originally a king among kings of the Lionhearts. I was dashing and suave. Yet now, not a single strand of my golden hair remains. I'm as skinny as a monkey. This is all your fault. Oro chided. Xia Fei said, You previously looked like you hardly evolved. How could you compare then and now? Hearing this, Oro's anger only intensified, and he ended up quarreling with Xia Fei. Xia Fei was the sort that would not see reason if he ended up angering others to death, and every word he said was like a dagger, irritating Oro greatly. Meanwhile, Oro was someone who had lived for many thousands of years, and he immediately began berating Xia Fei when he saw that he could not be reasoned with. The two began quarreling endlessly the moment they met, and this caused Furball to yawn. His ears got tired just from listening to their verbal sparring. This was when something unexpected occurred. A single white glow flashed, and Law God Mirada appeared from out of nowhere, like a god descending from the heavens. With a cold harumph, Mirada giddily lifted his head and said, Sure enough, his cultivation is insignificant. The two of you don't have to quarrel any longer. Just await your death by my hands. However, Oro and Xia Fei merely turned their heads over at the same time and hollered, You keep your mouth shut, MTHRFCKR. After swearing, Xia Fei and Oro did not even give Mirada a second glance, resuming their bickering with each other, treating the distinguished law god as if he was nothing but air. An esteemed law god actually threatened. Mirada became livid, the veins on his forehead bulging. You keep your mouth shut, MTHRFCKR. Xia Fei and Oro hollered in unison. Mirada felt dizzy right there and then. He was stunned. Standing in front of him, Oro only had a Law Emperor cultivation, while Xia Fei was not even emanating any energy to speak of. He looked no different from a normal person, and just these two men alone would actually dare to scold a law god? They were clearly lunatics who had no regard for their own lives. Nonetheless, Xia Fei and Oro continued to quarrel endlessly, completely disregarding Mirada, almost as if neither man cared that a powerful foe had suddenly appeared before them. Mirada was livid. Ever the prideful demon, his chagrin was instantly palpable, his teeth trembling from too much grinding. Mirada felt that he had been humiliated, but what he did not realize was that this was just a tactic. Xia Fei's tactic. Xia Fei was never the sort to be careless, and he was always cautious toward his enemy, merciless and cunning. Having been with Oro for such a long time and knowing each other very well, the two had a tacit understanding that surpassed most people. When Mirada appeared, Xia Fei sensed how powerful this opponent was. Just the slightest glance from him and Oro knew that Xia Fei intended to put on a show with him, a god-slaying performance. This was how this scene came to be. Mirada got treated like air by Xia Fei and Oro. Ignored. Also, this law god would get frustrated and lose his reason. Qualities like being composed and analytical were not something every warrior possessed, and very evidently, though Mirada had the cultivation of a law god, he lacked the temperament expected of one. He did not have the brain for cunningness, nor was he as decisive as Xia Fei. Arg, this pisses me off so much. I'm going to tear you two into pieces. I'll mince your brains and pull out all your innards to feed them to the dogs. Mirada bellowed with a darkened expression as his figure blurred and appeared beside Xia Fei and Oro, using his two hands to grab a hold of them. Mirada did not immediately unleash a kill move because he had found both Xia Fei and Oro to be utterly detestable. Killing them would not be enough to quell this burning anger inside him, which was why he thought of catching them with his own hands and then torturing them. Indubitably, even though Mirada was a law god expert, attempting to grab Xia Fei and Oro with his bare hands was a severe underestimation of the two. He was overestimating his strength far too much. After all, Oro was the Lionheart Emperor and had once been a superior law god, who knew how many times greater he was compared to Mirada in terms of either experience or combat skills. When the old demon lord was a central player in the universe, Mirada was probably not even born yet. Even if Oro had not recovered all his cultivation after being reborn, a skinny camel was still larger than a horse. He was surely a hard-to-deal-with powerful character. As for Xia Fei, he was the lone wolf of the Skywings. He did not have a law god cultivation, but he definitely had the prowess of one. Furthermore, Xia Fei had a whole troop of monsters like Furball, Peacock Blue, Nirvana, Sinraksha, and Little Goldie on his side. Pulling any one of them out would be enough to send Mirada reeling. Xia Fei might not lose in a 1 versus 1 duel per se, so what more when he was now collaborating with the old demon? Whoosh! Law God Mirada hands approached abruptly, and the originally bickering Xia Fei and Oro promptly broke apart. It was as if they had already been prepared. Zing! Oro and Xia Fei were in mid-air in the next moment, and they unleashed a pincer assault from the left and right. Furball let out a roar and came barreling out from Xia Fei's bosom, increasing its size rapidly as it glared ferociously. Peacock Blue extended its 6 leaves out to its fullest, immensely hardy, with countless sharp little flowers all over. The fiendish blade Nirvana flew up into the sky and glistened boldly, seemingly proudly looking down on all majestically. In just that brief moment, Xia Fei and Oro unleashed a combined assault at Mirada from every direction. Many powerful divine weapons appeared and completely surrounded Mirada. "Slay him," Xia Fei shouted, as law force from the law of primal chaos gathered in his 2 palms. "Yes, slay him," Oro hissed viciously. Kaboom! Like 10,000 arrows let loose. There was no way to resist the attack. Holy beast! Fiendish blade! Immemorial mystical armament! Murata's eyes suddenly widened as he expressed his shock deep down. Xia Fei's sudden release of his entire arsenal caused Mirada to break out in a cold sweat. It was only at that point when he realized that he had already fallen to Xia Fei's deception. Moreover, Xia Fei and Oro were not actually fighting with each other, and the countless divine weapons that Xia Fei had by his side were all powerful monsters in their own right. Put together, it was like he had a powerful army at his beck and call. Whoosh! Mirada rapidly tried to dash upward, his 2 hands preparing a counterattack, but only at this point did he notice the 2 insidious blue blades of grass, which had unknowingly wrapped themselves tightly around his 2 legs. Color drained from his face. Mirada hurriedly gathered Law of Light force, ready to deal with Peacock Blue wrapped around his legs, when Furball came plummeting from above with enough pressure that could rival that of Mountain Tai. Energy was wrapped around his entire body, his 2 eyes completely blood-red. Mirada panicked and separated his 2 palms. One was targeting Furball, while the other was aimed at Peacock Blue. However, this was when he suddenly realized that the Demon Lord had closed in on him. His 2 palms, which had Law of Darkness force amassed, were pointed right at the back of Murata's waist. This was a Law God expert. Mirada had not admitted defeat at this point. His belly could be seen visibly bulging, like a toad filling up with air, as if he would shoot out a light beam at Oro. However, this was far from enough. For the moment he was about to attack Oro, Xia Fei bore down on him from another direction while flourishing Nirvana. Multiple attacks. Compounded attacks. All these had come at Mirada from every angle, making it practically impossible for him to evade. The indignant sorrow Mirada was feeling at this point was so overwhelming he was on the verge of tears. He still had no idea what had happened and only found himself the target of an en masse assault, which was directed by Xia Fei. Enemies covered him from every direction and angle. Each was more frightening and more savage than the last. Mirada simply could not make sense of things. How did so many hard-to-deal-with enemies appear from out of nowhere? It must be noted that Little Goldie was still by the side, feeling very upset that it could not keep up with the speed at which Xia Fei had launched his counterattack. How was this a lone wolf? Mirada had basically found himself thrown into a wolf's den. He had crossed paths with a pack of bloodthirsty wild wolves. All over, the compounded attacks all struck. Peacock Blue suddenly exerted strength and tore off Murata's 2 legs. Furball was like an angry Buddha sitting down on a lotus and instantly crushed his skull. Oro's sneak attack drove right through his heart and stopped his heartbeat. Finally was Xia Fei with the kill. Squelch. Nirvana's rebirth. The annihilation of all things. The crossblade came cleaving downward, and it severed the Law God into 2. Whoosh. Life force, energy. Everything could not escape Nirvana's devouring, and even Murata's spirit got absorbed by Nirvana. This was an absolute death. The physical, the energy, and even the soul. Not one of them was let off. Thinking of going to hell. No enemy of Xia Fei could even dream about leaving for hell. Kaboom! Thrusting his two palms out, Xia Fei erased the final traces of Murata's existence from the universe with his law of primal chaos, the desiccated corpse turning into dust. Death. Insta-kill. The fiendish blade's god of slaughter. The law god Murata was slain. Wonderful. Truly too enjoyable. The old demon lord was evidently very excited. His two eyes were glowing. Even though Murata had been extinguished to the point where nothing of him remained after being attacked in unison with Xia Fei, Oro still could not help but stomp his foot fitfully at the location where he had once stood. Yours truly is the Emperor of the Lion Hearts, a supreme emperor with no equal, owner of the Tree Lion Imperial Jade Ring. You think that a minnow from the Adusa clan could be a threat to this venerable one? See how I killed you. Oro was shouting madly, a ferocious look on his face. After being trapped in the eternalized plains for countless years, he was finally able to be reborn, but was now a human. There was no need to mention just how depressed Oro was feeling deep down. In a sense, it was Murata who had been unlucky. To have run into a furious Oro and the merciless Xia Fei, how could he survive? Xia Fei did not say a word as he stood at the side, letting Oro vent for quite some time. Letting out a long exhale, Oro felt much better thereafter. It was all thanks to Murata's help, or else there would be no way for Oro to vent his bellyful of melancholia, which egged him to squabble with Xia Fei. However, now it was fine. With Oro having vented his anger inside, and also having worked with Xia Fei to vanquish a common foe, their relationship eased a lot compared to before. Xia Fei knelt to pick up the spatial ring with Murata's things and chuckled. Let's leave this place first before we talk. There's no telling if there'll be more reinforcements behind this person we just killed. Whoosh. Having slain a law god, neither Xia Fei stayed around for long. The two swiftly disappeared into dark space along with Little Goldie and Furball. Adusa clan. The demonic chrysalis's squad leader Ilpa was still on standby, awaiting Murata's return with the golden demon chrysalis, so that he could send it off to the secret rearing facility of their clan, subsequently signing a contract with Little Goldie, attuning it further so that the demon chrysalis would become exclusive to the Adusa clan. Since they were taking away something from the hands of the crazy demon-sealing fiendish blade, Ilpa could not shake off his nervousness. In the law realm, whether they part to the god race or demon race, nobody dared to offend the Skywings. This was why Ilpa had already prepared a plan in advance to send Little Goldie off into a place of secrecy, having it locked up for its entire life, never letting it out once. Zing! All of a sudden, a scout of the clan came sprinting into the room Ilpa was in, nearly collapsing as he kneeled and sputtered with a look of fear. This is bad. News from the clan's Thousand Spirit Hall. Sir Murata's life seed has withered. Ilpa instantly felt a pressure on his chest, as a bout of dizziness overcame him. He nearly vomited out blood when he heard the news. What? Say that again. Ilpa blurted out, his face as pale as a ghost. The scout repeated what he had just said, and all Ilpa could feel was his scalp going numb as he broke into a cold sweat. Law gods were immortals, but now that Murata's life seed had withered, it could only mean just one thing. He had been exterminated by the enemy. Through some means that Ilpa had no knowledge of, the enemy had directly drained Murata of his life force. This was definitely an appealing method. So far, Ilpa had never heard of anyone having the ability to exterminate a law god expert like this. There was no way this could be achieved aside from destroying the life seed. The demon squad, which had been awaiting orders in the room, was sent reeling after they heard the news. They panicked. Like ants on a hot pan, they were causing quite the commotion with their reaction. Stop making a din. Ilpa roared. At the end of the day, he was still a general of the Adusa clan, and Ilpa was a lot more composed than others at such times. We have a spy on the front line, quick. Contact them as soon as possible. Ask them what's going on. Ilpa shouted. Immediately, someone quickly tried to contact the three scouts. They were the ones who had tracked Little Goldie back then. Several minutes later, a very disappointed voice could be heard. Sir Ilpa, we're not getting any signal from the three. I reckon that they've been exterminated, too. Hearing this, Ilpa was stunned, and he collapsed on a chair with a clatter. The old demon lord had been part of the demon race for a very long time, so he was very familiar with how the Adusa clan operated. The first thing they did upon heading into dark space was locate the scouts they had hidden and kill them all off. Sir Ilpa, what do we do? What now? Everyone kept throwing out questions, and Ilpa feebly said, quick, head to the Palace of Demons. Inform the Patriarch that we got tricked by the Skywings. How was Ilpa to know that it was not the Skywings who had set up a trap on Murata, slaying this law god? Rather, it had all been the act of Xia Fei alone. In fact, right at this moment, Xia Fei was splitting the spoils gleefully with Oro. Furball was endlessly shuttling through dark space with Xia Fei and Oro. Where are we now? Oro asked. Xia Fei replied, I arranged to meet my clansmen at a location. See if there are any further instructions from the Grand Ancestor. I snatched some things from the God Race territory some time ago, and so I can't return there right now. Oro chuckled. Heh, I knew you'd be getting into trouble whichever place that was you went to. What did you end up stealing this time? Xia Fei casually answered, nothing much. Just happened to pocket Fig Corporation's Pinnacle Research Station in passing. The expression on Oro's face changed greatly as he howled. What did you just say? You've got Pinnacle in your hands. Xia Fei nodded curiously. What's this? You know about Pinnacle, too. Oro was beside himself with excitement. Know it. I more than know it. Don't forget, I am of the demon race. We specialize in studying the weaknesses and strengths of the god race. I even thought Pinnacle is just a myth. Who would have thought that it actually did exist? A look of disbelief was plastered all over Oro's face as he looked at Xia Fei like the latter was a monster. The demon race had not been fretting over the technology that Fig Corporation possessed for just a year or two. He had truly not imagined that Xia Fei could actually abscond with Pinnacle. Oro was finding this entire affair extremely inconceivable. Oro shrugged and said, what a huge move you made. No wonder your clan's old monster isn't letting you return. In the event those people learn that you're the one who stole Pinnacle, there's no doubt that you'll end up causing the two peak races to sally forth in a joint crusade on the Skywings. After all, Pinnacle is practically a legend. Xia Fei smiled and did not say a word. He took out Law God Murata's spatial ring from his bosom and nonchalantly said, You don't have any problem leaving the exile grounds with me, do you? After all, your life seed is here, and I heard that staying in it will let one recover their strength quickly. Oro nodded. It's fine. The life seed is only effective in the initial period after being reborn. Right now, I've already regained up to Great Law Emperor of my cultivation, so there won't be any drastic effect even if I remain in the seed. It's fine for me to go anywhere at this point. Suddenly, Xia Fei's eyes sparkled, excited as his finger paused over the spatial ring. Whoa, that Adusa Law God's loaded. To think he'd actually have 2 grade 8 origin crystals. With this said, Xia Fei turned his hand over and produced 2 black origin crystals. The 2 shiny black crystals were emitting this peculiar luster, appearing perfect and flawless gems that contained a great abundance of energy. It was very eye-catching. Oro excitedly gushed. Though the Adusas aren't considered a super top-tier clan, they do have quite a lot of influence, and it's very normal for their law gods to possess high-grade items. Come on, let's split this evenly. We each get 1. With that, Oro reached out and wanted to take one of the grade 8 crystals off Xia Fei. While grade 9 origin crystals existed in the law realm, most would hardly ever see one. After all, a peak energy master was required to create grade 9 origin crystals, and there were only 2 energy masters in the entire law realm who had attained a level 9 cultivation. The old demon lord could not help but eye the precious grade 8 origin crystal covetously, keen to get one for himself. Swoosh. Xia Fei's hand very quickly stored away these 2 mysterious crystals, causing Oro to halt midway awkwardly. What do you mean by this? It's only natural for warriors to loot the dead, so why am I not getting one? Asked Oro, somewhat annoyed. Xia Fei chuckled. You're just a great law emperor and won't be able to use grade 8 origin crystals. Let me give you 10,000 grade 6 origin crystals instead, since what you need more is quantity, not quality. In terms of proportion, a single grade 8 origin crystal was indeed equivalent to 10,000 grade 6 origin crystals, but the exchange rate was nowhere near that. After all, a grade 8 origin crystal was extremely precious. There would even be people out there fighting to exchange one for 10 million grade 6 origin crystals if Xia Fei offered. Oro thought about it and agreed with Xia Fei. Having just regained Great Law Emperor cultivation, It would not be worthwhile for him to use a grade 8 origin crystal right now, which was why he did not argue further. Xia Fei was still rummaging through Murata's spatial ring. After a pause, he took out 6 swords from the ring all at once, every one of them looking to be of quality craftsmanship. Oh, I didn't expect that guy to be a collector of Tamir short blades. These 6 can all be considered top grade, valuing well over 1,000,000 grade 6 origin crystals. Oro laughed. Tamir short blades? Are they very famous short blades? Xia Fei asked. Oro replied, they're of course famous. The Tamir region in the demon race has the best short blade blacksmiths. Just look at how exquisitely decorated these weapons are. All the precious gems used to decorate them, the sharpness of their edges, and the sturdiness of their back. Though they may not be considered divine weapons, they're nevertheless rarely seen famed blades. Oro took one from the lot and cradled it in his bosom, saying, I have just been reborn and happen to be lacking a weapon. I'll take one of these Tamir short blades, and you can have the rest. You're sure to earn quite a sum from this collection. Xia Fei nodded and stored the 5 remaining Tamir short blades into his spatial ring. Since Murata was a law god expert, whatever he had on him was naturally not cheap, and as Xia Fei and Oro chatted about what had happened to the two of them while away from each other, they divided the spoils among them. Not bad. All the items here are at least worth 10,000,000 grade 6 origin crystals, and that's without adding the 2 grade 8 origin crystals. It's quite a small fortune we've got here, Oro happily announced. Xia Fei pouted but did not say anything. 10,000,000 grade 6 origin crystals seemed very normal to Oro given his status as the Lionheart Emperor, with a wealth of experience and knowledge, but the 10,000,000 was actually a huge windfall to Xia Fei. There's no use lugging so many things around on us. I know a place where we can trade them all for crystals. Shall we head over there now? Oro asked. Xia Fei nodded. Okay, but I have to first meet Xia Guanghai. It seems like my grand ancestor has an assignment for me. Whoosh. Little Goldie carried Xia Fei and Oro to the arranged meeting point, and Xia Fei took out his spatial compass to connect to Xia Guanghai. The compass used was, of course, unregistered. Due to how urgent news had been, Xia Fei could only reduce the frequency of his appearance. It was said that the matter of Pinnacle being stolen had already spread, and there were many pairs of eyes focused on it. So as the perpetrator, he must be even more careful as he went about his business. Very soon, Xia Guanghai appeared beside Xia Fei with a severe frown, appearing to be fairly tired. Seeing the stranger Oro, Xia Guanghai asked suspiciously, Who is he? Xia Fei smiled. A lion from the exiled grounds, a friend of mine. I see. Xia Guanghai simply nodded, having assumed that lion was Oro's nickname, absolutely unaware that this human before him was actually the famed demon lord of the Lionheart clan. Oro very knowingly distanced himself from Xia Fei, quietly sitting to one side. After all, this was internal affairs pertaining to the Skywings, and there was no place for him to interject. Any new instructions from the Grand Ancestor? Xia Fei asked. Xia Guanghai sighed. There's one assignment at hand, but the Grand Ancestor has allowed you to take a break for now. Devote your fullest attention toward improving yourself. Best if you can get past the Law Sage Heavenly Threshold and attain a level 4 Law of Speed cultivation. Increase your speed to 2,000,000 meters per second so that you'll be strong enough to defend yourself. Xia Fei answered. I'm already a Law Sage, but I have yet to make a sprint for level 4 Law of Speed. Why did the Grand Ancestor ask for such a high speed? I wonder what sort of assignment he'll give me next. Xia Guanghai widened his eyes in shock, saying, Well done, Xia Fei. You've actually already attained a Law Sage cultivation. How frustrating. It took me 3 years of seclusion before I actually made my breakthrough all those years ago. After a moment of sorrow, Xia Guanghai continued speaking. Well, the old man gave me an assignment that has me vexed. What is it? Xia Fei asked with a laugh. Xia Guanghai had always been crude and careless, and to be greatly worried about something like this, it must not be a simple task. Sighing, Xia Guanghai lamented, I guess that there's no harm in telling you about this. I have no idea what's gotten into the old man. Without even considering the frequent mobilization of our clansmen, resulting in the further reduction of our available troops, he wanted me to send a mole into the Guardian faction no matter what. Has he not considered just what sort of people are the Guardians? They're a pack of old coots as stubborn as mules. How could we get our mole into their midst, considering just how prominent our clan is? They don't care for weaker law warriors, while those who are strong have already made a name for themselves. So the Guardians don't want any people like that. I don't trust hiring someone outside the clan to do something like this, either. Well, the instructions from the old coot have me racking my brains till it's about to explode. Just where can I find someone who fits the bill? Xia Guanghai's worried expression spoke volumes. Xia Fei did not say a word. Xiaku had already hinted to him that there was an unimaginably crazy plan in motion from behind the scenes, and this was why the Grand Ancestor had mobilized their people in such great numbers. The Guardians, who were aware of the general location of the mysterious cosmic gate, had also sworn to guard it. Their organization was shrouded in mystery as well, so it must be really tough to try and get someone into their midst. Xia Fei's eyes suddenly shone as he said in a low voice, "Don't panic just yet. I do have someone perfectly suitable for the job as a mole." "Who?" Xia Guanghai anxiously asked. He was now at his wit's end, almost going crazy just trying to fulfill their clan's Grand Ancestor's assignment. "You've looked everywhere in the sky, but he's been right in front of you," Xia Fei recited. "Huh? How can you go? You're our clan's godwing. Also, you've been tasked with the heavy responsibility of collecting the immemorial mystical armaments. If the Grand Ancestor learns that I send you to the Guardians, he'll surely have me killed where I stand." Xia Guanghai shook his head vigorously as he rejected this plan outright. Xia Fei pointed over to Oro and said, "You're mistaken. I meant him." In terms of strength, Oro definitely had it. In terms of trust, Xia Fei had quite a high trust toward Oro. Besides, since Oro's form had changed due to the law of primal chaos, he could no longer return to the Lionhearts. There was no place for him in the god race, either. Just as he was fretting over where to land his feet, he just happened to be perfect for the role as a mole, to be placed in the Guardians' midst. Besides, Oro was very much interested in the Cosmic Gate. In the past, as an emperor in the demon race's Lionheart clan, he could not join the Guardians even if he wanted to, but no one would recognize the newly transformed Oro, making this a great chance, the perfect opportunity for him to get close to the Cosmic Gate. Xia Guanghai furrowed his brows. Where did he come from? Can we trust him? I dare to use my own life as a guarantee. Lion here is a brother whom I met while in the exiled grounds, and he's got a decent and righteous personality. We are considered fated acquaintances. The Guardians will definitely not suspect a thing by having Lion join them," Xia Fei said seriously. "Why do you say that?" Xia Guanghai curiously wondered. Xia Fei chuckled. "Lion is a human, but what he's cultivating is the demon race's law of darkness. What other proof is needed?" Xia Guanghai was shocked. Humans were under the god race, and if Oro was someone in the circle who had instead cultivated the law of darkness, he would very likely end up dying tens of millions of times for this transgression. Only the people outside of the two peak races could mix cultivating laws from both races because they would not be restrained by either. After hearing Xia Fei's words, Xia Guanghai nodded his head in agreement. "Indeed, you should do as you see fit. I doubt that the old coot will have qualms, either." Whoosh. Xia Guanghai flicked his wrist and tossed something to Xia Fei. Xia Fei caught it and saw that it was a token, engraved with a white flamingo on it. Encased in hard metal, there was complex electronics fitted inside. "This is a communication device." Xia Fei very quickly determined the use of this token, given his knowledge of electronics. "That's right," Xia Guanghai nodded. "That is the white flamingo. From today onwards, you're recognized as a core member of the Skywing clan. If the old man have any instructions for you, he'll make direct contact with you through that." With an envious glance, Xia Guanghai sighed. "Keep it safe. What you're holding is a symbol, meaning that you'll be in touch with the core secrets of the clan. Even I don't have that thing." Xia Guanghai held quite a significant position in the clan as someone in charge of communications. Even he did not have the white flamingo, which just went to show how important an item this was. Since the Grand Ancestor had specially given this to Xia Fei, there must be a specific use to it. Xia Fei was a little taken aback as he carefully stored the white flamingo into his bosom. Xia Guanghai left as hurriedly as he arrived. Xia Fei and Oro discussed the matter pertaining to the Guardians, and the latter gave a suggestion after listening to the former. "Even if you didn't suggest for me to investigate the Cosmic Gate, I was already planning to do just that. After all, That mysterious gate didn't concern just the sky wings, but also us, the Lionhearts. I meant to go and look all those years back, but I didn't manage to do so because of my identity. Now that I've been reborn, I must of course head over there to fulfill my wish. Oro readily agreed. His temperament had changed after being reborn and was a lot more carefree compared to before. Xia Fei nodded and took out the war armor, Monohorn Ogre, from his spatial ring. I don't have any use for this suit of armor anymore, so this shall be a gift from me to you, Xia Fei said. Also, here's your 3 Lions Imperial Jade Ring. It's quite the treasure. Oro pursed his lips. This was the first meeting they had, and quite some time had passed since. Now that Xia Fei was much stronger than before, not only having attained Lost Sage cultivation, even the equipment he had improved along with him. A powerful piece of equipment like the Monohorn Ogre was no more than a spare suit of armor for Xia Fei now. That Senraksha he wore was exceptional, and even someone as knowledgeable and experienced as Oro was envious upon seeing him with it. Not to mention Blood Crystal that had undergone a complete transformation or peacock blue after it fused with the unparting pine. All these various weapons and tools he possessed were peerless treasures. Xia Fei seemed to be improving every aspect of his life, and while others improved at a walking pace, Xia Fei was doing so at a rate akin to flying, a mad sprint that left everyone in his dust. Oro accepted Monohorn Ogre and the 3 Lions Imperial Jade Ring as he picked out several handy weapons and equipment from Xia Fei's reserves. Xia Fei would plunder and loot everywhere he went, so he had plenty of miscellaneous items on hand that even Oro was dazzled by the selection. Let's go. We're off to the night banquet, Oro said. Night banquet. Xia Fei was surprised. Do you wish to share a drink or two? Oro burst into laughter. The night banquet isn't some place we go for a drink. It's a casino cum brothel, where the best ladies in the law realm can be found. Their clientele includes people from the 2 peak races, the Guardians, the Rebels, and even the major mercenary organizations found in the exiled grounds. Though it is my desire to join the Guardians, they're still the ones who should be willing to accept me. People often bump into those from the Guardian or Rebel factions at the night banquet, so we may have a chance to do something there. Besides, don't you have plenty of things you wish to dispose of from your inventory? Xia Fei was perplexed. How could a brothel serve so many functions? Whoosh. Xia Fei and Oro took the Gemini to a planet covered in cacti. This appeared to be a barren planet, yet it was bustling. There were spatial compasses constantly being activated, and all sorts of flying ships could be seen parked amid the sands. The Gemini had already been retrofitted by Xia Fei to appear far less conspicuous. Oro and Xia Fei successfully landed on an empty berth and paid the docking fee as they began their journey through the desert. The scorching heat was so great the air itself seemed to be on fire. Xia Fei followed Oro to an oasis in the middle of this desert, beyond the crescent-shaped watering hole, as well as the abundance of date palm trees, was a massive building, which had been constructed right next to the oasis. This was when Radix, who had not spoken a word the entire time, addressed Xia Fei. According to my information, the night banquet is among the most peaceful inns established in the law realm. The madam of this establishment, Hua Xingyang, is one of the few female law gods in the law realm and is not someone that shouldn't be underestimated. The 2 peak races are bitter rivals, as are the Rebels and Guardians. Meanwhile, the convoluted powers of the exiled grounds have plenty of enemies as well, yet those are matters concerning the outside. The moment people set foot on this planet, they'll all readily put aside their differences. Even people harboring bitter hatred don't dare to raise their weapons here, strictly abiding by the rules to get along with one another in peace. If not, the madam of this establishment won't let them off. There are similar establishments by the borders of the 2 races, but trading at those places is often very risky, with people dying on the spot at the drop of the hat. Hua Xingyang's night banquet is much safer by comparison, and that's why it's also known as the Peaceful Inn. Actually, night banquet is huge. Be it trading or entertainment, there's no limit to what can be sought here. Xia Fei nodded. It turned out that the night banquet was a safe haven. The entrance to the night banquet had plenty of traffic. Many pedestrians were walking to and fro in a hurry, with their faces sporting anxious or shocked looks. Xia Fei slightly frowned, as he could sense an unusual atmosphere coming from this crowd. Oro, something's off here. Xia Fei grabbed Oro and whispered. Oro was startled. His original look of elation instantly dulled. After spending so many years all by himself, Oro had been planning to enjoy himself when he entered the place. Oro carefully glanced at Xia Fei. Though his appearance had been greatly disguised, Xia Fei's gaze of suspicion did not make it seem like he was joking. "What's wrong?" Oro asked as his expression turned serious. He had seen Xia Fei's acumen in action many times, which was why he trusted Xia Fei very much. "Look over in the 11, 7, and 5 o'clock directions. They're all spies. Also, on the roof of the inn and by the Crescent Lake, there's a sizable troop hidden," Xia Fei whispered. Oro looked in the aforementioned directions. Sure enough, there appeared to be plenty of people beyond the inn, but a good majority of them were spies. They were mixed in the crowd, dressed up as clients seeking entertainment, but they were all armed to the teeth underneath their clothes. They were everywhere, their eyes betraying a glint of murderous intent as they mingled with the other patrons. Out of the 10,000 gathered, a good 8,000 of them were spies. Only about 2,000 were real clients, and the rest were warriors. Oro and Xia Fei slowed down their pace. Upon realizing that something was off, even Oro's suspicions were aroused and his footsteps became a lot heavier. Sure enough, the atmosphere in the night banquet inn is off. Oro leaned in to whisper this into Xia Fei's ear. "What should we do?" Xia Fei's expression remained unfazed as he softly answered. "Something must be afoot since things are off. Let's wait and see." This was when two demon race warriors hurriedly strolled past Xia Fei, with one of them anxiously saying, "Have you heard? The Dark Knight Diary has appeared." The other nodded. "Of course I did. I've rushed here precisely because of this matter. The atmosphere today is too strange. Who knows if Hua Xinyang can hold down the fort? She should have no trouble regarding that. The night banquet inn has been in operation for so many years. In terms of safety, would anyone really dare cause a scene with Hua Xinyang here? You can't be too certain. With how things are, who here doesn't desire ownership of the Dark Knight Diary? I'm afraid that there's going to be fighting, both open and in secret, over this." The conversation between the two had not been too loud, but Oro and Xia Fei very clearly heard the exchange. While Xia Fei was still puzzled, Oro's eyes instantly turned red. "So the Dark Knight Diary has appeared," Oro rasped, his body slightly shuddering from the excitement. "The Dark Knight Diary? What is that?" Xia Fei asked curiously. Oro calmed himself before softly explaining. "The Law Realm covers over 30 billion light-years worth of territory. Beyond this area of control is the Dark Life Form territory, as well as the vast unknown. The Dark Knight Diary is said to be an introductory guide to the space beyond the Law Realm. Back then, a law god expert, who went by the name of Xin, from the god race, spent countless years exploring the beyond, and he recorded everything about the dark life forms and the unknown space. This Dark Knight Diary is the encyclopedia that Xin recorded everything on." Xia Fei was stunned. The universe beyond the Law Realm was shrouded in mystery and was essentially unknown. Now that the cosmic gate has become unstable and dark life forms were on the move, it was the best time for this introductory guidebook of the unknown space to be put to good use. "Do you know what's the most inexplicable thing about the Dark Knight Diary?" Oro asked mysteriously. Xia Fei shook his head. Oro's voice was even lower than a whisper by now. It said that Xin happened to have become friends with the leader of the dark life forms. He stayed in the territory of the Dark Ones for thousands of years and subsequently studied everything about them. From the various classifications of dark life forms, the composition of their military, and how their territories are divided down to their history, everything's been recorded in that Dark Knight Diary. Anyone who obtains it can gain a comprehensive understanding of the dark life forms, thereby having a way to formulate a method to take on them. After a pause, Oro continued speaking. Xin had a good relationship with the Dark Life Form King, but he always worried about his people. So he secretly smuggled the Dark Knight Diary back to the Law Realm, only to be blocked by a huge army the Dark Life Forms had sent to the border of the Law Realm. An intense fight between the two sides ensued. In order to obtain the Dark Knight Diary, both sides mobilized all their forces. The God race warred with the demon race. The Gardens fought against the rebels. There's also the army sent by the dark life forms and the mercenary organizations from the exiled grounds mixed in. That battle ultimately became the fuse that lit a full-scale war, which lasted for thousands of years. Unfortunately, the Dark Knight Diary was lost at the end, and no one managed to get their hands on it. Oro had very animatedly depicted the war with his words, and Xia Fei was left deep in thought, his eyebrows knitted tightly together. I believe that the Dark Knight Diary can very well contain the secret of the dark life forms. Otherwise, they wouldn't have traveled all the way to the Law Realm, which is very far from their home ground, just to obtain that guidebook, Xia Fei surmised. Precisely, Oro said. The legend goes that whoever owns the Dark Knight Diary will learn the greatest secret of the dark life forms. No wonder the atmosphere in Night Banquet Inn is so peculiar today. Turns out that the Dark Knight Diary has reappeared. Oro and Xia Fei chatted as they made their way into the inn, and what greeted them was a grand hall with countless screens hanging high. On them was a black-colored metal encyclopedia with an accompanying description. The Dark Knight Diary shall be auctioned off at midnight in the 100 Flowers Chamber. Xia Fei read the words on the screen, his forehead creasing further. Looks like there's going to be a storm at midnight tonight, Xia Fei muttered to himself with a sigh. The appearance of the Dark Knight Diary had caused quite a stir, causing the Night Banquet Inn to be filled beyond capacity. There were experts, with fierce eyes glaring in every direction, everywhere. There were also the countless warriors, whom Xia Fei was unsure whether stationed by the inn or sent by the various major clans, in attendance. Look there. The Guardians and the rebels are both present. Oro darted his eyes over and said. Xia Fei followed his gaze and saw several golden-armored guardians staring daggers at the several rebels present. The guardians, completely clad in golden suits of armor, were a majestic sight to behold. Meanwhile, the rebels were hardly as uniform, appearing very casual, but the cultivation of either side was evenly matched, and the resentment was mutually palpable. Humph! Both sides coldly snorted, but a clash never occurred, with either party merely settling for turning away with looks of disdainful rancor. Oro shook his head. Looks like Hua Xinyang's reputation is quite useful, but more and more people are arriving. I wonder if she can still keep everything in check come midnight. After all, every influential force in the entire Law Realm will be here by then. Xia Fei was puzzled. I don't quite understand. Hua Xinyang should be well aware of just how great the stakes are with the Dark Knight Diary, yet she still went ahead and caused such a stir through this auction. Is she unafraid of the people running amok and tearing down her precious inn? Oro was a little taken aback. He had not once considered this issue before, and hearing Xia Fei's comment, he quickly realized that how Hua Xinyang had handled the Dark Knight Diary was highly inappropriate, unlike the experienced expert of the realm that she was. After a pause, Oro concurred. I don't understand it, either. Perhaps Hua Xinyang has her trump cards hidden, just like you. That would explain why she wasn't daunted by this prospect. Let's go and see the specifics of this auction first before we comment further. Xia Fei and Oro headed to the 100 Flower Chamber on the 3rd floor. There, a large notice was placed, and plenty of people crowded around to view it. Man, Hua Xinyang sure is black-hearted. She's actually asking for grade 7 origin crystals as payment. Oro fitfully hissed after reading the notice, while Xia Fei knitted his brows. Between the two peak races, the most commonly used currency was the grade 6 origin crystal. It was not that grade 7 crystals did not exist. Rather, there were few in circulation, while grade 8 origin crystals were even rarer. Thus, since Hua Xinyang was insisting on grade 7 origin crystals as entrance fee, plenty of people would be left out in the cold. Most of the small clans could hardly fork out 100,000 grade 7 origin crystals, after all. Xia Fei thought about this. Didn't you not mention that there's an exchange here? Let's head over and get rid of all the things we have no use for first. Oro was a little dejected. I know that you've gotten quite a haul recently, most likely worth about 2 or 3 million grade 7 origin crystals in terms of total value. But I'm afraid that even with that sum, you can forget about entering and bidding on the Dark Knight Diary. After all, there are too many major clans in the circle that have plenty of money. I think that you're better off utilizing funds from the Skywing clan. Xia Fei shook his head. I'll, of course, be informing the clan about this, but I won't bother mobilizing the funds for the auction. Why not? Aren't you interested in acquiring the Dark Knight Diary? Oro was perplexed. Xia Fei swept his gaze around at the countless excited faces around them. Of course, I'm interested, but I don't have the confidence of winning this auction. Besides, even if we do end up winning the auction for the Dark Knight Diary by some insane stroke of luck, it will just hurt us greatly. How would we live our lives in the future? Oro was stunned as he got even more baffled. So what do you plan to do? Xia Fei smiled, as that signature smirk of his appeared. In a low whisper, he replied, You don't have to acquire something you desire by purchasing it. The grand exchange of the night banquet inn was on the 19th floor. Xia Fei and Oro only discovered upon arrival that the place was packed like sardines. Evidently, in order to snatch themselves the entry ticket for this auction, or maybe even to compete for the Dark Knight Diary, plenty of people sought to exchange the items they had on hand here for the necessary currency. It was not just Night Banquet Inn. The moment the news of the Dark Knight Diary's appearance got out, every exchange that allowed people to cash in items became filled. Almost instantly, Grade 7 origin crystals became the most sought-after commodity in the entire law realm, and the price had inflated to 550 from the original 1:430 overnight. Moreover, this rate was continuing to climb, so it was acceptable for the insane rate of 1:1000 to appear. There are so many people here. Oro frowned. It was clear that he had underestimated how passionate people were in getting their hands on the Dark Knight Diary. Xia Fei shook his head. You're only going to get terrible prices exchanging any decent item out here. It'll hardly be worth anything. Come with me. Getting themselves a small room from the reception, Xia Fei and Oro were now lodging in the Night Banquet Inn. Pulling out the dedicated anonymous compass from the sky wings, Xia Fei connected to Xia Ku, who was garrisoned to protect the clan. I'm sure that you've already been informed of the Dark Knight Diary appearing once again, Xia Fei supposed. Xia Ku nodded. Yes. The finance team is currently doing a tally of our clan's funds. We're going to take out some loans from the bank if it isn't enough. The Dark Knight Diary is of great importance to our clan. With it in our hands, we'll be able to gain an insight as to everything beyond the law realm. We must acquire it. Xia Fei chuckled as he asked. There are a lot more people even more anxious than us. I'm in the Night Banquet Inn right now, so let me put it this way. Every single clan with a name in the circle has practically gathered here, so whoever ends up winning the auction must be prepared to pay through their nose for it. Xia Ku furrowed his brows. Just as how professionals were found in specialization, the Skywings were famed in the circle as the fiendish blade, and they were good at killing people, not making money. Compared to the giants that specialized in business and mercantilism, Skywing may be unable to compete on this front, and this was what Xia Ku was worried about. Do you mean to say that we shouldn't join in on this competition? Xia Ku asked. Xia Fei nodded with a straight face. This isn't a competition. It's more akin to us putting our lives on the line. Without quite literally putting everything to our name at stake, we can forget about ever acquiring the Dark Knight Diary. Using the savings the clan has accumulated over the millions of years just for a guidebook? That's hardly worth it. We need to take a long-term view of all things. While we want the Dark Knight Diary, we mustn't harm the vitality of our clan in the process. Xia Ku was startled before he laughed while holding his forehead. Xia Fei, oh Xia Fei, you couldn't possibly be planning to steal it, could you? You've already caused quite the pandemonium with your pinnacle heist. If you rob Hua Xinyang's night banquet as well, then the Skywings will really turn into living bandits. You may not be aware of this, but the fact that Hua Xinyang could establish night banquet outside wasn't because she's one of the 3 only female law gods in the entire law realm, but more because she's got an inexplicable connection with the founders. Provoking her will be even more troublesome than incurring the wrath of Fig Corporation. This was when Radix told Xia Fei, I've heard of this rumor as well. It's said that Hua Xinyang has a very close relationship with one of the founders, so everyone in the law realm has to show her face, and no one dares to cause any trouble at the night banquet. Xia Fei was unconvinced. Trouble? We've already got plenty of trouble on our heads. What's having one more? Do you have any other solution in mind aside from this? Indecisiveness during crucial moments may end up just harming us. Everything comes with a price. If we wish to acquire the Dark Knight Diary, we'll have to shoulder the corresponding risk. Xia Ku was stunned and was somewhat skeptical over this. He knew very well how difficult it was for them to take the Dark Knight Diary through the auction given their clan's assets. Xia Fei's method was essentially the only way for their clan to get their hands on it. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to watch as this important guidebook fell into others' hands. This matter is of grave importance. I'll have to consult the Grand Ancestor first, Xiaka said after some deep contemplation. Whoosh. Xia Fei shut his screen and lit a Hontishan. He took a few casual puffs, and the astringent smell of cheap tobacco slowly filled the room. Recently, Xia Fei had gotten a bit crazy, readily snatching whatever he wanted regardless of consequences. Even ignoring how he had stolen Pinnacle, he was even planning to steal from the old hag, Hua Xingyang. Going at this rate, it would probably not be long before the entire law realm was plundered by Xia Fei. Several minutes later, Xiaku appeared on the screen again, and he appeared quite unsettled. What did the Grand Ancestor say? Xia Fei asked. Xiaka pursed his lips. He only said one thing. What did he say? Xia Fei anxiously asked. A body for a body, a knife for a knife. Oro nearly collapsed onto the floor upon hearing that. The old monster Xia Guqing of the Skywing clan was really true to his character. A body for a body, a knife for a knife? Clearly, he was telling Xia Fei to go ahead and steal it. It turned out that Xia Fei and the Grand Ancestor were of one mind when it came to this very elaborate robbery plan. Smiling, Xia Fei muttered under his breath. The Grand Ancestor really understands me well. In this situation, thievery is our clan's only option. Anything else just won't work. Xiaka was silent for a good while before adding. Since the Grand Ancestor has concurred with your suggestion, I don't have much else to add. Still, Hua Xingyang isn't going to be easy to deal with. This will be first time you're taking point on this, so proceed with extreme caution. Xia Fei nodded somberly. Don't worry. An extraordinary task, of course, requires extraordinary means. I'll be unscrupulous to achieve this task. Xiaka slightly shook his head. Today he could finally see what it meant by a golden Kylan not being confined by a pool, ready to turn into a dragon the moment a hurricane stirred. Xia Fei was definitely the most trouble magnet individual of the Skywing clan. Speak, and I'll send you the manpower you need. Xiaka emptied his thoughts and maintained a severe expression. I want the Level 3 Law Sage, Search Specialist Xia Gong, Level 8 Superior Law Sage, the Detection Specialist Xia Guanghai, Level 7 Superior Law Sage, Defender Xia Dian, Xia Fei said. It was very apparent that he had already given plenty of thoughts to his choice of manpower. Xiaka's eyes flashed as he answered, You got it. A search expert, a detection expert, a defender, and you, the attacking lone wolf, Skywing's ranger. This'll make for a great rapid deployment squad, but don't you think that your numbers are a little too low? Xia Fei burst into laughter. Too low? I don't think so. Aside from Xia Gong, Xia Guanghai, and Xia Dian are both strong enough to take on Level 1 law gods. Though we don't have a law god in our squad, we have the combat strength equivalent to 2 superior law gods. The Skywing clan's law of speed was in the same vein. Aside from being insane enough, it also gave them the power to take on enemies beyond their current level. Fighting against more powerful enemies was precisely what they were best at. Actually, Xia Fei was already being very humble. He was also strong enough to take on a Level 1 law god. Clearly, this squad was very a gathering of 3 law gods. Anything else? Xiaka pressed on. When they come, call Xia Guanghai to bring 600 grade 7 origin crystals. I'll have use for them, Xia Fei said after some thought. After all, everyone needed 100 crystals each as entry fee. Xia Fei also had other uses for 100,000 grade 7 origin crystals. Xiaka was aghast. No way. 600,000 is too little. I'll get Guanghai to bring 1 million. Don't worry about the money. While the Skywings aren't among the wealthiest clan in the circle, we're at least not the sort to ever worry about such things. Besides, there will also be another team in disguise, wandering around the perimeter of the night banquet inn. They'll be able to come to your aid fast if the need arises. Also, if that still isn't enough, use your white flamingo. It has an unimaginable effect. Xia Fei was shocked. Xiaka had really shown his hand here. Aside from his squad and 1 million grade 7 origin crystals in cash, there were actually 2 other contingencies he had set up in place. This was the Skywing clan style. No matter what Xiaka had been thinking before, none of that mattered in the least anymore. After all, the Grand Ancestor had already decided to support Xia Fei fully in this endeavor. so they would all implement it resolutely. There would be no second-guessing. The orders were sent out from Blizzard Fiendish Wing Villa. The demon-sealing fiendish blade had been unsheathed. Night Banquet Inn, room 7031. Xia Guanghai, Xia Dian, and Xia Geng arrived without any issues. Here's what you wanted, Xia Guanghai said with a smile as he tossed a spatial ring to Xia Fei. He then glanced at Oro. Xia Guanghai was very curious. It seemed like Xia Fei and Oro shared an amicable relationship, keeping each other company everywhere. He was also assigned the immense task of joining the Guardians. Given how cautious Xia Fei was as a person, it was not easy for him to trust anyone easily. The old demon lord stood up and made his way to the other room inside, so as to avoid eavesdropping on the conversation of Xia Fei and his clansmen. Xia Fei reached out to stop him as he said with a straight face, "We're all comrades here, so there's no need for any discretion." Oro was a little surprised before he went and took a seat by the window. He was quite touched by this. The Lionhearts were loyal and perceptive. Though Oro had never gotten any benefit from being by Xia Fei's side as the esteemed Lionheart Emperor and had even been turned into a human by the latter, he nevertheless found that the recent things Xia Fei had done were done very beautifully. Just how valuable was the morphing war armor Monohorn Ogre? Extremely valuable. After all, this was a suit of armor that had been further modified by a celestial zero hammer. The value of this piece of equipment was astronomical, yet Xia Fei had gifted it to him without even blinking an eye. This was a clear sign of just how greatly he valued him. Now, Xia Fei was even letting him listen to the discussion of strategy of his clan, treating him like a comrade and not at all trying to keep things from him. Naturally, the old demon lord felt a warm fuzziness inside. It must be said that Xia Fei truly had Oro figured out. This was one of the 3 emperors of the Lionheart clan, and winning him over was as good as recruiting the Lionheart species to Xia Fei's side. If there was ever a need in the future, the Lionhearts would definitely give their fullest support simply on the auspices of the relation Xia Fei shared with Oro. A Monohorn Ogre in exchange for the entire Lionheart species camaraderie? It was an absolutely worthwhile exchange. After all, these lions were an extremely powerful force, were tyrannical existences in the demon race's midst, and were among the pillars holding up the heavens. Aside from power, what Xia Fei fancied was the Lionheart's personality. From the old demon lord to Heathfield, every Lionheart warrior demonstrated great loyalty and was very stalwart. Otherwise, Oro would not have been sealed in the eternal ice plains for countless years. This, in itself, was a display of this golden-furred lion's resoluteness. The 5 individuals for this operation had gathered, taking their seats accordingly. Xia Fei peered into the spatial ring in his hand and saw that it was filled with shiny gems, each one being a grade 7 origin crystal. There were 1,000,000 of such crystals inside. Keeping this ring safely, Xia Fei addressed the others in a severe tone. "I'm sure that everyone knows that our target this time is the Dark Knight Diary. We're not planning to win it during the auction, but steal it from right under the Night Banquet Inn's eyes. Let's not dawdle. I'll now start delegating the assignments." Though this was the first time he would be leading a clan operation, Xia Fei did not show any hesitation. Xia Guanghai and the others were already aware of Xia Fei's capability in the scheme department, so not one of them had any qualms about him taking charge. They all quietly waited to hear the arrangements. "Xia Geng, you'll be with me. Use your law of search and judgment to help me locate the Dark Knight Diary," Xia Fei said. Xia Geng nodded. "Don't worry. I just had a closed-door meeting with the other searchers in our clan before coming over, and we determined the authenticity of the Dark Knight Diary. As long as this diary is truly here, I'll be able to find it and distinguish it." Xia Fei turned to Xia Dian. "You're a sharpshooter, so I'll be giving you coordinates later. That location will serve as our retreat route, so I want you to lay an ambush out there. If we are tracked, you'll be expected to finish off the enemy's searcher and rendezvous with us after. It's risky to do this solo. You must be sure to finish off the searcher in the team. There's no room for error on this one, so the pressure is immense." Xia Dian was a man of few words, preferring to keep things to himself. Everyone saw his eyes twinkle, a cold glint passing in them as he confidently assured, "No problem. It's my speciality. No matter how many end up giving chase, all I gotta do is ward them off." Xia Fei next looked to Xia Guanghai with a smile. I want to know just how many ambushes are being set up here on this planet, who are involved, and what their cultivation is. More importantly, which among the teams lying in wait has existing animosity with the others. Xia Guanghai was startled, but soon laughed, pointing at Xia Fei. You're a nasty one indeed. There'll surely be more than one team in attendance at the night banquet, with the various major clans being hostile to one another. You clearly intend to get them to kill one another before the auction even starts, sowing further discord among the enemies. Xia Fei did not deny this. Chaos in our enemies' midst will create the perfect opportunity for us. The more of a mess we can create outside the night banquet, the better. The moment there's chaos even before the night banquet, Hua Xinyang will be worried of people plotting to steal the Dark Knight Diary. The moment she decides to move it from its hiding spot will be the moment we strike. Everyone was shocked. None of them had expected Xia Fei to strike before the auction and not after. It was simply too insane. It must be said that there were now an innumerable pairs of eyes trained on the night banquet inn. Even if Xia Fei managed to get his hands on the diary, he would definitely be targeted and hunted, especially the moment he attempted to leave with it. The ever-silent Xia Dian bit his lower lip, the expression on his face grimmer. If too many people chased them, Xia Dian could very well end up being taken to task as the sharpshooter who would secure their retreat. Without a word, Xia Dian silently removed all his possessions that could identify him as a Sky Wing, tossing them all into a spatial ring and handing everything over to Xia Gong. Xia Dian was not afraid of death. As a Sky Wing, Xia Dian had long cultivated an awareness toward his own mortality. He was only afraid that people might identify him as part of the Sky Wing clan after dying, and that would just direct their aggression toward the fiendish blade. Out of everyone involved in this operation, Xia Gong was likely the only one who could safely escape, which was why Xia Dian had handed over all his belongings to him, leaving himself with just the weapons and a handful of origin crystals. A Skywing warrior was not just an expert when it came to group battles. Their combat literacy was also honed to the extreme. There was no dissent from anyone as Xia Fei gave them their assignments. Xia Guanghai and the others all made their necessary preparations wordlessly. Xia Dian nodded to everyone after he was done, which was a goodbye in itself, and then exited the room with a severe expression on his face, going straight for the ambush location Xia Fei had arranged. Xia Guanghai chuckled. Well, I should leave now too. Keep an eye on your compass. I'll be giving you a ring the moment I hear anything. Xia Fei nodded. A sudden thought came to him, and he asked cluelessly, Oh right, just what exactly does the white flamingo he gave me do? Xiaka said that I can use it as my final trump card, but he didn't tell me what exactly it does. Xia Guanghai pursed his lips. I'm not qualified to have one. Why would you ask me that question? With that, Xia Guanghai departed carefreely, leaving just Xia Gong, Xia Fei, and Oro in the room. Xia Fei could tell that Xia Gong was feeling a little nervous. As a searcher, it was important for him to have a keen neural response. It was his heightened sensitivity that made him a better law of search practitioner compared to the others. He lacked the seasoned nerves that Xia Fei or Xia Guanghai possessed, who could sleep without any care even in the middle of a battle. With a flick of his wrist, Xia Fei handed over 300 grade 7 origin crystals over to Xia Gong. This sum was enough for him to purchase 3 entry tickets for the 100-flower chamber. Thought Xia Fei planned to strike before the auction and snatch away the Dark Knight Diary from Hua Xinyang. He figured that it was best to prepare a backup plan. In the event that she did not fall for the scheme, he would have to wait and make his attempt during or after the auction instead. Just as Xia Gong left, Oro anxiously asked, Everyone has been given an assignment. What about me? Xia Fei lit a cigarette and laughed. You're the ranger, filling in wherever the need of additional reinforcement arises. After all, you're far more experienced than all of them put together, making you the best choice as our shortstop. While Oro verbally complained that he was ill-suited for the job as shortstop, claiming it was Xia Fei's speciality rather than his own, he was actually feeling delighted inside. Given how a ranger would have to be the most capable, Oro's assignment here as the ranger just went to show how greatly Xia Fei valued Oro. Along with the last bit of vagueness in his heart being lifted, the old demon now saw Xia Fei in a favorable light. It was a great change of hearts. Xia Fei had quietly chipped away at Oro's wariness toward him, having successfully thawed the Lionheart Emperor until he was finally standing on his side. After the meeting ended, Xia Fei made his way to the exchange with Oro. The latter asked in puzzlement, "The clan already gave you a hefty number of crystals, so what else do you need to exchange for?" Xia Fei smirked. "Well, grade 7 origin crystals are highly sought after right now, the rate having already gone up to 1:1,000. I think that this is the perfect time for me to buy things using the crystals I have on me." Oro was surprised, but soon snickered gleefully. Everyone's in a rush to acquire more origin crystals, willing to sell off precious treasures for cheap. You're essentially taking advantage of this fire sale to sell crystals for a tidy profit after the auction ends. Shaking his head, Oro looked at Xia Fei excitedly. "You truly have the makings of an unscrupulous businessman." Xia Fei was unamused. "What do you mean makings of? I've always been an unscrupulous businessman." Night Banquet Inn, Penthouse. This was where the owner of the inn, Hua Xinyang, lived. The decorations were luxurious and comfortable, in a seemingly religious design. The beads adorning the walls were like eyes gazing at those in the room, while a huge and abstract mural of chaos could be seen on the ceiling, which seemed to depict the chaotic state of the universe when it first came to be. A woman had on a pair of embroidered slippers as she lay in a massage table. 2 tanned and muscular men were currently giving her a massage. A straw was even wedged between her lips, letting her drink fine wine sans needing to get up. This scene was somewhat unbelievable, given how this mature lady was none other than the famous level 3 law god, Hua Xinyang, one of the only 3 female law gods in the law realm. No matter how one looked at it, she just seemed like a pampered woman who hardly knew a day of work in her life. Hua Xinyang sipped on her drink as she softly asked, "There are still 12 hours left before the auction begins. How many people are downstairs at this point?" There was a sheer curtain behind the bed, and the vague outline of a person could be made out standing beyond it. The room was dimly lit, so if one did not look closely, they might not notice that someone was actually there. Over 50,000 have gathered, and more than 60% of them are warriors, this veiled figure replied in a deep voice. Hua Xinyang frowned slightly. "So few people." The figure replied, "The news has spread far too quickly. I believe the important clans, which are keeping their identities hidden, will likely hurry over only at the final juncture." "Humph." Hua Xinyang raised an eyebrow as she ambiguously huffed. "Identity. I'm afraid those people only have their identity left. In any case, you must keep an eye out for things. We've got quite the task ahead of us. Those above want 10,000 heads. An exchange rate of 1:1,700. Oro was stunned. He stared at the screen outside the exchange center and whistled. "Oh my god, that's a historically record-breaking rate." Saying this, he saw as the numbers on the screen jumped up, increasing to 1,750. "That's too gross. The night banquet exchange is practically making us puke blood," a round-faced old man yelled in his shock. "It can't be helped. The entire law realm is in a mad scramble for grade 7 origin crystals right now. I heard that the rate in the demon race has reached 1:1,400, not too far a difference from the night banquets. Looks like we can only sell our stuff. I wonder how much I can get for the few trinkets of my clan, which have been passed down for generations. You can forget about it. Being able to get half their price is considered decent enough as it stands." Discussion was rife among the crowd, and Oro whispered into Xia Fei's ear, "They've all gone mad, stark raving mad. Everyone has practically emptied their familial coffers, all for the sake of acquiring the Dark Knight Diary. You stopping your clan from participating in this auction was definitely a prudent decision. Obtaining the Dark Knight Diary through the auction will really be injurious to any clan." Xia Fei smiled with a twinkle in his eyes. "Now, I only hope that the price will become as crazy as possible so that we can gain the greatest profit from the least cost." This was when they heard a sudden and loud explosion coming from outside the window. A glaring ball of flame shot toward the sky as countless screams of battle and wild winds whipped up a storm. The people in the exchange center hurriedly ran over to the closest windows to them, peering out in puzzlement. Due to how far the commotion was from where they were, they could not make out what was actually happening, though they were rather certain that a large-scale altercation was underway. "This must be Xia Guanghai's doing. That rascal sure has a few tricks up his sleeves," having already fanned the flames among the groups lying in wait outside the night banquet this fast. Oro said excitedly. Xia Fei nodded. You underestimated Xia Guanghai. He's 2 years older than Xia Zonghai, yet he has already reached level 8 Law Sage. He's a genius, a very powerful kind to boot. With him here, he's bound to turn the area around night banquet upside down in these 12 hours before the auction starts. Oro pouted and stared at Xia Fei. If you consider Xia Guanghai to be a powerful genius, then won't that make you an almighty genius? Xia Fei ignored that statement and maintained his serious expression. Let's go. Everyone's doing their best. We're not about to dawdle. Secret exchanges were being held under the table. Xia Fei was using the currency he had on hand with the people in the crowd eager to trade. Take it easy out here. I won't be seeing you off. Xia Fei flashed a smile as he bid farewell to a downcast elderly gentleman. The old demon lord-eyed Xia Fei's spatial ring, his pupils sparkling. I can't believe it. You've actually only spent 150,000 grade 7 origin crystals on a ton of Miletus alloy. Were this sold at any other time, it'd be worth $1 million. That's almost 6 times the original price, and with interest. You're rich now, Xia Fei. Miletus alloy was invented by a celestial artificer in the Law Realm who went by the name of Miletus. Combining the Law Realm's over 1,700 types of most precious metal had produced the greatest metal known to man. It was said that weapons forged with Miletus were capable of cutting light itself. While it was clearly an exaggeration, it was nevertheless a clear indication of just how sharp the metal was. This superalloy, which was rarely found in the open, had actually been bought for a cheap price by Xia Fei. This was a super worthwhile transaction. In just a short while, Xia Fei had already bought items worth almost 2 million grade 7 origin crystals, while only spending 300,000 grade 7 origin crystals. It was a really huge profit margin. Outside, Xia Guanghai's harassment continued. He used his unbelievable speed to lure the others into where their rivals or nemeses were entrenched. Such a gathering involved the 5 superpowers, which were from the God race, Demon race, Guardians, Rebels, and the mercenary groups of the exiled grounds respectively. If a grudge existed between 2 clans that belonged to the Demon race, perhaps a fight would not break out in the open, but if a clan from the Demon race met an opposing clan from the God race, then all bets were off. These powerful forces had fallen foul with one another all these years, and the animosity they shared ran quite deeply. Take the Skywings as an example. If Xia Fei came here while bragging about him being a Skywing, there was no telling just how many enemies he would end up bumping into. After all, the Skywing clan was too powerful, and countless people had been felled by this fiendish blade. Fortunately, Xia Fei, Xia Guanghai, and the others had already disguised themselves, which was how they avoided running into such glut of trouble. Nothing. Are you certain? Xia Fei asked doubtfully while hiding in a corner. Xia Geng nodded firmly. I am absolutely positive. The Dark Knight Diary must be hidden in someone's spatial ring. A law god whose expertise lies in the law of space may be able to detect it, but I can't. Xia Fei mulled over the new information for several seconds before saying to Xia Geng, return to the room and resume the search. Inform me the instant there's new development. Usually, the item on auction needs to be openly displayed before the actual event and won't be arbitrarily kept in a spatial ring so as to prevent any potential counterfeiting. As such, unless Hua Xinyang has no intention of selling the Dark Knight Diary, there's really no way to explain why she's doing things this way. Xia Geng turned to leave, while Xia Fei leaned on a corner of the wall and lit up a cigarette. A foreboding began to well up inside him. Xia Fei. Oro poked his head out from the crowd as he waved his arm animatedly, calling Xia Fei over. Xia Fei snuffed out the cigarette with his foot and strolled over. What's the matter? There's something good. You'll know what I mean once you see it for yourself. Oro deliberately suppressed his voice and whispered. Joining the crowd, he saw an elder going in the opposite direction of the night banquet while muttering under his breath, 100,000 grade 7 origin crystals? Might as well go beg on the streets. No way I'm making the trade for that amount. This elder was evidently feeling very aggravated, which was not an unusual sight, given the circumstances. Because of how good business currently was, the night banquet's exchange center was constantly lowering its prices of goods. There were, thus, many who could not stand the alarmingly low prices of goods and decided not to make the trade after all. Xia Fei and Oro silently followed this elder and only stopped him after he reached the corridor. Xia Fei offered a fisted salute before he very courteously asked, "Venerable elder, would you be so kind as to show me the item you've got?" The elder, who was slightly stunned, inquired, "Do you wish to buy my white tiger soul meteor?" Xia Fei chuckled. "Of course, I do have that wish. Please be at ease. I'm not like the unscrupulous exchange center of the night banquet. I am open to negotiation." Xia Fei made sure to lower his posture adequately, while Oro, who was beside him, showed an equally friendly countenance. Only then did the elder sigh and take out a white tripod from inside his spatial ring. The mysterious tripod was pearly white and well over 2 meters, running 1 meter in diameter, looking like a very huge and impressive cannon. Xia Fei was abruptly shocked, for he recognized this thing. It was identical to the Grand Ancestor's Azure Dragon Soul Meteor. It was a typical super energy cannon that had an origin crystal as base, a powerful weapon that would blast the heavens apart. Whoosh! The elders stored the white tiger soul meteor away after Xia Fei saw it, and said, "The patriarch was adamant that we participate in tonight's auction, and my fellow clansmen and I brought out the items from our inner stores for exchange. Selling the other items for cheap is fine, but this white tiger soul meteor is a super energy cannon that can fire from a range of well over 1 light year. The people at the exchange center were only willing to fork out 100,000 grade 7 origin crystals for it. That's practically daylight robbery." Without a word, Xia Fei agreed with the elder as he attempted to foster camaraderie with him, agreeing with what the elder had said even as he secretly pondered on just why this white tiger soul meteor looked so much like the Grand Ancestor's precious Azure Dragon Soul Meteor. This was when Radix's voice echoed in his mind. According to data, the Skywing clan also has a similar energy cannon called Azure Dragon Soul Meteor. Originally, it's a pair with this white tiger soul meteor. Xia Fei was surprised and asked, "The 2 energy cannons are a pair?" Radix continued speaking. "I have access to plenty of the God Race's database. From what I can remember, the Azure Dragon Soul Meteor has a violent characteristic, possessing unstoppable power, and is good for large-scale AoE attacks. Meanwhile, the White Tiger Soul Meteor is a super long-ranged sniping weapon, able to strike from as far as 1 light year. So it's also very formidable?" Xia Fei asked. Radix scoffed. "But of course, killing someone from 1 light year away, how is that not impressive?" More importantly, Radix emphasized, with the Azure Dragon on the left and the White Tiger to the right, these 2 super energy cannons, the wielder's combat strength increases by several-fold. Absolute devastation will then ensue. Penthouse. Hua Xingyang was no longer lazing about like before. Instead, with her disheveled hair akin to a lioness's royal mane, she clutched her wine glass as vengeance glinted in her eyes that were gazing outside the window. "Just what's going on out there? They dared to fight on yours truly's territory. Are they not aware that the night banquet is a restricted area?" Hua Xingyang set her glass down with a slam as she cursed, her expression livid. Behind the sheer curtain, that figure shrouded in darkness spoke. "Someone is secretly provoking the other forces to fight. He's someone really powerful, and we've been unable to apprehend him thus far." Hua Xingyang was momentarily startled, and she leaped up to her feet and let out a shrill cry. "If none of you can do it, I will." The figure in darkness softly interjected, "Xingyang, this person, who is flitting about the place like a ghost, is very close to reaching the law god tier. You're a warrior cultivating the law of matter, not any kinesis type or speed type practitioner. You won't be able to catch this one even if you do the catching yourself." Hua Xingyang ground her teeth, but did not say a word in rebuttal. Specialization existed in technical professions, and the Skywings were all speed experts. Even though Hua Xingyang had a level 3 law god, she was still helpless when it came to capturing Xia Guanghai. Besides, this was what Xia Guanghai had been doing since young, never leaving any trace behind. After a pause, the figure in the dark spoke again. "Xingyang, it's actually not a bad thing for these minnows to fight among them in the net. Didn't the ones above ask for 10,000 law overlord heads? Well, several hundred have already fallen at this point. When the auction begins, this number is bound to increase by tenfold." Hua Xingyang shook her head. The difference between 100,000 and several thousands is too big. Of course, it's good that some have died, but that'll only harm the fundamental interest of the night banquet, which is our reputation. The reason why night banquet still stands even to this day is that I, Hua Xingyang, am a woman of my word. As such, no one dares to cause trouble on my turf. If I don't snuff out this upstart, I'll surely suffer backbiting from others. Hearing this, the figure chuckled and mused. Xingyang, you clearly know that night banquet will at most last till midnight before it disappears forever. Why bother with its reputation? The way I see it, having them kill one another is an excellent development, as that saves you the trouble of having to do the deed yourself. Hua Xingyang hesitated for a good while before collapsing onto a sofa and sighing. Her eyes drifted to the clock hanging on the wall as she muttered, "The night banquet is my life's work. To think that 7 hours is all that remains of it." Hua Xingyang lifted her glass, raised a toast to the wild warriors outside, and said, feeling heavy-hearted, "A bunch of simpletons." The Dark Knight Diary does indeed contain records about the dark life forms and on how to deal with them, but getting hold of it is as good as receiving the vilest curse in the universe. It would haunt one for the rest of their life. Ha 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 ha. Hua Xingyang cackled madly as if she had lost her mind. There were still 7 hours until midnight. After a round of haggling, the super long-ranged, handheld energy cannon, White Tiger Soul Meteor, had been acquired by Xia Fei for the price of 300,000 Grade 7 origin crystals. Xia Fei happily stroked the White Tiger Soul Meteor. Without a doubt, the White Tiger Soul Meteor, capable of insta-killing targets with its range of 1 light year, would become a powerful hidden trump card of his from here. Even more of a joyful coincidence was the fact that White Tiger Soul Meteor and the Grand Ancestor's beloved Azure Dragon Soul Meteor were a pair. The Azure Dragon on the left and the White Tiger on the right. When both cannons were combined, they would be unstoppable. Maybe just one of the two energy cannons alone would be valued at about 2 million Grade 7 origin crystals, but with both combined, it definitely was a super killing weapon worth an astronomical amount. An indispensable weapon. The Elder gave a final, longing look at the White Tiger Soul Meteor after receiving the crystals and sighed. There's no way we would empty our stores if not for our desire to learn the secrets behind the Dark Knight Diary. With that said, the Elder turned and left without any regrets. Quietly stashing the White Tiger Soul Meteor, a deep furrow appeared on Xia Fei's forehead. This is great. The White Tiger Soul Meteor is indisputably a powerful weapon, killing enemies from a distance of 1 light year. Just the thought of this excites me. Oro was so thrilled that his entire face went red. You've lucked out a lot this time. However, Xia Fei shook his head, doubtful. Did that Elder mention a secret regarding the Dark Knight Diary just now? Is that encyclopedia, which serves as a guideline about dark life forms, perhaps hiding something else that we have no idea about? Oro shrugged casually. There's actually another version of the legend. Back then, the law god Zex Sin didn't only become friends with the Dark Life Form King. He also discovered the treasure that the Dark Life Forms were hiding, writing about it on the Dark Knight Diary. That's why the Dark Life Forms relentlessly chased him all the way to the Law Realm. They're determined to retrieve the diary even at the cost of engaging in a large-scale war with the Law Realm. Xia Fei felt stunned when he heard this and began mulling about the matter. This was when Radix chimed in. What Oro said has merit. There are many versions of the legend. There's even one about Zex Sin had stolen the Dark Life Form King's wife, which was of course demonstrably false. Oro and Radix did not seem to care about the legend. Given how long ago it had happened, the truth could not truly be verified. Still, Xia Fei did not share in their sentiment. The main characteristic of legends and rumors is how indistinguishable truth is from lie. What if the secret treasure of the Dark Life Forms was truly recorded in that Dark Knight Diary? Both Oro and Radix became somewhat nervous when they heard this. When the truth was made false, and the falsehood became the truth, the line between lies and truth could become blurred. This was exactly what made rumors and legends so fascinating and also what made them scary. That would be terrible, Oro said with a frown. Sapient life forms are all greedy. If the Dark Knight Diary has another value, who knows whether other clans will scheme to get their hands on it or not. We'll be drawn into this vortex of unpredictability. Back in his room, Xia Fei anxiously tried to contact Xia Guanghai. What's the matter? All he saw was Xia Guanghai staying hidden underneath a jujube tree, smiling at Xia Fei. I was in the middle of having fun here. These people are really dumb, letting me lead them everywhere by their noses. It's quite cute, actually. Xia Guanghai was this sort of person, able to chat carefreely even while in the middle of an arduous battle. Xia Fei spoke sternly. Have you discovered anything as you provoked the various sides to fight? Anything strange? Xia Guanghai was quite taken aback by this line of questioning. He lowered his head and contemplated for a while before whispering. There's indeed something strange. I feel that Hua Xinyang's men are slowly decreasing. At first, every time I caused some mayhem, there would be a large number of the night banquet guards coming to stop things. Now, their numbers are getting fewer and fewer, and it seems that they're not exactly willing to stop the fighting. This is very abnormal. Hua Xinyang values her reputation greatly. Her reputation will naturally take a hit with such a large-scale pandemonium happening in the vicinity of the night banquet. It shouldn't be too much for her to show up, just so she could keep the peace and order, not to mention the fact that she's reducing the number of guards in the surroundings. Xia Fei fell silent, using several seconds to think. You can stop provoking the various clans to fight anymore. I want to know the truth about this planet, and if there's a worm hidden in its core, I want you to find it and dig it out. Xia Fei commanded grimly. Xia Guanghai nodded wordlessly. Xia Fei was the leader of the operation, so though he was relatively new to the clan, everyone had a clear idea of the power he wielded. Snap! Turning off the screen, Xia Fei went to look for the search specialist Xia Geng once more. There have been changes to the situation. Aside from searching for the Dark Knight Diary, you will now keep a close eye on every move that Hua Xinyang makes. Xia Fei gave the order. Xia Geng was very surprised as he asked in puzzlement. Hua Xinyang has a law god cultivation with exceptionally keen instincts. I may get discovered by her if I do that. Xia Fei chuckled. While she's a law god, the same can't be said for those beside her. Xia Geng's eyes gleamed as he nodded. That's a good idea. I understand what you're saying. All I have to do is occasionally scan Hua Xinyang, while I devote the rest of my attention to guards around her. With their cultivation, there's definitely no way that they can sense when someone's watching them. Xia Fei said, That's exactly what I was getting at. You and Oro shall remain here. I'm going out for a stroll. Where to? Both Oro and Xia Geng asked at the same time. Around. Oh right. Oro, you still have other business to attend to, so why don't you use this time to make contact? Xia Fei was referring to the matter of Oro infiltrating the Guardians' midst. There were plenty of Guardians who had taken up residence in the night banquet today, so if Oro could get himself recommended and acquire the trust of these people, he would stand a better chance at joining the Guardian faction. Whoosh! The Gemini started with a roar. Xia Fei took this fastest warship in this part of the universe for a spin around the planet that the night banquet was situated on, expanding the range as time went by. Xia Fei, just what are you trying to do here? Radix asked, his curiosity piqued. Xia Fei replied nonchalantly. I have a hunch that tonight won't go down peacefully. With extreme speed, he discovered quite a few moles hidden in the various major clans, but he did not uncover any satisfactory answer. Hua Xinyang is no ordinary woman, and her actions today have left everyone baffled. They're completely misaligned with how she conducted business before. Most people won't so easily let go of the Dark Knight Diary once acquired, yet Hua Xinyang has actually gone ahead to auction it off. Also, she's not afraid of letting the entire realm know, openly auctioning it. Xia Fei muttered to himself. Perhaps Hua Xinyang know how naughty the Dark Knight Diary is and doesn't want to risk keeping it. Radix reasoned. Xia Fei's expression went cold as he grimly proposed. There's another possibility. Hua Xinyang is using the Dark Knight Diary as bait, luring everyone to eliminate them altogether. Whoosh! Xia Fei ended his investigation of the conventional space and immediately crossed over to the dark space. Little Goldie, which had already heard Xia Fei's call, patiently awaited his arrival. The dark space was just like the conventional space, with its countless channels that led to anywhere in the universe. It was like a wall. As long as one broke it, they would achieve the ability to be anywhere anytime. Xia Fei was worried about being ambushed, which was why he did not forget to check the dark space. Little Goldie somewhat gingerly pointed its head to the left, where there was a pitch-black channel, wide, and endless. Not good. Little Goldie has discovered enemies nearby, and they're formidable enemies to boot. With little Goldie's strength, it won't hesitate if it's just some common riffraff. Radix wailed. Demonic chrysalises were more perceptive than humans when they were in the dark space. On its left, little Goldie had sensed something that was definitely worthy of its attention. Leave this place first and wait for my order. Xia Fei pointed in the opposite direction and got little Goldie to retreat. After all, with its huge size, Xia Fei would have trouble moving agilely if he let it follow him. Furthermore, he could move like a ghost without the demon chrysalis, making most people be unable to catch him and providing him with the best chance to scout things out. Whoosh! The war armor, Sinraksha, supported Xia Fei greatly in this endeavor. War armor of its grade similarly allowed their users to shuttle through as if they could really fly even in the dark space. Going at a speed over 1,000,000 meters per second, Xia Fei could shuttle through the dark space without making any sound or leaving any trace in his wake. About half an hour later, Xia Fei had managed to hide himself behind a fragment of metal alloy floating in space. His eyes were currently filled with shock. This was because an army had appeared from within one of the wide dark spaces channels. Indeed, it was an entire army, and it was fully composed of dark life forms. Ocular cognition. Xia Fei's ocular cognition perfectly served its function given the distance. The power of the complete Beast Spirit Codex was unparalleled, so Xia Fei's ocular cognition was many times more impressive than before. Sapient life forms. There are actually sapient dark life forms who have managed to make their way here. Radix was stunned. Aside from those large toads that Xia Fei had seen in the past, there were many armor-clad warriors in this army. Their suits of armor were pitch black, as were their skin and eyes. They had sharp, eagle-like talons for hands, which were presently holding weapons. Their numbers was not lower than 1,000,000. Sapient dark life forms are the true main force of those things. From their equipment right down to their aura, they ought to be a well-trained army. Who could imagine that the vanguard army of the dark life forms has already gotten so close to the law realm? Radix yelped. Dark life forms were also segregated by tiers, and the fragile crawling organisms were considered the lowest out of the lot, akin to a law warrior of the law realm. Meanwhile, the giant monsters were comparable to beast kings, and those a bit stronger could even be considered divine beasts. As for this army, its bulk was equivalent to a law overlord warrior. They were not only savage, but also quite intelligent. Whoosh! After Xia Fei had discerned the situation, he retreated in a flash. Radix was curious. Since you've discovered the majority of the enemy's army, why aren't you keeping track of them? Xia Fei shook his head. No need. From the speed at which they are advancing, I can deduce that they'll arrive at the rear of the night banquet exactly at midnight. Radix was startled and howled. Midnight. That's the time when the auction of the Dark Knight Diary will begin. When the auction starts, a large dark life form army will reach the night banquet. There must be a conspiracy here. Xia Lianing yelled the moment he heard Xia Fei's report. Xia Fei answered, I'm afraid that's not the most devious part. Hua Xingyang must be in cahoots with the dark life forms, or else there'd be no way that the enemies could have calculated the timing so accurately, right down to the second. Everyone had better not forget that the founders are backing Hua Xingyang. The entire room was petrified the moment those words came out. Xia Ku and Xia Lianing were completely dumbfounded, as Xia Fei had put forth a most incredible conjecture. Could the founders not be reliable as well? These were experts with no equals, the ones who had established the law realm. It was simply unimaginable that they were involved with the dark life forms, too. Both Xia Ku and Xia Lianing had been shocked to the point that they tethered off to madness. Xia Ku finally managed to compose himself after a brief pause, and he gravely asked, Xia Fei, the Grand Ancestor has designated you as the leader of this operation. What are your thoughts? With his patented smirk, Xia Fei hissed in a low voice, Let them create the chaos they seek, while we shall snatch what we want. Since a single diary is included in such a grand conspiracy, it just shows how important it truly is. No matter how messy this situation has gotten, we Skywings must be the ones to control our fate. The Dark Knight Diary can only fall into our hands. We'll kill whoever gets in the way. I couldn't care less about the lives of others. Xia Ku and Xia Lianing were both shocked to hear Xia Fei's remarks, and they eyed him with suspicion. "I'll stand tall in the face of precarious wind and rain," Xia Fei declared with conviction. "The law realm has already descended into further chaos, and it'll be very difficult to figure out the levels of conspiracies and conundrums in play. However, as long as we can succeed in what we set out to do, no one will be able to contain us. Since we need the Dark Knight Diary, no matter who we go up against, no matter how complex a backing they have, we'll just go ahead and accomplish it. The first step is to kill anyone impeding us, and the second step is to acquire the Dark Knight Diary. It's that simple." What a domineering declaration. Quoting the saying, "I will stand tall in the face of precarious wind and rain," showed the absolute confidence he had in his decision. Indeed, Hua Xinyang's actions were suspicious. As for the closing in Dark Life Form Army, it was soul-stirring. Nonetheless, how did either concern the Skywings? All they needed to do was accomplish the task at hand, and it did not matter how many people died or planets got destroyed in the process. Acquiring the Dark Knight Diary was their foremost priority. Xia Ku and Xia Lianing exchanged glances. After sharing their respective view on this, Xia Ku nodded. "You're right, Xia Fei. We were overthinking things and failed to identify the nature of the problem accurately. You may decide on what to do with this operation." Xia Fei did not shirk his responsibility, closing his eyes and making several more inferences. Several minutes later, Xia Fei promptly opened his eyes and said, "By my calculations, the Dark Life Form Army should arrive from behind the night banquet the moment the clock strikes 12, but they won't be making their move and will, instead, get into formation first, in preparation for the impending battle. Dark life forms' thoughts aren't as complex as humans. They should take somewhere between 90 to 105 seconds to relay simple instructions. After that, we should expect supersized dark life forms blasting through the barrier between the conventional space and the dark space. This time, they've brought as many as 12 giant dark life forms. If they all attack at the same time, it'll only take them 15 to 20 seconds to break through, creating a wide hole in the process. At the same time, the security team hired by the night banquet and the bodyguards from the various clans will realize that something is amiss and subsequently report it to their respective patriarchs. Taking into account the difference in difficulty of language, they'll be able to do so in 30 seconds. 3 possible situations may occur at this time. If Hua Xinyang is really in cahoots with the dark life forms, she'll depart before they seize control of the site. After all, to slay everyone in the night banquet, they'll first have to sever the connection between the spatial compass and the spatial traversal array. Everyone who leaves prior to this can very well be the orchestrator of this conspiracy, someone that can be holding onto the Dark Knight Diary. The second situation, Xia Ku and Xia Lianing were left completely speechless. Xia Fei had calculated every single step right down to the bones, and the time he took to calculate was just seconds. Changes at every second were all within his projection. It must be said that this was a grand battle that might involve more than 1 million warriors. Xia Fei had made precise calculations without any omission, leaving Xia Ku and Xia Lianing's mouths wide open. And as he continued speaking, both were awed to a point where neither had anything to add. In any case, we'll need to mobilize the combat prowess of 15 Lost Sages that have a speed of more than 1 million meters per second at least. We'll also need a ranger, who will be the lone wolf. Xia Fei concluded. Smack. Xia Ku and Xia Lianing's mouths only snapped shut at this point, as the two stared right at Xia Fei. What? Are there any problems? Asked Xia Fei in his puzzlement, unclear on why they were looking at him so peculiarly. No, absolutely nothing at all. The 2 peak Lost Sages immediately waved their hands dismissively. Good. Just have everyone set up in the positions I mentioned. We'll definitely not let the Dark Knight Diary fall into anyone else's hands other than ours this time, Xia Fei said firmly. Bzzt. Closing the screen, Xia Fei left to make arrangements toward the interior of the night banquet, while leaving Xia Ku and Xia Lianing responsible for coordination. After a brief pause, Xia Ku turned over to Xia Lianing. I'll say this, Xia Fei is possibly the most formidable strategist in our clan. This plan of his is simply too frightening. Xia Lianing shook his head repeatedly as he let out a bitter laugh. He's not a strategist, he's practically a mastermind. In the blink of an eye, It was almost midnight. A throng of people had arrived at the night banquet. People rapidly gathered to the 100 Flowers chamber on the 3rd floor. Some chatted and joked, while others counted the funds they had on hand. Not one of these souls had any idea of the impending doom. It's a good thing that no one from the Lionhearts has participated in this auction. My mind would be filled with unease otherwise, Oro quietly said. At this very moment, they were standing at a corner not too far from the entrance to the 3rd floor, carefully observing the crowd. Meanwhile, Xia Geng had his 2 eyes shut tightly as he tracked down the information Xia Fei needed. Xia Fei nonchalantly asked, "The Lionhearts are also considered a super clan under the demon race, more than capable of acquiring the Dark Knight Diary. Why haven't they sent anyone here then?" Oro chuckled. "We, Lionhearts, are different from you humans. We aren't interested in such things. We focus solely on the things right before us, so unless there's enough proof regarding the value of the Dark Knight Diary, there's no way we'll seek to join in the fun." Xia Fei pursed his lips and said nothing. There were many different sapient life forms in the entire universe, and humans were definitely among the species wrapped up in their fantasy, extremely enthusiastic about the future. Xia Fei himself was a human with much curiosity. "There's movement." Xia Geng kept his voice low as he spoke into Xia Fei's ear. "Hua Xinyang has left her bedroom with her men and is now taking an elevator down." "Where's the Dark Knight Diary?" Xia Fei asked anxiously. "I have yet to find it, but there's a high possibility that it's on Hua Xinyang's person. Perhaps she left her room precisely to deliver the Dark Knight Diary right to the auction held in 100 Flowers chamber." Xia Fei gritted his teeth and rumbled, "I want a concrete answer, not suppositions." One should not be fooled by the harmless smile Xia Fei usually showed or his amiable personality. When it was time for him to act, his attitude would become extremely severe and very decisive. "Understood." Xia Geng hurriedly answered factually after a single look at Xia Fei's expression. He was clearly a lot older than Xia Fei and was also the top search specialist in their clan. Yet Xia Geng still could not help but be taken aback by the pressure Xia Fei exuded when he was the one at the helm, causing his heart to beat in trepidation. "Correction. They're not heading to the 100 Flowers chamber on the 3rd floor, but rather to a spatial gate on the 51st floor." Xia Geng immediately reported to Xia Fei after he discovered which button Hua Xinyang had pushed. "Xia Guanghai, the elevator will need 197 seconds to travel from the 999th floor of the building down to where that spatial gate is. You need to damage the lift according to the method I told you the next instant. Get them to transfer to another elevator. Xia Yezi, you blast apart the gate within 135 seconds, leaving you with at least 70 seconds to escape. Xia Guanghai, elevator control unit, number 334 and spare system number 979. You need to cut the yellow wire inside." Xia Fei spoke fast yet clearly, relaying one order after another. He was not only delegating tasks, he was also imparting them details. A single glance at the night banquet inn's mock-up and Xia Fei had managed to take in every detail, even the serial number of the control unit. Such a heaven-defying ability shocked Oro and Xia Geng greatly. Even Xia Guanghai and Xia Yezi found it unbelievable as they performed their tasks. Kerklunk. The elevator rumbled for a while before coming to a sudden halt. Hua Xinyang frowned ever so slightly as she asked, "What's going on here? Is this sabotage?" "The self-diagnostic system indicates that it's a module failure." "This isn't sabotage," the guard beside her said after examining the display. Every high-tech device had its self-diagnostic system. This was why Xia Fei had told Xia Guanghai a step-by-step method to damage the module, allowing them to leave no trace of their interference. Hua Xinyang immediately used her law of matter to change the structure of the metal, enabling her to take stride right out of the elevator. Xia Geng hastily relayed this latest development to Xia Fei. "Xia Yezi, the situation has changed. Your time to retreat will be readjusted down to 65 seconds. Hang in there." Xia Fei corrected Xia Yezi's step of action. "Relax. Yours truly doesn't even need 60 seconds. Xia Yezi's reply was as intrepid as ever. Just as she said this, a deafening explosion thundered, and a mushroom cloud bloomed in the air. Xia Yezi had unleashed a spatial bomb, which had thrown the planet's space-time constant of the night banquet into disarray. Spatial gates and compasses would all lose their functionality, requiring at least 30 minutes before they could recover. What's happening outside? Hua Xinyang was like an enraged tigress as she barked out this question. Someone has tossed a spatial bomb while in midair and fled. The security guards are already in pursuit, the guard answered in a panic. Hua Xinyang turned back to stare at a young man standing in the corner. He was that figure hidden behind the veil earlier, who had been beside Hua Xinyang. He was presently standing there with folded arms, leisurely leaning into one corner of the elevator, acting as if nothing had happened. Has the plan been brought forward? Hua Xinyang demanded loudly. The young man shook his head. What exactly is going on then? I'm afraid someone that has been keeping an eye on you, replied the young man in an unhurried tone. Who is it that is actually so bold, daring to make a move on this noble lady? The moment Hua Xinyang ground her teeth in fury, the wrinkles on her face inadvertently all appeared. If not for the fact that she was incandescent in rage, there was no way Hua Xinyang would show this ugly side of hers to anyone. This was when that warrior who had been staring at the diagnostic system the entire time suddenly yelped. Xinyang, someone has broken into our warehouse and is currently stealing from our treasury. Hua Xinyang was stunned, and her expression gradually turned savage. She had originally believed that someone was targeting the Dark Knight diary, so she had not expected that someone was attempting to empty out her treasury. The screen display was several seconds delayed, but they saw 3 figures moving quickly and barging right into the treasury as if they were incorporeal spirits, instantly slaying hundreds of the warriors standing guard there before leaving. What dexterous skill! Hua Xinyang's 2 eyes turned ice cold as she spoke. This woman is keen on meeting you all. Kaboom! With unbridled rage, Hua Xinyang battered the wall with her law of matter and forcibly hurtled down from the 1,000-floor building. Meanwhile, that young man shook his head, softly sighing. She's truly a bimbo. Whoosh. The 4 warriors beside him were about to question him why he dared to insult Hua Xinyang when a swath of clear water came shooting out from the young man's sleeve. These warriors were instantly wrapped up, and the 4 became a pool of liquid in the next moment. It was a truly vicious move. The man did not even spare a backward glance at his handiwork after he was done, bolting out from the hole Hua Xinyang had made as he left in the opposite direction of hers, completely unconcerned with the woman's fate. If Xia Fei witnessed this scene, he would definitely recognize that gush of jade blue water as one of the immemorial mystical armaments, capable of crushing bone, the water of resentment. The young man, who had been accompanying Hua Xinyang all that while, suddenly slew the 4 bodyguards and departed right before the midnight chime rang. Meanwhile, Hua Xinyang was busy giving chase to the 3 unknown figures who had looted her treasury. Whoosh! Moving at great speed, Hua Xinyang lived up to her name as a level 3 law god expert. She managed to leave her warriors in the dust as she hunted down her targets alone. Meanwhile, the 3 figures intentionally kept their distance from her, neither too far nor too close, almost as if they were purposely doing this. Once a law adept reached the law god tier, they would possess a superhuman perception. Hua Xinyang had started to sense that something was amiss here. These 3 individuals she kept chasing were evidently speed experts. They were completely capable of leaving her in their wake, yet they chose not to do so. There must be something strange afoot. Speed-type warriors were not frightening. What was frightening? The name Hua Xinyang had suddenly thought of. Skywing. It was the sole clan that had every member cultivating the law of speed. As if they had wings on their backs, they were capable of flying through the stars and the 9 heavens, the demon-sealing fiendish blade. That group of lunatics was bold enough to make enemies with anyone. If this was really a scheme the Skywings had set up, then death would come for her even if she was a level 3 law god. After a pause, Hua Xinyang suddenly came to a halt. Whoosh! The instant Hua Xinyang came to a halt, the 3 figures in front of her turned around and began closing in on her at incredible speeds. They were moving at a speed of more than 1,000,000 per second. Furthermore, there's 7 other figures dashing in from all directions, also moving at speeds above 1,000,000 meters per second. Are you all from the Skywing clan? Hua Xinyang barked out in her rage. A measure of grief and indignation could be heard in her voice. At this point, the truth could not be any clearer. Aside from the Skywing, no other clan out there could send over experts that reached 1,000,000 meters per second of speed and given the tacit coordination they demonstrated, no doubt that this was the legendary lightning wolfpack formation. In the time it took for someone to blink an eye, Hua Xinyang got surrounded by 10 superior law sages, led by Xia Guanghai, from every direction, even from the sky and underground. Hua Xinyang had nowhere to hide. Suppress her. Xia Gunagai pointed at Hua Xinyang and viciously ordered with a wag of his finger. Whoosh! With the Skywing wolf pack striking all at once, they looked no different from a pack of demons without fear of death as they unleashed their inner demons. There was no way for Hua Xinyang to have a chance at retaliating or even explaining herself. Hua Xinyang had every intention of resisting, but a law god who had fallen prey to the Skywing clan's wolfpack formation was no different from a lamb being led to the slaughter. These speed experts did not give her even the slightest chance to do anything. In order to accomplish this insane task, Xia Fei had the most powerful group of clansmen mobilized for this operation. In the first second that Hua Xinyang found herself under attack by the Skywing's 10 superior law sages, the fastest warship in the entire universe, the Gemini, suddenly landed. The wolf pack then proceeded to force the woman into its cargo hold before disappearing without a sound. Lunatics would, of course, act with utmost lunacy. Lunatics that would not cease in what they did until they achieved their goal. Whenever the fiendish blade was unsheathed, it would always go straight for the jugular. This entire operation was the definition of madness. Under the command of the Skywing Wolfpack's lone wolf, Xia Fei, they had actually succeeded in kidnapping esteemed law god Hua Xinyang. The Gemini, guest cabin. What was originally a very cramped warship had 11 experts from the Skywing clan crowding inside. There was also law god Hua Xinyang, making the cabin even more cramped. Several Skywing law sages had no choice but to spread their arms out and hang from the ceiling. The one piloting the warship was the search specialist, Xia Geng. Upon learning that the young man accompanying Hua Xinyang had killed his 4 colleagues and escaped, Xia Fei decisively sent Xia Geng to pilot the Gemini, while Oro informed the Guardians regarding the changes in the situation. The plan was to gain their trust, thereby laying the groundwork for his acceptance into their faction. As for Xia Fei, he went after the young man, who had suddenly made a run for it. Whoosh! Once they struck, the warship rapidly departed. After all, in just a handful of minutes, the Dark Life Form's army would arrive. Why is it you? Where's Xia Fei? Xia Guanghai discovered that they were missing one person and anxiously asked about his whereabouts. Xia Geng's expression went pale as he switched the warship into autopilot, dropping his head and replying, "The young man accompanying Hua Xinyang is extremely suspicious, so Xia Fei decided to investigate." "This," Xia Guanghai croaked. "How could you leave Xia Fei alone at the night banquet?" Aside from Oro, the Skywings had planned to mobilize 15 law sages, with Xia Gunagai leading a 10-man squad into baiting Hua Xinyang and capturing her, Xia Yezi activating a spatial bomb, and Xia Jian in a sniper team of 3 covering their retreat. Everything had gone down exactly as planned, and the execution was done with absolute resolution. However, it was the strategist Xia Fei who ended up tossing everything aside. There was no way Xia Guanghai could be at ease upon learning this. After all, the Dark Life Form's army was swiftly making its way to the night banquet inn. Everyone who remained was in extreme danger. Xia Geng responded with a glum expression. "Xia Fei is the strategist and executor of this operation. How could I go against his order? Besides, you all know what Xia Fei's personality is like. Is there anyone out there who can stop him from doing what he wants to do?" "Well, quickly inform Xia Jian and his sniper team that Xia Fei has yet to retreat. Get them to delay the attack of the Dark Life Form's army as best as they can." Xia Guanghai stomped his foot in frustration and loudly gave the order. With that, Xia Guanghai menacingly tore off the black cloth they had wrapped around Hua Xinyang's head. "Start talking. Just who is that young man with you earlier?" Xia Guanghai interrogated loudly. Hua Xinyang glared at Xia Guanghai and spoke in a sinister voice. "I recognize you. You're from the Skywing clan. You, Skywings, actually dared to lay your hands on yours truly? You're all dead." Slap. Xia Guanghai slapped the law god across her cheek as the last word left her lips, leaving a red imprint of his hand on Hua Xinyang's porcelain skin. "Screw you're dead." Xia Guanghai was worrying about Xia Fei. so he immediately cursed in return. You dared to strike me? Hua Xinyang stared at Xia Guanghai in shock. She had already forgotten when was the last time she had been struck by anyone. It had been a long time since Hua Xinyang made a name for herself, after all, and Xia Guanghai was no different from a junior to her. Being slapped by a junior of the Skywing clan, the affront she felt deep inside could not be described with mere words. Hua Xinyang had a law god cultivation in the law of matter, so there was no way anyone could harm her at all, but the Skywing Wolfpack had her shackled with the broken dragon manacles, which were amazing tools that disabled law usage, making her no different from any ordinary folk, no matter how great her cultivation was. Funk. Before Hua Xinyang could recover from her surprise, Xia Guanghai had sent a kick her way, flying right onto her fairly pretty face. This was a vicious kick. It turned the self-proclaimed beauty, Hua Xinyang, into a crooked jujube. Her mouth of pearly whites became filled with blood. Strike you? If you dare to harm a fellow clansman, yours truly will even kill you. Xia Guanghai spat, not at all showing her any modesty a gentleman would show the fairer sex. Not just Xia Guanghai. After hearing that Xia Fei had remained behind, not one from the Skywing Wolfpack looked friendly, glaring at this woman with anger burning in their eyes. It was only at this point that Hua Xinyang understood the true meaning of the name, demon-sealing fiendish blade. They were indeed a crazy bunch, and there was nothing in this universe that the Skywings dared not do. With a mirthless laugh, Hua Xinyang threw a fierce look back as she spoke portentously. Tai Xiaojun is really formidable. That comrade of yours who remained behind is dead meat. Don't think that you'll be safe after taking away what belongs to me, Hua Xinyang. I may die, but your comrade will entering the grave with me. Xia Guanghai was shocked, as the expression on his face changed greatly. What nonsense! Your treasury's empty to begin with. A look of disbelief appeared on Hua Xinyang's face as she stammered. What? The treasury is empty. That's impossible. It must be Tai Xiaojun. Democrat Minnesota, that treacherous cad. No one would have thought that when Xia Guanghai broke into the treasury of the night banquet and successfully lured Hua Xinyang away, they had also snared the venomous snake Tai Xiaojun. Several minutes prior, Tai Xiaojun did not chase after Hua Xinyang, but went in the opposite direction, instead, heading toward a faraway valley. Quickly, he arrived at the edge before the valley. Looking back at the night banquet and towering into the clouds, Tai Xiaojun remarked in a sinister tone, Xinyang, it's not that I, Tai Xiaojun, don't wish to help you. It's just that you're too stupid, and you only have yourself to blame for that. Smiling, Tai Xiaojun leaped into the valley below, but he soon furrowed his brows. All he saw was a small shuttle parked silently in the valley. He had no idea who was the culprit, but a significantly sized hole was made on the ship's hull, enough to render the warship unusable. The skill of the culprit was perfect, having caused damage to the ship right between its power assembly and its connection system. This was when Tai Xiaojun heard footfalls getting closer to him from behind. The expression on his face changed abruptly as he turned around, only to find Xia Fei coldly staring at him like an intimidating wolf that had found its prey. I'm sorry. I'm afraid that your warship won't be taking off anytime soon, Xia Fei said with a smile. Tai Xiaojun looked around the area before coming to a grand realization. So it's you who attempted to rob Hua Xinyang's treasury. The spatial bomb that had gone off was also your doing, right? Still, why are you here with me if you're after the Dark Knight Diary? You should be looking for Xinyang. Xia Fei was unconvinced. If the items with Xinyang, why would you be running off so quickly? Are you perhaps keeping some secrets on your person? There was a slight change on Tai Xiaojun's face, but it soon returned to normal. Though you guessed that the items with me, that will only matter if you can take it from me. At that very moment, the graceful facade Tai Xiaojun was showing fell off, and he revealed a ferocious expression. Not knowing you're doomed despite the imminent catastrophe, you've already run out of time. Look over there. Lifting his hand, Tai Xiaojun pointed up into the midnight sky. Kaboom! A grand explosion rang out, and a huge hole appeared in the starry night sky, following which, a huge head poked out. Ha ha ha! Tai Xiaojun laughed maniacally as he arrogantly declared, the main attack of the dark life forms has already begun. I can't leave, but neither can you. Xia Fei was surprised. He had only followed his intuition and discovered that this seemingly inconspicuous young man was not that simple. He had never thought that the Dark Knight diary would actually be with this young man. If Xia Fei knew that Tai Xiaojun had actually emptied out Hua Sinang's treasury, he might be in for an even greater shock. The moment the Dark Life Form's army began their assault, they could not be easily stopped. Peculiar changes to the space and sky kept occurring, and soon, there were 12 giant heads spilling out from several holes. There were giant toads, ferocious lizards, and even an eyeless anaconda. They were all sorts of creatures larger than planets. This was when a bellow could be heard from the faraway night sky. It was a stern and terrifying roar. A meteor came instantly streaking down from the sky, as if it were a spear from hell. It instantly pierced through the heads of one of the gigantic dark life forms. Insta-killed. An absolute insta-kill. This was the power of the White Tiger Soul Meteor. Xia Jian of the sniper team had already been given the order, stalling for every possible second for the sake of Xia Fei, who had remained behind. The sniper position was too far, so the Azure Dragon Soul Meteor was ineffective, and all they could rely on was the White Tiger Soul Meteor. On the ground, both Xia Fei and Tai Xiaojun made their move at the same time. Xia Fei took out his demonic blade, Nirvana, as well as Peacock Blue, while Tai Xiaojun unexpectedly released a ball of mysterious water. That's immemorial, mystical armament water of resentment. Don't get hit by that water, or it will ruin your physical body. Radix yelled in Xia Fei's mind. Peacock Blue, water of resentment. Xia Fei and Tai Xiaojun discovered that the other was a wielder of an immemorial mystical armament, too, the moment they took out their respective weapons. Situations tended to unfold in unexpected ways. The unknown Xia Fei and the obscure Tai Xiaojun. What ought to have been a very nondescript clash began in earnest. Bloop. Tai Xiaojun wriggled his palm. An immemorial mystical armament water of resentment suddenly extended out wildly, as if it had exploded in its center. Like a downpour, droplets of jade blue water came shooting out. There were countless droplets being released, and the entire valley was surrounded by the water of resentment. This was the unique characteristic of this water-type immemorial mystical armament. It was pervasive and concentrated or scattered. It was a weapon that could kill whatever it touched. Dodge. As a super-speed warrior, Xia Fei's reaction was, of course, not slow. His footsteps suddenly changed. Crafty approach, after repeated modifications and enhancements, had already evolved to provide Xia Fei with inscrutable footwork. This physical agility, as well as that flicking flash of steps, was simply so dazzling that people would become dazed just by simply trying to follow it with their eyes. Whoosh! Xia Fei was not alone. Furball was also swiftly dodging the relentless assault of the water of resentment, using its little frame to navigate through this downpour nimbly. As this was his first time fighting against a water-type immemorial mystical armament, Xia Fei would of course act cautiously. After all, this was the water of resentment, which was notoriously known as able to destroy everything it touched utterly. A mystical armament that could melt away everything it touched, destroying the very bones of living creatures. Resentment was all that would remain. The water of resentment and Nirvana were in no way alike, but the method they killed was equally violent. The complete eradication of their foe was the ultimate goal. Xia Fei and Tai Xiaojun faced each other several hundred meters apart. The valley around them had been completely changed after being eroded off by the water of resentment's attack. Like the wrinkled face of an old lady, the entire landscape was marred with ditches as a noxious smell pervaded the air. You cannot underestimate the water of resentment in the least. Radix stressed. Xia Fei smiled. I know. That, just now, has been an illusion. Compared to the usual corrosive liquid, the water of resentment can be controlled. He deliberately showed weakness to bait me into acting and then kill me in one blow. Radix nodded anxiously. That's right. Your judgment is very keen, and so is your observation. He has full control of the immemorial mystical armament. If you think it is as simple as just evading the water of resentment's attacks, you'll suffer a huge loss. Xia Fei did not give a response. He could already vaguely sense how wily Tai Xiaojun was, deliberately showing weakness to catch him off guard and kill him thereafter. This was a trick Xia Fei often used. He did not think that Tai Xiaojun would use this same method on him. Of course, Xia Fei would not fall for it. If they went for another round, Tai Xiaojun might demonstrate the true extent of the resentment of water's power. Tai Xiaojun knitted his eyebrows slightly as he exclaimed in surprise. On top of having an immemorial mystical armament with you, do you also bring along the legendary Holy Beast Shatterstar whenever you go out? That's far too strange. This was not the first time someone had said this to Xia Fei. No one understood the truth, either, just how Xia Fei had been able to gather such a gang of fiendishly heaven-defying things around him. Could it be because Xia Fei was even more fiendish than them all? Xia Fei smiled as he softly answered, "You're very strong, too. You've reached peak law sage, I believe." Tai Xiaojun proudly lifted his chin and did not say a word, as if silently agreeing to Xia Fei's assessment. The dark life form's assault did not cease, while Tai Xiaojun adroitly exchanged blows with Xia Fei. The White Tiger Soul Meteor had a very hard time holding out against the attacks on a grand scale, and the army itself was unerringly swiftly making its way through. There were even vanguard troops that had made their way over to Xia Fei. Kaboom! A series of explosions went off as the land stirred. Several small black warships let loose a string of spatial bombs around the night banquet. This time, the contact the night banquet had with the law realm at large had been utterly cut off. Neither spatial compasses nor spatial gates could be used. In truth, the dark life forms had already come prepared. Previously, they erected a wall that cut off the night banquet from the rest of the law realm from afar, but this time, what they had done was a more comprehensive termination of contact. Furball, hold them off. Xia Fei waved his arm out and commanded. Whiz. The size of the Holy Beast Shatterstar rapidly enlarged, and then it fired a violent energy beam, which cut several of the enemies nearest Xia Fei in half. Xia Fei found out, in his astonishment, that these low-tier dark life forms had the ability to resurrect themselves, but the armor-clad Dar life form elites actually lost this ability. Alas, this was by no means good news, for while the higher-tier dark life forms could not bring themselves back to life, they possessed a measure of intellect. They even possessed ranged attacks, which were similar to law power. These enemies seemed to be aware of just how powerful Furball was and kept assaulting with laser beam-like attacks as they continued with their evasive maneuvers, firing out black lasers that normal lasers had never had before. This was the first time Xia Fei had seen such feat with his own eyes. Whoa! Furball, who was anxious, let out a long and piercing howl. Through the magnification function that 8-Tune's Golden Falcon possessed, this roar became a lethal sound wave, and the area it affected extended as far as thousands of square kilometers. Furball had an energy barrier to protect itself, so it was not afraid of the enemy's ranged attacks, but as their numbers increased over time, the battlefield became even more chaotic. Even if he used all of its energy in his 8-Tune's Golden Falcon, he could only keep the million-strong army at bay for so long. The situation was looking dire. Kill. We've been surrounded. Slay these evil dark life forms. With perfect timing, a group of fearless warriors led the charge out from inside the night banquet inn, which drew the majority of the enemies over, thereby alleviating the pressure on Furball significantly. Oro's figure could be vaguely made out among this group of warriors, fighting side by side with some guardians, killing the enemies with ferocity. As a superior law god, the old demon lord was never one who feared death. The moment the law of primal chaos turned him from a lionheart to a human, he was also granted an impressively strong regenerative ability. Even if this body of his got destroyed, Oro would still be back in action after a month's time. Seeing that they were on the verge of being surrounded by the dark life forms, Tai Xiaojun and Xia Fei came to the same conclusion. Finish this fight as fast as possible. Tai Xiaojun wanted to flee with Hua Xinyang's prized collections as well as the Dark Knight Diary, but Xia Fei wanted his life and everything in his possession. With a flick of his hand, Tai Xiaojun pointed at Xia Fei and shouted, "Since you wish to die, I shall grant you your wish. I'll let you know just how powerful the water-type mystical armament is." Whoosh! The two owners of immemorial mystical armaments engaged in combat once more. Sure enough, as Xia Fei expected, Tai Xiaojun used the same method of attack, exploding the center of his water of resentment. The corrosive liquid went flying in every direction. Xiao! A heavy downpour came hurtling towards Xia Fei, but when he got slightly closer, these raindrops magically changed their trajectory. The raindrops, which came pouring down rapidly, increased in speed, turning into 1,000,000 bullets. The heavy downpour had turned into a hail of bullets. But you didn't see that coming. Though it's water, it can actually be controlled, Tai Xiaojun animatedly enthused, making it all the more lethal. Alas, something inexplicable happened before he could even finish speaking. The fiendish blade, Nirvana, indomitably lunged forward. The cross-shaped blade was big, and it moved at such high speed as if it were a large spinning tourbillon. It then used its frame to block a portion of the attack. Radix was controlling the weapon, using his highly advanced mind to calculate the most accurate position by which he could block the most number of raindrops. There was also a second layer of defense behind the fiendish blade, the 4x fused peacock blue. Because it had the addition of the unparting pine, peacock blue was now even sturdier than gold ore. These highly corrosive raindrops might be able to damage its leaves and stem, but it could not truly harm the very essence of the bluegrass. The 6 bluegrass blades danced as they shielded Xia Fei so well, not even the wind could get in. Even if a minute portion of the raindrops did manage to make it through the twin layers of protection from Nirvana and Peacock Blue, it was ultimately not enough to undermine the final layer, the Law God Grade War Armor, Sinraksha. The layered defense using 3 decidedly different methods. Xia Fei could actually hurtle through this bullet storm and close the distance between him and Tai Xiaojun. Xia Fei, this is a very astonishing discovery. The fiendish blade Nirvana can actually absorb the power of the water of resentment. This is too miraculous, Radix exclaimed in shock. Though the droplets of water that struck Nirvana had corrosive effects, Nirvana's ravenous devouring had caused the attack to become weaker and weaker, even to the point of Nirvana forcibly draining a large amount of energy. In the end, the droplets became no different from normal rain. It was almost as if Xia Fei's level was not the only one experiencing a rocket-like improvement, but also the fiendish blade, Nirvana, which was gradually revealing its majesty. Xia Fei was expressionless, using his psychokinetic ability to take control of Nirvana, shoving Radix to a corner mercilessly. Ultimately, Radix was not a warrior, and he lacked the all-important concentration of Xia Fei. Forget about Nirvana absorbing the water of resentment's energy. Even if it exploded right down in the middle, Xia Fei would definitely not be uttering even a sound. The battle was still ongoing, so he must devote his complete concentration to the fight. Nothing that might affect the mood of the battle could appear. Even if the sky fell down, he needed to deal with the enemy in front of him first before anything else. This was what it meant to be a born warrior. Radix was nowhere comparable as a fighter to Xia Fei, which was why the latter had treated the former as a factor affecting the battle and tossed him aside. It was such a profound lesson that Radix paled. He very awkwardly hid himself far away. Indubitably, this was a lesson that he would remember for the rest of his life. Never bother Xia Fei during battle, or else he would not show a lick of face even to this heavenly senior. Kaboom! Nirvana became even more savage after Xia Fei took control of it, its speed increasing once more. The dagger was now a blur spin. Peak Law Sage Tai Xiaojun had evidently underestimated Xia Fei's hidden trump cards. He did not expect that Xia Fei would rely on his 3-layered defense to charge at him, while under the bullet storm assault from the water of resentment. Tai Xiaojun took a hurried few steps backward and linked up his 2 hands, thrusting out both his palms. 13 repeated white wave. Tai Xiaojun bellowed as his index finger wiggled 13 times, forming a white wave of turbulent light with every wag. White wave azure blade, grunted Xia Fei to himself. The Stargazer's white wave azure blade. It was another killing blade under the command of the god race, and its fame was on par with the demon-sealing fiendish blade, yet it was also a very unique existence. This Tai Xiaojun was not only a wielder of immemorial mystical armament water of resentment, he was also someone of the white wave azure blade. Zing! Xia Fei's eyes became very focused. Everyone knew that the most lethal move of the white wave azure blade was not the wave after wave of white luster, which rushed toward the target, but the azure blade edge hidden in these waves. With the large AoE as cover, the white wave in front and the azure blade behind, It was a spectacular display of a hidden blade attack. Crap! Xia Fei suddenly yelped as his two eyes opened in bewilderment. All he saw was an azure knife swiftly flying out, and its target was actually Furball, who was busy keeping the Dark Life Form's army at bay. Furball had his back to the fighting at this moment, as this azure knife streaked across the air like a shooting star, flying right at him. What a sinister fellow! Xia Fei was furious. He unleashed his inner demon sans any restraint. That colorful energy ball in his seventh brain region had also released an unprecedentedly large amount of energy, just like before. Whoosh! With the burst of energy as fuel, Xia Fei's speed instantly broke the 2 million speed barrier. He went dashing over at this unbelievable speed, using Nirvana to block the fatal azure knife. As Xia Fei was doing all this, a rather strange thing happened. Faint outline of a white wing floated on Xia Fei's right side, almost as if someone had stuck a wing on him. You must die today. Xia Fei was already in outrage when he turned around after blocking that attack for Furball. Tai Xiaojuan's expression went completely pale. He had not felt such fear even at the most critical moment earlier. But the appearance of that indistinct wing on Xia Fei's right side shocked Tai Xiaojun so deeply he seemed to have just seen the Grim Reaper. Just what could be the reason for this? Fiendish wing. You're a fiendish wing. Tai Xiaojun blurted out in shock. A skywing must first bear a pair of wings on their back if they aspired to traverse the starry skies and 9 heavens. Xia Fei had inadvertently grown his first wing. Swan wing, feather wing, fly wing, sky wing, and god wing. These nicknames had been passed on from generation after generation in the Skywing clan, and the presence of the word wing in them was not without reason. After they reached a certain level, they would really sprout wings on their back, allowing them flight across the universe and the 9 heavens. Xia Fei, who had started off with a godwing potential, inadvertently grew his first wing during this battle. It shook the heart of the White Wave Azure Blade clan's Tai Xiaojun. This wing was not really a wing, but rather a fantastical transformation akin to a mirage, illusory yet deadly. Tai Xiaojun was of the god 8 Blades, so he was naturally aware about this unique characteristic of the Skywings. Though it was just one illusory wing, it represented endless slaughter. Just what is going on? You're just a level 1 Law Sage. How could you grow a fiendish wing? Tai Xiaojun demanded almost hysterically after he recovered from his shock. At the moment, he was taking several dozen steps back, looking at Xia Fei as if he were a beast of omen. Xia Fei frowned slightly. He had not felt anything different moments prior, though he had also noticed the airflow on his right side, which manifested into the shape of a wing. Just what was the cause of this phenomenon? Xia Fei had no clue. His eyes went cold as killing intent exploded. Tai Xiaojuan's insidious sneak attack on Furball had pushed Xia Fei right over the edge. No matter what happens, you must die. Xia Fei made this declaration of death as his inner demon emanated forth with his raised hand. The next second, he went recklessly charging right toward his target. The expression on Tai Xiaojuan's face changed completely. This time, he could very keenly make out the airflow taking the form of a wing on Xia Fei's right, and it was more vivid now. Even Xia Fei was shocked by this move he made. There was a lightness in his footsteps, which had never been present before, and the speed he achieved was unprecedentedly fast. It was as if everything around him had turned ephemeral and dreamlike. A promotion. I actually got promoted. Xia Fei cheered in his heart. That wing had only appeared at the last second, and the effect was not noticeable. But this time, Xia Fei suddenly felt that he had advanced to the 4th level of the law of speed. Even though he did not use the energy ball in his 7th brain region to accelerate, his speed had actually still reached 2 million meters per second. If he injected more energy to accelerate, Xia Fei could very well break through the major hurdle of 4 million meters per second. A speed of 4 million? Just how would that be like? Even the crazy genius Xia Guanghai, someone who had attained level 6 in the law of speed, only achieved a speed of 4 million meters per second. As for Xia Fei, he had just gotten to level 4 in the law of speed, yet he could already keep pace with Xia Guanghai. There was no other way to describe such a speed than fiendish. So this wing-like manifestation will have such an amazing effect. There's no need to cultivate law force, and one will immediately get promoted. Xia Fei marveled to himself. bemused just by the extent of awesomeness the wing provided. Of course, these thoughts merely flashed across his head. In the middle of a fight, Xia Fei was not one to let errant notions beyond killing intent cloud his mind. Like a ray of light, Xia Fei appeared right in front of Tai Xiaojun with his speed of over 4 million meters per second. It was disgustingly fast. The difference between a speed of 2 and 4 million was an entire fold, and Tai Xiaojun needed to double his own reaction just to keep up with Xia Fei's tempo. Alas, it was too bad that Tai Xiaojun was no devil. How could he achieve such a feat, therefore? Armament protection, Tai Xiaojun shouted. Immemorial mystical armament water of resent instantly enveloped him in layers of water, forming an intricately crafted protective bubble. Protection? You're better off protecting your grandma. Xia Fei cursed. He lifted his right hand behind him, and with nirvana clutched from his back, he swung his arm with great force, treating the weapon as a flying dagger and tossing it outward. No words could describe this level of barbarism. It must be said that this was essentially Xia Fei's utmost expression of his strength with his speed of 4 million meters per second. The impetus of this blow could split a vast sea of stars in half. Nirvana screeched through the air like a banshee, madly tearing apart everything in its path. Squelch. Everything the tip of the dagger sliced through was left in devastating destruction. White Wave Azure Blades Tai Xiaojun, this peak law sage, died just like that. With the sprouting of his wing, not just strength, even Xia Fei's killing intent and inner demon saw insane improvement. A single cut killed Tai Xiaojun. Xia Fei casually extended his arm in midair and retrieved Tai Xiaojun's spatial ring. He then used his consciousness to probe its contents, hoping to find traces of the Dark Knight diary. No way, Xia Fei was stunned as he mumbled under his breath. What happened? Radix was puzzled and hurriedly asked. Not only the Dark Knight diary, there's even a super-tier treasury inside, too. I think that every bit of blood and tears Hua Xinyang has accumulated is in this spatial ring, said Xia Fei in glee. There was only one spatial ring, and inside were tens and thousands of precious treasures, a quantity that was nearly countless. Xia Fei had truly opened his eyes this time. However, he still took the time to take out the Dark Knight diary and have a look. This black metal book the size of a dictionary had this air of mystery to it, which slightly startled Xia Fei, giving him this strange and empty feeling inside. Kaboom! Xia Fei deserved very much to investigate the Dark Knight diary in greater detail right now, but the Dark Lifeforms army had already finished making their transition from the dark space to conventional space, and the scene was fairly chaotic. Xia Fei ended up being the recipient of a series of attacks the moment he stopped moving. Fortunately, he was a speedster that had just reached 4 million meters per second of speed, so evading the attack was not much of a hassle to him. In the distance, immemorial mystical armament water of resentment slowly concealed itself. Now that its master was dead, it should rapidly head back to chaos, floating in the emptiness of space once more until it got discovered by another fated wielder. Don't you dare think to run away, Xia Fei roared, sprinting right over to intercept immemorial mystical armament water of resentment. Reality had proven that the immemorial mystical armaments were the best tools against the dark life forms. After making this discovery during his previous encounter with the dark life forms, every single mystical armament became very important to Xia Fei, so he was unwilling to let even one escape him. With this thought in mind, Xia Fei subconsciously accelerated again, just as the water of resentment got ready to fly off into space like a meteor. Stop it, Peacock Blue, yelled Xia Fei, sending the bluegrass into the air. 6 bluegrass blades surrounded the water of resentment in an attempt to restrain it in place. Too bad that the water of resentment was ultimately liquid, meaning that it could flow freely and pervasively. This mass of water craftily flowed right in the cracks of the grass blades of Peacock Blue. There's no way you can block the water of resentment. It's in liquid form, said Radix to Xia Fei. He was startled, but soon shouted, Since I can't block it, I guess I'll just have to absorb it. Whoosh! Nirvana flew out in one swift motion, burying itself into the water of resentment, desperately absorbing the mystical armament's energy. A warrior needed to demonstrate adaptability. Xia Fei suddenly recalled that the fiendish blade Nirvana had the ability to absorb the energy from this water-type immemorial mystical armament. This was why he suddenly had this idea and did this as a last resort. Since Xia Fei did not have the means to stop the liquid form immemorial mystical armament water of resentment from leaving, he decided to absorb it instead. Ultimately, he wanted to take everything that was good for himself. That mass of water became weaker and weaker. Apparently, as it fought off Nirvana, the water of resentment was slowly losing. At the same time, a beam of black laser was shot from afar. This laser beam seemed to have a gravitational pull, wrapping around the water of resentment as it rapidly sucked it to somewhere far away. Xia Fei narrowed his eyes and looked, only to find that the beam originated from a burly dark warrior, wearing a complete suit of black war armor, which was covered in mysterious patterns. There was no face inside the helmet. All Xia Fei could see was a ball of black smog. It almost seemed like the one in the war armor was not a living thing, but a mass of moving black air. Instead, that strange beam, which had captured the water of resentment, was being shot out his hand, too. Just what ability is that? Xia Fei was somewhat startled as he muttered to himself. Could this be a law power? Absorb it. Absorb it as ruthlessly as possible. Xia Fei barked out this order. Nirvana and that mysterious dark warrior began a struggle to the death, with one intending to make the immemorial mystical armament dry, while the other intent on taking ownership of the water of resentment. Xia Fei was very surprised. He never could have imagined that the dark life form would be so interested in an immemorial mystical armament. Were they trying to vie for ownership over these weapons? 1 beam, 2 beams, 3 beams. More and more mysterious beams shot out and grasped onto the water of resentment tightly. Ultimately, this was an immemorial mystical armament. Even the fiendish dagger Nirvana could not suck dry the water of resentment's energy in such a short time. There was not much time left for Xia Fei. It also seemed like this immemorial mystical armament was about to fall into the hands of the fearsome dark life form. His eyes burned in fanaticism. Xia Fei silently gathered law of primal chaos as his expression turned savage. What are you trying to do here? Radix uneasily asked. The mental state of Xia Fei at this moment was like the devil, which unsettled Radix greatly. I'd rather shatter the jade than give it up. Xia Fei's voice was hoarse. Since I can't have it, no one else can. Kaboom. A speed of 4 million meters per second. Xia Fei was like a rocket, unleashing a palm with the law of primal chaos, directed right at immemorial mystical armament water of resentment. Radix froze. Those dark warriors, on the other hand, were even more distraught. It turned out that Xia Fei was trying to destroy the immemorial mystical armament. This was insane, truly far too insane. In order to prevent the immemorial mystical armament from falling into enemy hands, Xia Fei was willing to destroy it with his own. Instead, he was decisive and left no room for error. There was probably only a handful of individuals in the universe that would attempt such an insane feat. Kaboom. Furball, Nirvana, Peacock Blue, and the law of primal chaos. Xia Fei used his entire arsenal on it. No matter what, he targeted the water of resentment with wave after wave of violent attacks. The dark warriors, on the other side, were anxious to flee, as they let out a shrill howl one after another. A pity that Xia Fei had never been a warrior that would so easily be shaken. Xia Fei's logic had always been to eliminate everything that his enemies wanted to acquire. Even if it was an immemorial mystical armament, there would be no exception. Kaboom. A miracle happened. Through Xia Fei's deranged assault, immemorial mystical armament water of resentment became ruined. Of course, only half of it got ruined, while the other half of the armament had been drained away by Nirvana. Nonetheless, Xia Fei was not the sort to hand willingly over this half of an immemorial mystical armament, especially to his opponents. A huge explosion of red ensued, which made for a beautiful sight. Accompanying this explosion was the destruction of an immemorial mystical armament. Those dark warriors practically bordered on mental breakdown when they saw this explosion. Never in their wildest dream could they have imagined that their enemies would have a fiend like Xia Fei in their midst. Better to die in glory than to live in dishonor. Xia Fei had used reality to prove once more that becoming his enemy was by no means a joyful experience. Even if he could not deal the killing blow, Xia Fei would be able to gross out his opponents through his maniacal ways. Xia Fei's inner demon radiated from his body in full force as he stepped out from the intense flames, like a god ascending from the heavens. The law god wore armor. Sin Raksha's existence meant that he was not even hurt by the flames around him. Wagging his finger with one hand, Xia Fei arrogantly uttered 4 words to the group of shocked and dumbfounded dark warriors. To hell with you. No one could have imagined that, just as immemorial mystical armament water of resentment was well within inches of the dark warrior's grasp, the lone wolf Xia Fei would forcibly snatch it away. He even destroyed it. It was as ferocious as pulling teeth from a tiger's jaw. No way. Did you destroy an immemorial mystical armament? That's a feat that goes against the very law of the universe. Radix bewilderedly exclaimed, his eyes wide as saucers. To hell with that law. This one won't be doing something as stupid as giving my enemy an immemorial mystical armament. Besides, every rule that exists is meant to be broken. If the law of the universe gets in my way, I'll just break it. Xia Fei's 2 eyes gleamed coldly as he broke into a rant. Radix was shocked to his core. Even his immortal soul must abide by the rules of the universe. Yet Xia Fei viewed such rules with absolute disregard. In order to deal a blow to his enemy, he had no qualms in breaking every rule. Whoa! Xia Fei's crazy action had sent the distant dark warriors into a frenzied rage. No doubt that Xia Fei was a very treacherous enemy, the most indomitable enemy. He was the enemy that the million-strong dark life forms army desired to kill the most. Xia Fei was but just one man, yet he had managed to make so many foes grind their teeth in pained anguish. There might not be another in this world that could achieve such a feat. Kaboom! The dark army exploded. They all came charging directly at Xia Fei from afar, intent on taking his life. From the ugly expressions and their gnashed teeth, these warriors had clearly identified Xia Fei as their fated mortal enemy. They would be unable to have a good night's rest if they failed to get rid of him. After all, Xia Fei's insane action was even more cruel than these so-called brutish dark life forms. This was not an evenly matched battle. Every single dark life form present had their weapons pointed right at Xia Fei. It must be said that this was a savage army consisting of 1,000,000 dark life forms. What are you all standing around for? Go get them. Oro was concerned over Xia Fei's safety, so he shouted at the others around him to rally them. However, these warriors, who had been trapped at the night banquet inn, were not flustered in the least. Some even began to contact their clans, while others took this opportunity to leave the planet on board their respective ships. Oro was livid. Forget about the fact that the cosmic gate had not even been broken through yet. If there ever came a day when that gate was no longer able to shelter this side of the universe and the various species residing in it, they would subsequently scatter in the wind. Just how could they possibly deal with those fearsome inverse? Oro gritted his teeth and turned around to charge back into the enemy formation. Alone. Suddenly, Oro heard a sharp whistle. A group of golden-armored warriors went chasing after him, similarly charging into the fray. Good show. The man leading the charge flashed Oro a thumbs up. We, Guardians, are the loyal servants who have sworn to protect the universe. We don't care about the others, but the dark life forms are our mortal enemies. A very solemn and stirring scene began to unfold. A group of golden-armored saints, including Oro, this solitary force that stood imposingly against the tide, made a beeline for the million-strong army, which were proceeding to engulf them. Though they were barely 50 in numbers, their voices were loud enough to cause the very heavens to shake. From today onward, we've abandoned our homeland, our clansmen, glory and fortune. We shall use our lives to be the wall that stands against the dark night, resisting the rays of dawn. This was the famed Song of the Guardians, and it was being sung by the most obstinate men for thousands of years. Amid the bright singing, the eyes of this group of guardians gradually turned red, as the swords in their hands swung faster and faster. There were just 50 of them, but these battle-hardened veterans could fight with the might of a legion. Like a golden spear, they thrust right into the heart of the opposing army. Forward was the only direction they advanced in, but no matter how brightly their singing rang, There was no way for them to turn the tide of the battlefield. Without a doubt, there was no room for retreat the moment these guardians plunged into this dark life-form army. On the other side of the battlefield, Xia Fei was putting up a desperate resistance. This million-strong army could practically blanket the entire planet, so there was no way for him to escape even with his fiendish speed. For million meters per second, Xia Fei held nothing back when it came to energy, unleashing what he had stored in his seventh brain region to the fullest extent. His entire body was pleasantly invigorated by this burst of energy, and the pleasure he took from the slaughter was indescribable. Every single cell in his body was in a state of extreme excitement, but what thrilled him the most was that incredible wing on his back. It was as if he had gotten a wing of slaughter. The moment Xia Fei moved in high speeds, that illusory wing would appear on his right side. This single wing reached approximately 9 meters and was not voluminous. Like the wing of a demon from the legends, it was bare and incomplete, sharp and angular. There was even a shocking geometric shape on the wingtail. Though it was a newly formed wing, why was it that the wing on Xia Fei appeared so grimly incomplete? Since this was a wing, why did it take a form that had sharp edges everywhere? Whoosh! Xia Fei was like a wraith that brought death everywhere around him as he flitted through the dark life-form's army. Perhaps it was because of this new wing, but Xia Fei felt absolutely energized today. Even the inner demon inside him had reached precedent heights. In the past, Xia Fei would be merciless to his enemies, but today, Xia Fei had actually reached a whole new level of bloodlust. Fiendish wing as keen as a blade. The heads of dark warriors fell to the ground wherever he went. He did not need to use a weapon, for that wing by his side was the most powerful killing tool. Anyone that got within 9 meters of Xia Fei was killed almost instantaneously. Too powerful. Radix was completely floored. Xia Fei, this formless wing is even stronger than any demon weapon. You're no longer the same person as before. Radix was already somewhat tongue-tied. He suddenly realized that, even though this single wing on Xia Fei's back was not some immemorial mystical armament or the holy beast Shatterstar, it was able to match up against enemies with a law god cultivation. This formless wing was practically heaven-defyingly strong. There was no need for proof, as the thousands of dead dark warriors lying on the ground, dead to the demonic fiendish wing, was the greatest proof there was. After several rounds exchanged, the number that died by Xia Fei's hands was actually much more than what Peacock Blue and Furball killed combined. Whoosh! The cultivation of that group of guardians was nothing to be scoffed at, either. They actually managed to slay a path right to Xia Fei before linking up. Fiendish wing, that guardian in the lead asked in a low voice, his expression that of shock and suspicion. This was not the first time someone had asked this of him. Just before, Tai Xiaojun had broken into a cold sweat when he saw his single wing, as if he had seen a ghost. It was almost as if this formless wing terrorized others greatly. Xia Fei was unclear just how the wing came to be, so all he could do was give a slight nod to muddle his way through an answer. The guardian broke into raucous laughter as his eyes shone. Another fiendish wing is born to the Skywing clan. This is worth celebrating. Changing the topic, that golden-armored guardian said with great dissatisfaction, "Your clan's grand ancestor has definitely gone insane to dare send a fiendish wing out in this kind of place. Well, that's the Skywing clan for you. We, people, will never be able to guess just what the demon-sealing fiendish blade is thinking." Xia Fei was a little surprised. It was almost as if his formless wing was a very incredible thing to the guardian. Well, to have seen the legendary fiendish wing in the flesh, that's also worth dying for. The man seemed to be very dauntless, laughing out loud. Even the other guardians next to him also nodded solemnly at Xia Fei, constantly eyeing him. Xia Fei was left at a loss for words by the guardians' exaggerated reactions, but he also noticed how the old demon lord was constantly winking at him, as if he knew more about the matter of the fiendish wing. Unfortunately, there was no way for Xia Fei to communicate with him right now. After all, Oro had finally managed to fight alongside these guardians. If he talked to him now, he would put Oro in an awkward spot, unable to join the inner circle of the guardians. The massacre continued. These dark warriors began to panic. Could an entire army not be comparable to Xia Fei and this group of 50 law adepts? Even if there were peak law sages, immemorial mystical armament, and a holy beast Shatterstar in this party. They should not be having such a hard time dealing with them. There are too few of us. Best to disperse, a guardian said as he clutched onto his injured shoulder. It was a miracle that the 51 individuals had managed to withstand the assault of the entire Dark Life Forms army from the very beginning of the fight until now. It was just too much of a pity that many bore injuries as they fought on. The experienced Oro had also gotten himself disfigured. A deep cut ran across his cheek, which turned his originally clean and delicate face a bit more rugged. Disperse? Where to? Do you mean to abandon our injured brethren? Xia Fei shouted, reminding everyone. Sans a doubt, if they dispersed now, they would end up ditching their injured comrades. With how difficult it was to cultivate the law of speed, not everyone had the absolute advantage in speed like Xia Fei. Roar. The Guardians finally came to the realization of their circumstances, employing wild and desperate counterattacks, taking down hundreds of their enemies again. Xia Fei's words were a great morale boost, but they could not fool Radix's eyes. Radix frowned and asked, Xia Fei, tell me the truth. Just how much longer can you hold on? Xia Fei paused for a moment, his eyebrows sharpening as he admitted somberly, not more than a minute. Against the attacks of the Dark Life Forms army from every direction, every minute was torture. Just for everyone to hold out another minute with their meager numbers was already the most optimistic calculation on Xia Fei's part. His eyes slowly turned bloodshot as he entered a state of frenzied bloodshed. That formless wing was lethal, and Xia Fei, with his speed that broke past 4 million meters per second, unleashed wave upon wave of destructive counterattacks. He was brutally reaping the lives of his enemies. Ever since the fighting began, Xia Fei, with his absolute speed, had been the only one in this group of warriors who remained uninjured. Sadly, there was just one fiendish wing, but just how long could they hold out against the unrestrained bombardment of an entire army? The situation was critical. Just as they were despairing, everyone heard the sound of air tearing. They saw the level 8 superior law sage Xiaoguang joining in the fight along with 13 Skywing wolves. The Gemini passed through the planet's atmosphere swiftly as it airdropped the 13 Skywing law sages onto the battlefield before disappearing into the starry sky just as swiftly as it appeared. Except for the search specialist, Xia Gong, who would send Hua Xinyang to the Skywing clan's secret rendezvous point. The rest of the 13 law sages had all returned. Never leave anyone behind. Never give up. The creed of the Skywing clan was not just all talk. Even if they faced insurmountable odds, the Skywing wolf pack would still come back without a moment's hesitation. Not one of them even furrowed their brows at the prospect. Kill them all for me. Xia Guanghai punched the air and cried valiantly, and 13 ghosts shot out. Every one of the Skywing wolves had a speed that was not under 1,000,000 meters per second. They were all veteran warriors who had been in hundreds of battles. The tables had turned. The powerful wolf pack formation was violently forcing the Dark Life Forms army back. Speed, the most difficult law power to cultivate in the law realm, gave its practitioner unrivaled combat strength. Practically everyone hated facing against warriors that grasped the law of speed. Also, warriors that had mastered such an ultimate power became the nightmare of those who faced them. Skywing's business. Those uninvolved can scram. With the signature declaration that accompanied the Skywing's yell, Xia Guanghai led his group of 13 vicious wolves to perform a slaughter on the battlefield sans hesitation. Xia Fei and the group of 51 guardians had originally been at their wits' end, only managing to hold on until now by relying on the mysterious fiendish wing that had sprouted on Xia Fei's back for no rhyme or reason. However, now that the Skywing wolf pack had suddenly joined in on the offensive, it was as if the fight had been given an infusion of fresh blood. With their unparalleled speed advantage, they actually managed to suppress the Dark Life Forms army. Fiendish wing? Xia Fei actually grew a fiendish wing. Xia Guanghai gasped in disbelief after glancing at him. Xia Fei's eyes was already seeing red from all his killing. So how could he have heard the comment Xia Guanghai made? Besides, he did not care if his wing was fiendish or otherwise. The killing intent inside him had swelled immensely, and the only thing he had left in his mind was to polish off every dark warrior before him. Whoosh! Without a word, Xia Fei dove into battle once more. With his newly obtained wing, Xia Fei had essentially turned into a god of slaughter. Bodies littered the ground wherever he went, and the 9-meter area of his fiendish wing was no different from a forbidden zone for life. No one who entered could leave alive. It's really the fiendish wing, Xia Dian blurted out after freezing up for a moment. He was not someone who expressed any emotions easily, nor did he talk much, but today, he could not help but be shocked when he saw that 9-meter wingspan in full display on Xia Fei's right side. Xia Guanghai burst into laughter. The amazing Xia Fei. He has barely advanced to become a law sage, yet he's already sporting his own wing. Truly, you'll only anger yourself to death by comparing with others. Xia Dian seemingly agreed with Xia Guanghai's sentiment, as he nodded repeatedly. Indeed, neither one of us has a wing, yet Xia Fei has already begun to soar. Looks like the Grand Ancestor didn't take notice of him for no reason. Their conversation was simple. After all, they were in the middle of being surrounded by the Dark Life Form's army, and the situation was pretty dire. Nonetheless, it was not hard to tell just how important the fiendish wing was through this brief exchange. Even Xia Guanghai, a level 8 superior law sage of the Skywing clan, did not have a wing yet, while level 1 law sage Xia Fei had already obtained his. This was truly an unbelievable development. Suddenly, another black hole appeared in the sky. Xia Fei and the wolves of Skywing could not help but stare in bewilderment. They already had a million enemies here. If any more reinforcements arrived, they might be unable to hold on any further even with the powerful combat strength of the Skywings. Roar! However, when a gigantic golden head poked out, Xia Fei and the others sighed in relief. The new arrival was, of course, the king of demon chrysalises, Little Goldie. Having sensed that Xia Fei was in danger, Little Goldie ignored Xia Fei's order and delved into this fight against overwhelming numbers. Without any hesitation, Little Goldie dashed out of the dark space and arrived at Furball's side with red eyes, ready to fight next to him. After all, the dark life forms did not just bring warriors to the fight. There were also 12 gigantic monstrosities. Furball, with his enlarged size, was barely holding on in this fight, going up against 12 foes. Even though Furball was a holy beast, he was still feeling immense pressure right now, especially since he had to split his attention between helping Xia Fei and fighting the enemies. He was really in a tough battle. Little Goldie was very smart, for it went charging over to Furball's side so that it could help the holy beast fight. Furball was, of course, powerful as a unique holy beast, while Little Goldie, which was the king of the dark space, was not too far off, either, in terms of combat strength. These two beasts let out bestial roars, one more ferocious than the other. Even more miraculously, it was Furball who was commanding Little Goldie. Furball gave a crafty glance, and Little Goldie's two eyes immediately released a golden glare, sweeping across a dark lizard's tail, making it turn back from the sudden burst of pain. Furball capitalized on this brief moment to fire an energy beam, which beheaded the lizard cleanly. This was too astounding a scene. Furball originally disliked the somewhat dumb Little Goldie, only tolerating its coexistence with the other out of his desire not to offend Xia Fei. Now, the holy beast and demon chrysalis were brothers battling side by side, the grudge of the past disappearing like a puff of smoke. Furball had a cunning that Little Goldie lacked, and under his lead, the strength of these two monsters doubled. They were actually able to copy Xia Fei's tactic of misdirection to a substantial degree. Little Goldie seemed to admire Furball greatly, doing anything the holy beast ordered without a delay whatsoever. Meanwhile, Furball was slowly getting used to being a boss, using his energy to protect and block the enemy's attacks repeatedly with the demon chrysalis. As such, the already rather dim-witted Little Goldie was even more in awe of Furball. It was practically treating this crafty beast as its idol. Slowly, the two of them actually managed to gain an upper hand in the battle. Furball could then devote more of his concentration in helping Xia Fei. Far away, those warriors from the other clans, who had scattered to flee, began to stop. The Skywings. Reinforcement from the Skywing clan is here. The demon-sealing fiendish blade sure is keen. Actually be able to hold down the fort against an army of such size with their small squad. Why don't we go all out too? With the Skywings on our side, we might not lose per se. Are you insane? No matter how strong the fiendish blade is, it still just has a dozen or so people. There's no way they win. Better to just flee while we can. Where to? The entire planet has been completely sealed. Do you think that you can escape from the clutches of the dark race with just the traversal you get through the use of the law of space? We should take this chance while the Skywings are out in force and gamble on the hope of victory. If we carry on like this, I'm afraid that we won't even have any hope left. You're right. We're warriors, too. Let's just stake our lives on this fight. Plenty of discussions went among the people from the other clans. Some wanted to use this opportunity while the Skywings were mounting their crazy retaliation to kill their way out, while others cherished their lives very much and did not wish to take the risk. The cowardice in the bones of these over 10,000 warriors from various clans got revealed fully now that they were facing the siege of 1,000,000 strong dark life forms. Did they not consider that there were just a handful of men from the Skywing clan? Just why did they have the guts to risk their lives and engage in a desperate fight to the death with the enemies? Did these madmen truly have no fear of death? No, not one sapient life form would never be afraid of dying. The reason why the demon-sealing fiendish blade was so known was that they had this stalwart belief in never admitting defeat. A true warrior would not so easily give up even at the very last second, and this was the case for every single warrior of the Skywing clan. Hand me the Azure Dragon Soul Meteor and the White Tiger Soul Meteor, Xia Fei said to Xia Dian. His body was drenched in the blood of the enemies. It was a very strange sight, since the blood of the dark life forms were colorful, almost as they had a different origin. Without a word, Xia Dian brushed his spatial ring and gave 2 super energy cannons to Xia Fei. Though Xia Dian had no idea what Xia Fei needed them for, there was no reason for him to question the latter, for he trusted any of his fellow clansmen. Radix, Xia Fei called in his mind. There are simply too many dark life forms out here. Tell me, how do we combine these 2 super weapons together? Yours truly is going to fight them to the end today. Radix was stunned and hurriedly answered. According to the information, the Azure Dragon Soul Meteor and the White Tiger Soul Meteor will have 100 times the effects when combined with each other. But merging them has 2 requirements. First, you need a grade 8 or above origin crystal as a power source, and second, you can only combine both 3 times. After the 3rd time, it will self-destruct along with the enemy. Xia Fei had not expected that the combination of these 2 super energy cannons would have limited uses, but how could he be concerned with these things at this point? Just tell me how to use them, Xia Fei shouted. With the Azure Dragon on the left and the White Tiger on the right, the 2 super energy cannons each had a single grade 8 origin crystal fitted into the cannon. Boom. Xia Fei did in accordance with the steps provided by Radix. What he first heard was a large blast, and then saw 2 streaks of lightning crash down from the sky, almost as if a celestial sign that a powerhouse had been born. The next moment, both Azure Dragon and White Tiger became one. The size of this weapon did not get enlarged by combining the 2. Instead, it actually shrank. It became no different from a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. Take everyone and leave, Xia Fei bellowed as he ascended into the sky with his war armor Sin Raksha, piercing right through the clouds. Xia Guanghai was startled. He had no idea what Xia Fei planned to do, but it was not hard to imagine from that fierce expression on the latter's face that he was about to take a huge gamble. Everyone heard him. Get going. I'm afraid our comrade is about to go crazy again. Xia Guanghai echoed loudly with a wave of his arm. Which Skywing was not a certified madman? To be treated as a crazy god of slaughter by even these rabid wolves, the face they showed Xia Fei was truly substantial. After all, in just a short span of time, he had already managed to stupefy this bunch of lunatics greatly. Using his actual actions as proof, even among the Skywings, Xia Fei could be considered the craziest of the crazy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the Skywings scattered sans a trace. Not just them, even the group of guardians, who insisted on standing their ground, had also left. Everyone could see level 7 superior law sage Xia Dian carrying 2 in both arms, while biting on another through clenched teeth. He had brought 3 guardians with him. Even further away, the commander of this army was not a single person, but rather a group of dark life form elites dressed in strange suits of armor. They were also the few warriors who had vied for control of the water of resentment earlier, ultimately coming away empty-handed. No one had any clue whether they were just arrogant or wanted to train their soldiers. But in the end, none of these most elite dark life forms did not directly join in the fighting, choosing to watch as Xia Fei massacred their underlings. Instead, when the Skywings beat a hasty retreat, these dark life forms were led to believe that their chance had arrived. Zip! A large group of dark warriors came surging out like rushing water. These warriors had been depressed seeing how a majority of their army were being suppressed by just a little over a dozen madmen. Now that they saw these Skywings retreat, why would they wait to rush over and finish the job? However, it was at that moment that Xia Fei came blasting into the clouds like a beam of light with his speed of 4 million meters per second. Spreading out to form a horse stance, he gathered his focus. The black cannon barrel was pointed to the center of this group of truly elite dark warriors. Xia Fei had already identified that this bunch of warriors that had been coldly watching the battle unfold was the true enemies of this battle. To slay a Hydra, one needed to first sever its heads. Xia Fei intended to use the Azure Dragon and White Tiger Twin Kinona to eradicate them all at once. Boom! Without even the slightest pause, Xia Fei activated the attack. This one attack fired, and even Xia Fei himself became dumbfounded. He had never seen such a strange and violent attack in his life. The Azure Dragon reared proudly in the sky. It was over 100 meters long and covered in sharp dragon scales. The White Tiger howled at the moon. Reminiscent of a giant elephant, there was a majestic cry. One by one, group by group, stretch out far and mighty, in numbers uncountable. These endless azure dragons and white tigers, with the former ruling the skies and the latter lording over the ground. Each one of them was made of energy that came surging out wildly. It was like a huge tsunami that swept over the universe, as innumerable energy beasts came howling to the enemies. 2 precious grade 8 origin crystals were emptied of their energy in an instant. The price was great, yet the ensuing effects were beyond mighty. Countless ferocious beasts, each one powerful and imposing, crashed toward the dark life form's army. Their targets were 100 or so of the most powerful dark warriors. Xia Fei was elated. He could not believe that the combined power of the Azure Dragon Soul Meteor and the White Tiger Soul Meteor would actually be this overwhelming. The 2 grade 8 origin crystals he spent had truly been well worth it. The effect was many times greater than what Xia Fei had expected. The Dark Armoy was shocked. The Guardians and the Skywings present were also shocked. Those warriors from the other clans, who had been trapped here, were even more flabbergasted as their tongues lolled out from their mouths. Kaboom! The surge of beasts trampled the land and sky as it furiously devoured the lives of the dark warriors. Bang bang! Seeing the terrible situation, the warriors commanding the dark life form's army attempted to assault the energy beasts, but these azure dragons and white tigers had no life of their own, so these attacks of course had no effect on them. The only thing they cared about was if they were capable of completing their task. Roar! A group of unconscious energy beasts exploded with indomitable fighting spirit, an unending stream where if one fell, another would take its place. It was very apparent that these dark warriors had gotten traumatized by this crazy fighting spirit from the beasts. Different from those low-intelligent life forms from before, these ones now were conscious and intelligent, meaning that they could feel fear like any other person. All sapient life forms feared death, and the same could be said for these dark warriors. The wave of beasts was akin to a huge wave high enough to cover the skies, pushing past the lowly warriors, blocking it to swallow up those dark warriors out in the sea of stars. They went back where they came from. The black hole in the sky did not disappear, as the powerful energy beasts shoved the top 100 most powerful dark warriors right into the hole, grievously injuring those who survived if they did not die outright to the beast wave. Roar! Seeing their leaders get eradicated right before their eyes, those mid-level and weaker dark warriors lost all fighting spirit. There was a chaotic retreat for dark space, which the wolves of Skywing took advantage of to partake in the slaughter, killing yet another 10,000 or so dark warriors as they routed. Don't give chase. Even a cornered rat will bite back. Xia Fei yelled, stopping Xia Guanghai and the Guardians still physically able from pursuing. That ephemeral wing was giving off a powerful aura, which made Xia Fei stand out vividly against this group of madmen. It was so stifling that people could hardly breathe standing in his presence. Skywings, capable of flying across the universe and the 9 heavens with wings on their backs. Xia Fei was a very eye-catching existence out of everyone now that he had obtained his first wing. Without a doubt, the existence of the fiendish wing had already given Xia Fei the highest status among them all. Seeing his clansmen and their hot-bloodedness, followed by a cold glance over to the mess of warriors from an assortment of clans on the other side, Xia Fei smiled. Pulling out a strange sneer with the corner of his lips, he said, "Let's leave. We've already achieved our goal. Whether these people live or die is no longer our concern." Hurrah! Surviving in the face of death to deal a definitive counterattack, the Skywings and the Guardians had successfully turned the tide of this battle. Each of them flew away, leaving the other still stunned warriors at the night banquet. There was no need to mention just how frustrated and vexed these warriors from the other clans felt after witnessing what had just happened. Due to their selfishness, they had missed out on the perfect opportunity. Before they could even decide if they wished to confront the dark life forms in battle, the demon-sealing fiendish blade had already chased the enemies away. The Skywings sure are powerful. The keenness of this fiendish blade is undeniable. An elder wrinkled his forehead as his body shuddered. After this fight, the name of the Skywings had shaken people once more. Meanwhile, there was no doubt that everyone would be mocking the clans for their cowardice. There were clearly tens of thousands of Law Realm warriors present, yet they ended up relying on the might of the Skywings for the counterattack. Just what should they feel about this? Blizzard Fiendish Wing Villa. Xia Fei sat in the Grand Ancestor's Xia Guqing's study and lit a cheap cigarette. Upon hearing that Xia Fei's first wing had sprouted, the Grand Ancestor asked to meet him in person. Xia Fei, therefore, could not help but feel anxious. After all, Xia Guqing, who was a peak law god, was the backbone of the entire Skywing clan. No one across the law realm dared to defy him, so it was naturally impossible for him not to feel nervous meeting such a person for the first time. Just what is this wing? Why would I automatically level up in my law of speed the moment it sprouted? Asked Xia Fei softly. From all the feedback he had gotten, it was not hard for him to figure out that this wing was not just an illusory apparition. There almost seemed to be some unknown secrets concerning it. Wing. Xiaka chuckled. What you have there is no wing. Come look. Swoosh. Xia Fei saw as Xiaka showed his left shoulder. A faint, formless wing had very quickly appeared there. Do you see this? What I have is a wing. What you've got is a fiendish wing. Xiaka solemnly corrected, his eyes shining. Xia Fei was a little surprised. He saw that Xiaka's wing was thin, like that of a golden cicada's, and had very obvious veins. Furthermore, its wingspan was a far cry from Xia Fei's own. His wing was only approximately 4 meters long and lacked fearsome sharp edges and corners. Why is this? Xia Fei asked with a slight frown. Also, your wing can be extended and hidden as well, while mine only appears when I move at my top speed. Xia Lianing laughed. No rush. How many days has it been since you got your wing? Xiaku reached peak Law Sage tier and has remained there for 100 years, so you can't compare the two. Xiaku added, That's right. Usually, someone will only earn their first wing after reaching peak Law Sage and get a second after making it to a Law God. As for you, you already got your first wing at level 1 Law Sage. You're definitely the first freak in the clan. As for the fiendish wing, Xiaku was just about to elaborate when they heard a clear yet hoarse voice coming from the courtyard. The fiendish wing is the specialty of your grand ancestor, me. To think you'd have stolen it, you rascal. Ha ha ha. This voice rang as the grand ancestor of the Skywings, Xia Guqing, strode into the study. Grand ancestor, you're back. Xia Ku and Xia Lianing animatedly gushed. Xia Guanghai very rudely delivered a punch at the chest of Xia Guqing as he crooked his head. Old man, didn't you agree to get me a Law God grade war armor? You'd better be a man of your word. Smack. Xia Guqing slapped Xia Guanghai squarely on the head. When has this old man not been a man of his word? You little bunny, go and quickly get that secret base assignment done. There'll naturally be what you want in the warehouse when you return. Not just them, practically everyone in the Blizzard Fiendish Wing Villa had swiftly gathered in the Grand Ancestor's study, playfully teasing the old man. Instantly, the room was filled with warmth and liveliness. Xia Guqing had never once asserted his status as the patriarch of the clan all this time, even accidentally pulling off some of his grandson's beard, who winced in pain. Xia Fei watched this scene play out from the sidelines. This was the first time he had met Xia Guqing in person, after all, so he was still a little unfamiliar with the elder. Your clan's grand ancestor's fame truly precedes himself, not at all acting the part despite being a peak law god. Given the rapport he shares with his fellow clansmen of all ages, it's no wonder that the Skywings have such a tight-knit camaraderie. With someone like him as the patriarch, even I'll be willing to devote all my efforts into the betterment of the clan. In the entire law realm, Xia Guqing is definitely the most abnormal existence since ancient times. When a person reaches a certain status, they'll often start putting on airs, yet this grand ancestor of your clan is still acting like a child at heart. Radix had plenty to muse about. He seemed to be very envious of this homely atmosphere the Skywing clan had. All right, your grand ancestor here still has matters to take care of. Everyone, get out. Xia Guqing dismissed everyone with a laugh, the corner of his eyes locking onto the young man at the corner. Xia Fei, you stay. Whoosh. Everyone in the Skywing clan was a practitioner of the law of speed, so their departure was just as fast as their arrival. An order from Xia Guqing, and the only people left in the study were Xia Fei and the old man himself. Following the closing of the door, Xia Guqing smiled at Xia Fei. Come, take a seat. Share a cup of tea with me. Xia Fei nodded, taking out Earth's top-grade Biluakun tea from his spatial ring, brewing a pot for them, and filling a cup for his grand ancestor. This taste isn't bad. So you grew up on Earth? Xia Guqing asked. How was it there? Xia Fei chuckled. Earth is very tiny and is located near the borders of the insectoids. The vistas are decent. Xia Guqing smiled as he laughed bitterly. It must have been hard for you. Xia Fei did not respond, nor did he venture along the topic that Xia Guqing mentioned, for continuing would naturally end up raising the issue of his bloodline. This was not an issue that Xia Fei did not wish to explore. Rather, he did not wish for his bloodline to become his fetters. In his mind, Xia Fei was Xia Fei, hailing from Earth, which was his home planet. Considering that his bloodline was out of his control, he was fine as long as he did his own thing. Xia Guqing squinted his eyes and looked at Xia Fei for a good while, just as Xia Fei inspected the grand ancestor for the first time, too. In the past, Xia Fei had always imagined Xia Guqing to be this great devil who could destroy worlds, but now that he had finally met him in person, he was surprised to find just a very kindly elderly. Of course, Xia Guqing would not show his ferocious side when he was back home. Thus, if Xia Fei could see the old man get enraged, he would realize that calling his clan's grand ancestor a fiendish demon was hardly a fitting enough description. The old man and the young man regarded each other for a long time, until Xia Guqing solemnly spoke. Do you really wish to know what it means to have a fiendish wing? Xia Fei nodded firmly. That's right. I feel like I've had a huge change in my aura after gaining this formless wing. My combat strength even saw a huge rise, too. It's truly a very amazing experience. Xia Guqing said in a low voice. The fiendish wing is a sort of talent. At the moment, only you and I have the god wing potential in our clan, meaning that we are the two only who can harness the fiendish wings. Now, let me take a look at what state your fiendish wing is in. Xia Guqing sounded very solemn when he talked about this matter, completely different from the mischievous persona he had shown just moments ago. Xia Fei was startled. His keen senses told him that the look and words of his grand ancestor were filled with concern. Something was not right here. Whoosh. With a quick speed, Xia Fei did several laps in the secret training chamber behind the study and achieved a speed of 4 million meters per second. The fiendish wing had faintly appeared once more on his right. It looked grim and incomplete, sharp and angular. A single glance at it would make anyone's heart shudder. Xia Guqing's eyes glistened, appearing to be so excited that his face became flushed. Fiendish wing. A fiendish wing with a 9-meter wingspan. Xia Guqing mumbled to himself. The demon-sealing fiendish blade shall never fall. We, Skywings, finally have another fiendish wing. Clap. Clutching onto Xia Fei with his 2 arms, the grand ancestor said with bloodshot eyes, Quick! You must leave this place immediately. Leave? Xia Fei was stunned as he asked. Why do you want me to leave? Xia Guqing clasped onto Xia Fei's shoulder. Do you know that you're actually not the only one in our clan with a Godwing potential? Xia Fei said, I know, you're one too. Xia Guqing laughed. I don't mean me. You should know that the potential we, Skywings, have isn't just for bragging. In all these years, there have been some super geniuses in our clan with Godwing potential just like you do. But when it comes to the illusory wing, you're the only one aside from myself. Xia Fei was surprised once more, and he anxiously asked, Why has no one told me this before? Xia Guqing answered, That's because every single Godwing previously in our clan has, without fail, all gone missing. Missing? That's right, Xia Guqing said. I've spent all these years searching for a logical explanation to this. Why is it that every superb expert of our Skywing clan suffers such bad luck? If I ever find the culprit, I won't let them off, regardless if they're the old heavenly king himself. With that said, Xia Guqing clenched his fists. It was only at this point did Xia Fei realize that the old patriarch's tone had turned fierce, his eyes betraying a keenness that could send shivers down one's spine. No one can provoke the Skywing and escape unscathed. Ever. This is the creed of our clan. Xia Guqing coldly remarked. So are you saying that someone out there is specifically targeting the Skywings? Just what could be the reason for it? Asked Xia Fei with a frown. Everything he had heard made it seem like a fairy tale, which he truly found hard to believe. Xia Guqing laughed mirthlessly. It's someone who's afraid that our clan will become too strong, which is why they resort to sinister means while hiding in the dark. After all, the law of speed is a heaven-defying power in the law realm, and our clan is one that specializes in it. Mention demon-sealing fiendish blade. And who out there won't show us face? You asked about the Godwing and fiendish wing, so I'll tell you right now. The Godwing potential means twice the speed of light, while the fiendish wing means you can kill endlessly at twice the speed of light. Xia Fei was flabbergasted. A Godwing was someone who started off practicing the law of speed after maxing out their special ability, and if they reached level 8, they could surpass the speed of light. When he reached the peak, he would have a speed that was twice that of light. A physical body faster than the speed of light. There was no doubt such a thing defied logic. If he did not have the Godwing potential, even if he started at level 8 special ability, he would at most reach 0.5 times the speed of light, and he would never be able to break that speed in his lifetime. Thus, it could be seen just how important Godwing potential was, for only a Godwing could leave light itself in the dust. A warrior that had achieved such a speed in the law realm was practically a nightmare to the entire universe. Then there was the fiendish wing. The formless fiendish wing represented endless massacre, able to turn rainforests into deserts and to dry up rivers wherever they went. Anything and everything that lived would find their end at a fiendish wing's crazy massacre. Compared to the wing that Xia Ku and Xia Lianing sprouted, who knew how many times greater of a combat strength Xia Fei and Xia Guqing possessed with their respective fiendish wings. It was the manifestation of the clan's ultimate power, the greatest magical weapon in the entire speed line. After a pause, Xia Guqing continued speaking. After so many years of investigation, I finally stumbled upon the prospect of a solution. I dare to guarantee that there's definitely someone out there who envies the power of us, Skywings, so they're doing everything they can to limit us and to stop our power from increasing. Who's doing all this? Asked Xia Fei with an arched eyebrow. I'm still uncertain who it is yet, but it's my belief that it won't be long till the truth comes out. Xia Guqing replied. You're already the greatest talent our clan has ever produced in recent years, and the fact that you've gotten your first wing at level 1 Law Sage is something that has never been seen before. Your emergence will surely catch the attention of that fearful eye who's watching us in the dark. They'll definitely do everything in their power to snuff you out, given just how shockingly great the potential you possess. I'm afraid that no one in the universe can pose a threat to you once your wings get filled. That's why you must leave immediately. Go and accept the ultimate mission for the clan. Xia Fei was started, asking, Ultimate mission? That's right. I've already completed my investigation regarding the matter of the dark life forms collecting the immemorial mystical armaments. There are no more other plant-type mystical armaments in the law realm, so they could very well have ended up in the hands of the dark life forms. You must go and snatch those back from them, said Xia Guqing severely. Radix was shocked. Is your grand ancestor insane? He's actually sending you into the dark life form territory. Isn't that far too dangerous? Xia Fei ignored him. This was because he knew that his grand ancestor, Xia Guqing, was someone who paid attention to detail despite his seemingly reckless appearance. He would definitely not send him to somewhere so dangerous for no apparent reason. Are the immemorial mystical armaments very important to us? Xia Fei probed. Very important. Extremely important. Xia Guqing emphasized. I'm sure that you know about that gate existing within the law realm. This is the only gate that connects this universe to the realm beyond. And as for what lies beyond, no one can say for sure. From the information I've gathered thus far, there exists this life form known as the inverse beyond the cosmic gate. The inverse are very powerful, and just one is equivalent to a law overlord warrior from the law realm. If these things attempt a massive invasion, they'll easily become the greatest nightmare of the entire universe. Still, what really makes people shudder in fear is knowing that there isn't just the inverse beyond the cosmic gate. I'm afraid that plenty of unimaginable beings exist out there, which all pose a threat to our survival. Pausing, Xia Guqing continued speaking. A very long time ago, someone told me that the immemorial mystical armaments are categorized into the 5 types, namely metal, plant, water, fire, and earth. Completing any one of these types will give anyone the strength to resist the dark invasion. I didn't pay much mind to this back then, and it's only recently, when the cosmic gate began destabilizing and the dark life forms beyond the borders of the law realm started making their move, that I recalled it. From my investigation, I gathered that the immemorial mystical armaments are indeed the best weapon to be used against the dark life forms, but I still have no idea if they're also useful against the inverse from beyond the gate. Still, I strongly believe that what that person told me back then isn't a lie. That's why you must gather the 7 plants of Cloud Sea and synthesize them all together. That's the only way for us to survive the dark invasion. It's never been the Skywing style to give up, so even if these inverse from beyond are very powerful, as long as they dare to cross into our domain, then we'll fight them to the death if we must. The Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing had told Xia Fei the conclusions he came to after years of investigation, so Xia Fei understood more about the cosmic gate and the inverse. Then what is up with the dark life forms from beyond the borders of Law Realm? Could they be in cahoots with the inverse? Otherwise, why would they suddenly be making their move while the cosmic gate has been showing signs of instability? Xia Fei asked. Xia Guqing frowned. My guess is that the dark life forms aren't in cahoots with the inverse, and the reason why the former chose to attack the Law Realm at this time isn't to eradicate us, but rather to gain dominion over the cosmic gate. It's very possible that the dark life forms were originally from the other side, but for some reason, they're left behind in our universe, and the cosmic gate that they need to get back is under the control of the Law Realm. The dark life forms still lack the fighting power to defeat the Law Realm, but if the cosmic gate opens, and the inverse manage to make their way here, the situation will be reversed. When that time comes, the Law Realm will have to face the inverse coming in from the gate, and also be on guard against the dark life forms on our borders. The eventual war will be very troublesome for us if we have to fight on 2 fronts. Xia Guqing shared his worries. Too much information was being injected into Xia Fei's brain right now. The dark life forms were also from beyond the cosmic gate? Xia Fei had never considered this possibility before, but how did they cross over, and why were they left behind? Radix, do you know of the origin of the dark life forms? Are they really from beyond the cosmic gate? Xia Fei suddenly recalled that the Ark had knocked open the cosmic gate and how it was sealed after with the sacrifice of the powerhouse host's life. There was a very high chance that the dark life forms might be related to the mysterious Ark incident back then. Radix shrugged and sighed. I'm sorry, I'm just an amnesiac spirit. Maybe after 100 more of your years, I'll be able to recall everything. But right now, I have no impression of the dark life forms at all. Xia Fei was rendered speechless. He suddenly felt that he was fatally attracted to matters beyond the cosmic gate, such as the Ark, immortal spirits, using spirits to create weapons and to control warships. This technology was beyond his comprehension at the moment. Now that even the dark life forms had turned out to be embroiled in the cosmic gate, the vast unknown beyond became all the more mysterious to him. With a nod, Xia Fei firmly assured, I understand what you mean. The killing of godwings from our clan is a revenge we must serve, and we can't also forget to prepare against the changes happening to the cosmic gate. The clan needs everyone to do their best and help out, now more than ever. Rest assured, I'll personally venture into the dark life form territory and return before the cosmic gate is fully open. After all, the moment the door breaks, I'm afraid that tragedy will ensue. No, Xia Guqing shook his head. I don't think that there will be a tragedy if the cosmic gate is breached, but it will probably cause a transformation. A transformation? Xia Fei was puzzled. What sort of transformation? Xia Guqing answered. This universe has already been ruled by the law realm for countless years, and the law realm has already become more chaotic, more and more divided. With the dark night nearly upon us, and the two peak races still mutually suspicious of each other, war might even break out. Such a law realm is useless to us. Xia Guqing waved his arm animatedly and emotionlessly said, We'll use this crisis to rebuild the universe. Still, no matter what sort of transformation this universe sees, the Skywings will tenaciously cling onto survival. That's why every single member of the clan must now work hard. With great power comes great responsibility. You're a godwing, even possessing a fiendish wing, so there are some heavy responsibilities you must shoulder. You can put the matters of the law realm on hold for now, but the collection of the immemorial mystical armaments is a matter of utmost urgency. Remember, as with everything in this universe, there can be no construction without destruction. Be it the law realm or the Skywings, everything is now at a point where it must break before re-establishment. Xia Guqing solemnly exhorted. Xia Fei's expression changed after hearing his words. This was because Radix had told him about the logic behind there can be no construction without destruction. And Xia Fei could not help but get a strange feeling when he heard the Grand Ancestor repeat this same phrase. This was when Xia Fei realized that Radix was even more shocked than himself after hearing this. Do you know where I learned the saying? There can be no construction without destruction? Radix asked. Xia Fei shook his head. From Hosu, Radix exclaimed. Hosu. Xia Fei was startled as he said this to himself. As with everything in this universe, there could be no construction without destruction. Construction after destruction to become unbeatable. These words had once crossed Radix's lips and affected Xia Fei greatly. It was under the encouragement of this saying that Xia Fei gazed upon the simplified version of the Beast Spirit Codex and devoted himself to mastering the full version of the Beast Spirit Codex completely, achieving the great cause of controlling beasts. Now that the Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing had said this line as well, could he have heard it from the powerhouse Hosu, too? Thinking this, Xia Fei asked, Where did you hear the saying? There can be no construction without destruction. Xia Guqing laughed. It's a saying from an old friend who has quite the background. Xia Fei did not pursue this line of query further. His heart was clouded with suspicion as he proceeded to follow the Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing out from the chamber and back to the study. No sense in delaying things. Best if you get going. As for that Azure Dragon Soul Meteor, take it as a parting gift from me. I already heard from Guanghai that the Azure Dragon Soul Meteor can only demonstrate its true strength after combining it with your White Tiger Soul Meteor, Xia Guqing said very readily. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. I'm afraid the impact of what happened at Night Banquet is too great. We even kidnapped Hua Xinyang. I'm sure that the ones on top are enraged. Xia Guqing laughed arrogantly. Enraged? If I were afraid of enraging others, I wouldn't have given you the freedom to act. The kidnap of Hua Xinyang is great. It just so happens that I have this desire to pry her lips open. Changing the subject, Xia Guqing said sotto voce, Leave these matters to the clan. There's nothing you need to worry about. Right now, what you must do is take that golden demon chrysalis of yours, including the fastest warship in the universe, the Gemini, and head out to Dark Life Form territory, bringing back what we require. Xia Fei gave a firm nod, accepting Xia Guqing's request. You have the Dark Knight Diary in your hands. That guidebook will be quite the help to you, Xia Guqing added. Xia Fei suddenly recalled something. He had emptied out Hua Xinyang's treasury, and there was an uncountable amount of good stuff inside. Keeping them all to himself was not the solution, so he figured that he would be better off exchanging it for cash up front now. Grand Ancestor, I have some things I'd like to exchange for high-grade crystals. Any idea who I can look for? Xia Fei asked. What things? Take them out and show me. Xia Guqing wondered with great curiosity. Xia Fei handed the spatial ring over to his grand ancestor. This was the ring that he had lifted off Tai Xiaojuan's corpse, approximately 50,000 cubic meters in size. Though it could not be compared to Xia Fei's 1 million cubic meter ring, it was still quite a decent ring. The 50,000 cubic meter ring was filled with the wealth from Night Banquet. Everything that Hua Xinyang had collected was now in Xia Fei's hands. Slightly taken aback, Xia Guqing exclaimed, "These are all yours." Xia Fei nodded, and the grand ancestor gave him a pat on his back. "Well done. You're even more extravagant than this old man here. If you exchange everything you have inside this ring, it will be about 3 years' worth of expenditure for our entire clan. Those common clans won't even see this level of wealth their entire lives." Xia Fei chuckled. "Just a small stash. Feel free to take your pick of if you desire some things, Grand Ancestor." Xia Guqing shook his head. "Don't think that I can't tell that there are plenty of precious collections belonging to the various major clans, from both two peak races, in there. These aren't items worth revealing, or even you will have trouble explaining how you got them." What the Grand Ancestor had said made a lot of sense. At the end of the day, these were items he had stolen, and the moment they appeared in public, people could easily draw its relation to Hua Xinyang. They then would assume that it was the demon-sealing fiendish blade that had attacked the distinguished demoness, that Hua Xinyang shared fairly intimate relationship with the founder. "I understand. I'll be careful handling these items. I'll make sure that no one will ever come looking for the Skywing clan over it," Xia Fei said resolutely. Xia Guqing smiled, a slight curling of the lips that was very similar to the smirk that Xia Fei would show when tempted. "It's good that you understand. Everything has to be done with consideration for the bigger picture. Be patient. I, your grand ancestor, will very soon let everyone know why we have this plaque hanging on the study." Xia Guqing's eyes sparkled as he pointed right at the center of the study. Xia Fei saw that plaque with a statement written on it, where the fiendish blade points, "Death to gods and demons alike." Xia Ku helped exchange all the items Xia Fei had no use for money, and they were all the spoils the latter had looted from before. Of course, those famous items with history remained in Xia Fei's possession. Every clan member who participated in this operation at the night banquet received 100,000 grade 7 origin crystals in their respective accounts. Even if the Skywing clan were to sit on them, they would still be able to make 3% interest. As for Xia Fei, he had obtained 860 of the even more precious grade 8 origin crystals. Everyone in the clan was substantially compensated for their efforts. "We can get grade 8 origin crystals at the costly rate of 1:6400. Are you sure that you need so many of them?" Xiaoko asked. Grade 8 origin crystals reserves were rarely found in the entire law realm. Despite the 1:6400 rate, it was actually a rate that showed the Skywings plenty of face. Were they obtained through the black market, there might not even be anyone willing to offer a rate of 1:10,000. "Do it." Xia Fei was decisive. "I have over 10 million grade 6 origin crystals and more than 2 million grade 7 origin crystals. It's only the grade 8 origin crystals that I'm lacking. Besides, there are some things that can't be measured with wealth." Xiaka nodded. "You're right. There are, of course, reasons as for why grade 8 origin crystals are so expensive. There are plenty of benefits to a warrior when using such pure energy, so you've really set your sight far here." 860 grade 8 origin crystals were worth over 5,550,000 grade 8 origin crystals. If he included the stockpile of lower grade crystals he had, Xia Fei already had over 100 million grade 7 origin crystals as his net worth. It could be described as a sum that rivaled a nation's reserve. Hidden Realm, the final stop before Xia Fei's voyage into the dark life form territory. Avril and Xiaoyu had already been waiting for him. After hearing the news that he was about to go on a long expedition, these two ladies evidently felt somewhat worried. The relationship Avril shared with Xia Fei was widely known, and though they lacked a certification of marriage, their relationship was all but formalized. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu's worry was out of concern, almost as if she had already viewed Xia Fei as her rock. Avril had also accepted this close bond they had with each other. A dinner was held that night. Aside from Avril and Xiaoyu, the 3 leaders of the mech race, as well as everyone from Pinnacle, were all present. Pod rushed to each one, serving them drinks. Only Phantom was nowhere to be found. After some time, he noticed a somewhat shy robot entering the room. "Oh, you've already gotten yourself a new body." Xia Fei was surprised. He went over to Phantom's side and threw a playful punch. The hard metal reverberated, numbing Xia Fei's hand. Not bad. Black crystal Caro alloy complements with the sturdy chrome metal. This body must have cost quite a lot. It should last him a good while, Radix said with deep satisfaction. Though I imparted to Sophie the methodology of soul meld, I never thought that she'd go to such an expense for Phantom's body. It's of an even higher grade than War Star. No matter the case, Xia Fei was very happy with Phantom's renewed lease on life. At the very least, Phantom was able to converse with everyone now. In the past, he was all alone besides being able to communicate with Xia Fei and Sophie. Xia Fei had always treated this spirit as a comrade, for having accompanied him the entire time. So even though Phantom was just a literal soul, he still hoped that he would be able to have a good place to call home. Later that night, what Xia Fei shared with Avril was still as passionate as ever. Just like in the past, Avril did not mention anything about Xia Fei's impending long voyage and just curled up into his embrace like an obedient kitten. Xia Fei knew that it was not that Avril did not worry about him. Rather, she buried such thoughts deep in her heart, afraid of becoming a burden to him. There was a type of people that simply could not be made to stay, and Xia Fei was just this sort. Based on the endless trouble he had often found himself in ever since he began his journey, Xia Fei could be said to have been to places everyone went to, and those no one even had any knowledge of. Now, he intended to take a trip out into the lair of the dark life forms. The fact that the dark life forms could claim regions outside of the law realm showed that they were formidable. So although Xia Fei had the guidebook, it did not guarantee him a smooth trip, and it was even more impossible to know what might happen to him out there. He was taking an insurmountable risk by going on this voyage. The next day, Xia Fei went and inspected the superwarships, the Titans, manufacturing base, as per usual. The shipyard count had surged to an unprecedented 100, which also meant that there were 100 Titans on the production line. In the future, when these superwarships surfaced, they would become very important trump cards of Xia Fei. The Pinnacle's Big Three had heightened the technology level of the Hidden Realm to the highest standard across the known universe after joining it. Under the concerted efforts of everyone on the final blueprint that they had yet to solve, they were slowly removing that secret veil over it. It was just as Xia Fei had guessed. This final blueprint was a law force defense system. Utilizing the changes in origin installations, the Titan's energy shields could further guard against law attacks. This was an absolutely startling discovery. No wonder the law realm refused to allow the Titan's superwarship's existence. The reason was that these humongous warships could resist the assaults of law warriors. The effects of their law powers could essentially be reduced or even completely negated with this technology. Night came. It was the final night of Xia Fei's stay in the Hidden Realm before he went on a long voyage into the unknown the next day. After spending some intimate time with Avril, Xia Fei had had difficulty sleeping, so he headed to a cultivation chamber all by himself. After all, once someone reached the level he was at, sleep would already become something unnecessary. Just as he closed the door behind him, a knock was heard. Xia Fei opened it to find the celestial artificer, Wind Raja. He appeared to have had something on his mind the entire day, almost as if he had something he wished to speak to Xia Fei about, but had been keeping to himself until now. "Grandmaster, is there something you wish to speak of at such a late hour?" Xia Fei asked with a smile. Wind Raja entered the room and looked around before whispering, "I do have something, but I'm unsure if I should talk about it." "Grandmaster, you are well aware of my personality. Please speak freely." Xia Fei invited Wind Raja to have a seat as he brewed a pot of tea. From Wind Raja's expression and tone, he could tell that he was about to share something of great importance. "I already deciphered that 1,000 shapes painting you had given me with the help of the most outstanding quantum computer from Pinnacle Research Station," Wind Raja calmly stated. Xia Fei was stunned. The 1,000 shapes painting was the summary of Celestial Artificer 1,000 Mountains' life experience. It was said that anyone who could decipher it would become the greatest artificer in the entire universe. Someone who would have the most insane artificing skills. Xia Fei had been going down the path of a protean master the entire time. Now that he had reached level 8 in Law of Artificing, the next step would have him becoming the greatest artificer of his time. Therefore, the deciphering of the Thousand Shapes painting was of utmost importance to Xia Fei. Xia Fei was invigorated as he asked, "Grandmaster, the deciphering of the painting is great news, but why is it that I feel like you're greatly burdened by something?" Wind Raja chuckled bitterly. "The Thousand Shapes painting was deciphered, but the content I found." "What about it?" Xia Fei asked with knitted eyebrows. "It's very unorthodox." Wind Raja's eyes suddenly shone. Without a doubt, Wind Raja was a preeminent expert in artificing. He had actually described the Thousand Shapes painting as very unorthodox. Xia Fei could not help but be curious, wondering just what sort of trick was contained within it. "Grandmaster, I wonder what made you describe it as unorthodox?" Xia Fei hurriedly asked. Wind Raja grimaced and shook his head. "Honestly, I suspected that it's a joke the moment I saw the deciphered content, but in all my years of experience, I don't see the trick, though it definitely goes against all sense of convention. You won't become a celestial artificer cultivating the Thousand Shapes painting, but will instead become a wrecker." Xia Fei was stunned, muttering to himself, "Wrecker? What's going on? Could the Thousand Shapes painting not be to construct divine weapons, but rather a method of destroying divine weapons?" Wind Raja pulled out a thick stack of paper containing data from his bosom and handed everything over to Xia Fei. "You'll completely understand what I mean after perusing this. In any case, it's my judgment that this set of technique is rather unorthodox." Xia Fei curiously took the collection of data from him. Flipping through the pages, the creases on his forehead deepened as he entered deep thought. Wind Raja commented from the side, "You've seen it yourself. The prescribed Thousand Shapes technique actually seeks to take a divine weapon's flaw to cast a failed weapon. It's simply madness. Who would attempt to ruin a perfectly fine weapon just to extract its flaw? I'll admit that every weapon has its flaws, but I simply can't accept magnifying a weapon's glass. Ruin a weapon to extract its flaw and reforge a failed weapon. While it sounds logical in theory, in actual fact, it's anything but. It's completely unconventional, not to mention how impossible it is to forge some unparalleled divine weapons from that. Even stranger is the bottom half of the Thousand Shapes painting. It actually beseeches a max-level celestial artificer to give up spontaneously and relearn the law of artificing. What else would you call this if not insane? Who knows where this Thousand Mountains person got such a strange technique from? He didn't even try it out for himself, yet he dared to leave it for his descendants. Wasn't he afraid of misleading his disciples?" Wind Raja had a lot to say. As a top-tier artificer, this man was a very traditional kind of person and was not at all accepting of the overly agonizing idea behind the Thousand Shapes painting. Meanwhile, Xia Fei was enjoying himself the more he read. To give up on the law of artificing after maxing it out, only to recast the power system. Was this not very similar to how Xia Fei cultivated the Beast Spirit Codex? As with everything in the universe, there could be no construction without destruction. The completed Beast Spirit Codex had been a delightful happenstance to Xia Fei, experiencing a rebirth after death. Could the Thousand Shapes painting be the same? It was just that the former was focused on controlling beasts while the latter was on artificing. They were just two different sets of trade. As for destroying divine weapons to extract the flaws, it was even more in line with the idea of how things would develop in the opposite direction when they got taken to the extreme. As a practitioner of the law of primal chaos, Xia Fei very much understood the power behind subversion. Gathering all the divine weapons and extracting their greatest flaws, what they gained would be the worst of the worst, and it was an opportunity. Going in the extreme opposite direction after gathering a great amount of flaws, there was no telling what sort of chain effect he could set in motion. Reading up on the introduction of the now deciphered Thousand Shapes painting, Thousand Mountain did not use this technique after finding it. It was the intuition of a very top-tier artificer, and he believed that subversion existed theoretically, but it was too bad that neither he nor Wind Raja dared to give up their cultivation to find out. This was why Thousand Mountains had been able to learn the essence of the technique, which was enough to fulfill his aspiration to become a max-level artificer. This just went to show how impressive the technique was. Leaving the Thousand Shapes painting behind, Wind Raja bid Xia Fei farewell. Honestly, the logic is sound, but the method is far too unbelievable. If this actually works, will the law of artificing and all the other law powers out there be nothing better than decoration? I know that you're someone who takes the path less traveled, so I was hesitant to share my findings to you. Prudence is crucial here, Wind Raja said again. Closing the door, Xia Fei turned around with a gleam in his eyes. Radix whispered, Wind Raja is a renowned professional in this field. He couldn't be any clearer. I think that, since you've already achieved level 8 law of artificing, you can easily deal with everyday stuff, and there's no need for you to go cultivate something as unorthodox as the Thousand Shapes painting. Xia Fei chuckled as he lightly flourished his palm in the air, bringing about a concentration of the law of primal chaos force, able to subvert all things. Do you know why the law of primal chaos is so strong? Xia Fei asked. Because it can subvert all things, turning black to white and vice versa, Radix answered. Xia Fei replied, You're right. I'm realizing, as time goes by, that the most powerful force isn't afraid of any law power, but can subvert it. The essence lies in that one word. Using this overpowered law gave me the ability to break law powers from others, creating my own law. Radix sighed. You're saying that you've decided to forego all your hard work from before and will now be recultivating this unorthodox Thousand Shapes artificing, just like how you recultivated your Beast Spirit Codex? Xia Fei shook his head. Wrong. I'm not looking to forego all my past hard work. What I want to do first is surpass the top-tier artificer before abandoning it. Radix could not help but be moved. Seeing that decisive expression on Xia Fei's face, it appeared that this young man did not even have eyes for the tier of peak artificing. It must be said that this was the ultimate contribution for the path of artificing. Peak artificer. Someone with all 9 levels would be as good as holding the universe in the palm of their hands. This was the reason why the peak artificer, Wind Raja, had been trapped in Fig Corporation for several hundreds of years. It was all because of just how powerful he was. In the meantime, Xia Fei casually talked about giving up his cultivation as a peak artificer. Such courage was not something any ordinary person could muster. Whoosh. Despite the reluctant gaze of Avril, Xia Fei still went on a voyage. At the same time, someone sighed in the Blizzard Fiendish Wing Villa. Xia Fei still departed. He's the only godwing of our clan, and sprouted a fiendish wing at just level 1 Law Sage. It's only a matter of time before he replaces that old man's post, yet the old man still sent him off. That's taking too great a risk. The one speaking was Xia Guanghai. He had been to the Hidden Realm, and of course, he felt the movement from that place. Of course, the Skywings secretly setting up in the Hidden Realm was not for any ulterior motive, but to ensure that Xia Fei would not have any worries at the last minute. Not just the Hidden Realm. They also made sure to leave a Law Sage expert by Avril's side for the foreseeable future. It was merely that Xia Fei had no knowledge of all these. Except from a few important figures in the know, no one else had any idea just how deep the trump card Skywings had hidden, nor how many they actually held. Crazy and unruly, secretive and hiding things deeply. These two decidingly different traits were the very essence of the Skywings, becoming the qualities that let what was known as the demon-sealing fiendish blade achieve heaven-defying feats. Siaka rumbled. You ought to know that with greater power comes greater responsibility. It's precisely because Xia Fei has the greatest potential in our clan that he's been given the most dangerous mission. Xia Guanghai nodded. Do you think I don't know that? That old man already sent me out to kill people at the age of 12. I just feel that it's inappropriate for him to go out there alone. We should have at least sent 2 assistants to lend him aid or something. Xiaku smiled. Who says Xia Fei is alone? He has Furball, Peacock Blue Little Goldie. Any of them is good to have by his side when SHD hits the fans. Xiaka pursed his lips and kept quiet. This was how it was. What Xia Fei possessed was the envy of everyone. Xia Guanghai would be all smiles if he were given any one item Xia Fei owned. In terms of his comprehensive arsenal, Xia Fei was miles ahead of everyone. After a pause, Xiaku said, the Grand Ancestor sending Xia Fei out wasn't just because of the many trump cards he holds and the fact that he sprouted a fiendish wing. It's more because he shares the same unique traits as the Grand Ancestor. They're both sufficiently vicious, cunning, and crazy, so the Grand Ancestor felt that Xia Fei is the most suitable candidate. Xia Guanghai crooked his head, feeling dissatisfied. I'm also vicious enough. This axe of mine has never missed its mark when I kill people. Xia Guanghai was apparently very pleased with him. As a top figure of the clan, Xia Guanghai was indeed very powerful, but Xia Ke's words soon after deflated him. You may have the viciousness, but you lack Xia Fei's craziness, not to mention his cunning. Xia Ke replied with ease. Xia Ke was not wrong. Xia Fei was definitely crazier and more cunning than Xia Guanghai. After the Gemini departed from the Law Realm, the fastest ship in the universe exploded with immense propulsive force, shuttling through the lonely sea of stars, sending Xia Fei toward the dark life-form territory so that he could execute this secret mission of extreme difficulty. Inside the precious brilliant space, Xia Fei cultivated as he usually did. When others abandoned their cultivation, a good majority would do so with melancholy, but Xia Fei demonstrated a level of madness that others would be unable to understand. 9 Law Patterns. The 9 patterns for the law of artificery were gathered as Xia Fei began his round after round of assault. As with everything in this universe, there could be no construction without destruction. Construction after destruction to become unbeatable. This saying reverberated in Xia Fei's mind incessantly. If he wished to become an expert of unparalleled strength, he could not walk the path of his predecessors, but needed to forge his own. Instead, break. Advancing to the peak law of artificing. Xia Fei had successfully broken through the 9 levels of this law. Radix was stunned, and he could not help but comment, "What a wild assault to break through. If not for the fact that I melded with the fiendish dagger Nirvana, I'd surely be in for a scrumptious meal." Xia Fei's 2 eyes were slightly bloodshot, as the first thing he did after getting promoted to a peak artificer had not been to celebrate, but rather to abandon the skill in totality. Kaboom! Reaching heaven from hell, but going back to hell from heaven. Xia Fei must have been the most short-lived peak artificer in the history of this universe, because he only spent 1 second being on that level. In all of history, Xia Fei was also the most abnormal artificer, for after he abandoned his cultivation, he immediately began a sort of subversive cultivation. The 1,000 Shapes artificery was not construction, but rather destruction. Xia Fei was learning this sort of power that no one had ever attempted before. From today onward, Xia Fei would no longer craft divine weapons, but would focus on destroying all of them. Instead, a subversion. Radix was once again astounded. Xia Fei had actually broken through 1,000 Shapes artificing in 3 days. This was very similar to how the latter had succeeded in relearning Beast Spirit Codex back then. A night in hell, a night in heaven. This was what it meant to be a genius. There was no explanation. To have completely mastered 1,000 Shapes artificing in such a short time, Radix could not help but sigh in awe of just how great a potential Xia Fei possessed. Soon, Radix was vexed by his own line of thinking, for after Xia Fei demonstrated his immense potential, he next revealed just how absolutely crazy he was. Sparks flew, as Xia Fei turned a 10,000 pearl top-grade suit of armor into scrap. Radix's face contorted in pain, as this was akin to Xia Fei destroying something he cherished greatly. Sparks flew again, and he turned a mini TIE-Star bracer into smithereens. As if he had gone completely mad, Xia Fei then proceeded to destroy all the precious treasures in his spatial ring. Radix involuntarily shouted, "These are all powerful divine weapons. Just what are you doing?" "Something that has never been done before, nor will ever happen again in the future," Xia Fei softly answered, his steel gaze focused on his work. Kaboom! It was yet another explosion. He had ruined the divine weapon 5-barreled blunderbuss. 1,000 Shapes artificing was a sort of law power that did not have the aim of construction, but rather destruction. Oh! With a low hum, Xia Fei saw as a dim mass of white light suddenly appeared in his right hand. The aura it gave off was as fearsome as a pouncing tiger or a soaring dragon, volatile and unsettled. This was the cauldron from 1,000 Shapes artificing, similar in form to the celestial zero hammer of artificers. It was just that the latter relied on materials for the base, while the former did not require any materials at all and completely relied on the user's strength. Instead, law force was being controlled in a cramped area, and the moment any weapon entered this mass of light, they would be swiftly destroyed, extracting their essence and leaving just the worst of scraps. Whoosh! A wind chaser's bone-spurred dovetail knife of decent make was tossed into that mass of light by Xia Fei, and in the next second, that mass of light shone a brilliant array of colors. The knife shattered like glass and scattered down on the ground, and his mass of light increased by a few centimeters. One more item. Another. Yet another. Xia Fei tossed all the divine weapons he had collected over time, which he had no use of, into that mass of light, destroying them one by one. There was not even a hint of remorse on his face as he performed such cruel acts, while Radix sighed regretfully as he watched this happen from the sidelines. What you're doing is far too ridiculous. It's only been a few minutes, yet you've already destroyed over a dozen divine weapons. How could you call this artificing? It's no different from squandering your wealth, Radix said with a sigh. Xia Fei smiled. Divine weapons? No, those items that I use can be called divine weapons. Unless they're heaven-defying existences like nirvana, then they're no different from trash in my eyes. Besides, these are all items I stole from Hua Xinyang, so why would I feel any heartache? Radix was rendered speechless. Xia Fei had a very high expectation for his weapons in terms of quality. Better than nirvana? Perhaps hardly a few weapons could even be comparable to nirvana. After multiple transformation, nirvana had become a dagger of unparalleled existence. Actually, calling these things as divine weapons were really pushing it. A divine weapon needed not only to be powerful, but also to be precious. Take for example the Windchaser's bone-spurred dovetail knife, which was produced by Gale Hall. While it was a powerful weapon, plenty of such existed, so despite Xia Fei destroying one, many other clans had lots of it in their collection. Therefore, it would not really go extinct. The fiendish dagger, Nirvana, was different in this aspect. It was one of a kind, and no other weapon out there could compare to it. No doubt, it was considered a peerless divine weapon. Xia Fei had a very extreme view of weapons. In his eyes, only Nirvana, an extremely diabolical divine weapon that had no equal, could be considered a treasure. The weapon needed not be the strongest, but it must be unique, as this would only achieve unexpected effects by being that. Thus, a mass destruction of weapons was conducted, with each quality weapon being tossed into the cauldron by Xia Fei. Not just weapons, even some tools unusable in gauging the enemy's cultivation were not spared from this purge. This is the most chaotic and wicked style of artificing ever. I really wonder just what the final product will be. Radix sighed as he shook his head. The lack of law became the greatest law. As was so for the universe, the same could be said in artificing. Even if the Thousand Shapes artificing did not mention it, Xia Fei would still follow this line of thinking and do what he was doing right now based on his theoretical understanding. Since Thousand Shapes artificing was already such a chaotic and insane technique, Xia Fei planned to take this destructive forging technique to the extreme. Leaving no stone unturned, Xia Fei would rather risk ruining everything than end up creating something mediocre. 6 hours later, he observed something strange happening to that mass of light. A frightening white skull could be vaguely seen, its jawbones opening and closing, almost as if it were trying to speak a language no one could understand, chilling everyone present to the bones. This must be the successful synthesis that the Thousand Shapes painting mentioned. The next step should then be refinement, said Radix with a glint in his eyes. Radix was very curious about the Thousand Shapes artificing technique that had destruction as its basis. He also wanted to know just what would be the end product using such a magical technique. Synthesize, refine, fuse, appear. These were the 4 major stages of Thousand Shapes artificing. Synthesizing referred to the retrieval of flaws from within the weapons and merging them into a single entity. Refining referred to the customization of the weapon. If Xia Fei wanted to forge a cross dagger similar to Nirvana, then he would have to insert his will during refinement. By doing so, it would take the form that he had in mind. The next step would be the fusion of divine weapon flaws and his will, which was called fusing. It was no different from funneling everything into one entity before a divine weapon would finally be born. Xia Fei squinted his eyes as he closely examined the mass of light in his right hand. At this point, the mass of light, which was originally the size of a chicken egg, had already grown a kilometer wide. It was as if Xia Fei was holding a dial of moonlight in his hand as it glowed with power. What a strong sensation. So this is the ferocity of the aggregation of flaws. Xia Fei was elated. Though I destroyed hundreds of divine weapons, what I obtained here is truly the essence of them all. I dare to guarantee that the entire universe would tremble if I were to toss out this glow in my hand. Radix mulled over for a few moments before saying, "These divine weapons are so renowned isn't just because of the strength they possess, but also because of human factors. After all, countless souls have lost their lives to such weapons, and a lot of the flaws are the result of the massacres they've been part of. Now that you've gathered the flaws all together, the killing intent is even more concentrated. With how violent this mass of light is, there's no telling just what state it will take after it assumes a shape." Xia Fei smiled. "Who cares what state it will take? We'll know once we give it a try. Still, what I should do now isn't to help the weapon take shape, but to keep strengthening it." Radix was stunned. He blurted out in shock, "My God, this is the concentration of several hundred divine weapons. Don't tell me that you plan on devoting all the divine weapons you have on hand from this." "That's right," said Xia Fei with a straight face. "Quantity isn't what defines a good weapon, it's quality. I'd rather exchange a unique weapon than hold on to a million mediocre ones. I'm not stopping till I reach the limits of control." Swoosh. Saying this, Xia Fei threw yet another weapon into that mass of light. As Xia Fei got faster and faster in his movement, that magical mass of light created from flaws got larger and larger. 1907. Those are 1907 quality weapons you've just used. Who knows just what sort of weapon you'll end up with?" Radix said, his eyes wide in bewilderment. Almost 2,000 weapons had been smelted down by Xia Fei. At this point, the veins in Xia Fei's forehead had bulged from the strain as he tried to control that huge mass of flawed light. The energy fluctuations inside the precious brilliant space were intense, stirring so greatly as if a storm was about to descend. Xia Fei could still maintain control even at such an extreme condition, which was again a showcase of his innate talent when it came to controlling energy. "Refine," shouted Xia Fei, and that mass of light in his palm began to compress swiftly, turning into a small disk no wider than a meter in diameter. It was actually very dangerous to do this. With how ample the energy was, compressing it would only cause the violent fluctuations to become even more intense. A disaster would no doubt occur the moment Xia Fei lost control of it. As Xia Fei's mental strength was added, that mass of light gradually began to take shape, and what he chose was not some large weapon but rather a short knife. One that could be hidden in his sleeves. The cross-dagger Nirvana was outstanding in battle, able to sweep wide arcs with every action, but a small and compact dagger, which could be hidden in his sleeves, would be even more sinister. A simple yet well-made, spring-controlled mechanism, capable of being hidden in a sleeve without anyone realizing it, that could extend and retract freely to cut throats with a small blade. It was a smartly concealed weapon. The main point here was that using his mental strength to construct such a complicated hidden blade was not simple. Xia Fei did not only have to form the blade itself, but also the spring-controlled mechanism and its supporting composition. Even a simple bolt would take a lot of his mental strength prescribed in detail. Radix's mouth slowly grew wider. He watched as Xia Fei shut his two eyes and relied on his powerful willpower to mold that mass of light constantly. He actually managed to make this complicated hidden blade take form. What amazing control! Xia Fei is not only able to compress the energy to such limits, but is also even shape it into the form he required. Fuse, Xia Fei bellowed. His mental strength and the flawed light began to fuse with each other quickly. It was finally the time for this divine weapon to come into existence following this step. Several minutes later, Xia Fei gained a silver hidden blade, which he fitted up his sleeve after expending close to 2,000 quality weapons. The cost of this hidden blade had already surpassed conventional value. So it's through a concentration of flaws that perfection can be achieved. This is the manifestation of the logic behind things that can develop in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. Look at just how exquisite the blade is to an unimaginable degree. To think that it's made out of all the flaws gathered from thousands of divine weapons, Radix excitedly said. Xia Fei frowned. Strange. This hidden dagger I thought up of isn't as complete as I originally imagined. Take this skull on its back, for instance. I didn't conceptualize such an ornamental marking on it. Xia Fei flipped the hidden blade in his sleeve over. pointing at the skull about the size of a jujube seed. Radix followed Xia Fei's gaze, and his eyes was completely filled with wonder. Isn't that the skull vaguely hidden in the glow of the flawed light? It's just that the skull and the light moved, while this one is completely still. Radix examined the dagger. Aside from this, aren't any other differences between what you mentally visualized and what you ended up having? Xia Fei pointed at the blade and said, "The edge of this blade is a little sharper and thinner than what I wanted, and there are also minor changes but nothing too obvious." Radix rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "We know too little about thousand shapes artificing. Since the weapon has been forged, why don't we give it a name and test it out before we think further? After all, this is the result of nearly 2,000 quality weapons." Xia Fei nodded as he went into deep thought. "Let's call it White Skull." Radix rumbled. "The blade is already a silvery white color, and there's also that unexplained form of a skull behind it. Calling it White Skull is appropriate." Just as Radix finished speaking, the indicator light on the warship flashed. They had arrived at the entrance to Dark Lifeform territory, as instructed by the Dark Knight Diary. The Gemini came to an abrupt halt. Using its narrow frame, it silently hid behind a small asteroid belt, as still as the vast expanse around them. Xia Fei kept White Skull and quickly jumped out of the precious brilliant space, headed to the cockpit, and using its radar system to search for any traces left by dark life forms. According to the Dark Knight Diary, the proper entrance to the Dark Lifeform territory should be near here. It's heavily guarded, so it's best if we stay silent as we sneak our way in to avoid being noticed by our enemy. If that's too much, we can call Little Goldie and enter via the dark space, but the dark life forms have defenses in dark space, so it'll take some effort on our part to get past them. Besides, the difference between the dark space and conventional space is huge. I wonder if Little Goldie has caught up to us yet, Radix said. Xia Fei did not wish to be noticed by anyone, so even though the Gemini could rely on its speed to escape from pursuit, it would nevertheless alert the enemies to their presence and, thus, subject Xia Fei to further complications down the road. The best solution here was still to sneak in. The Dark Knight Diary is right. There's a defensive perimeter set up here. Look here. These white spots glowing on the radar are dark life-form warships, while these red dots are gigantic beasts. Xia Fei pointed to the screen and said, "A combined defense with both dark life-form beasts and warships. Seems that it's going to be very difficult for you to pass through this region of space without being discovered. Are there any alternative paths we can take?" Radix asked. Xia Fei activated the warship's stealth system and flipped through the Dark Knight Diary again. When they first arrived, Xia Fei, who had been rushing to learn thousand shapes artificing, only casually flipped through the guidebook. Now that he had arrived on the outskirts of the dark life-form territory, it was time to examine it in closer detail. The Dark Knight Diary appeared to be very normal, with plenty of rough star map sketches aside from the text, all hand-drawn. The current position Xia Fei had flown to was called the Old Tiger's Entrance, with two twinkling stars that looked like a tiger's incisors, and right in the middle was the mandatory channel that would lead him right into dark life-form territory. Without mentioning how much more time we need to waste if we make our way out and venture around the periphery, we can also come across powerful electromagnetic storms and hidden black holes. It seems like the Old Tiger's Entrance is indeed a route that we must take in order to enter dark life-form territory. It'll be hard to circle around it. Xia Fei came to the conclusion after inspecting the star map for some time. Though it was hand-drawn, the information relayed on the radar scans and the map on the Dark Knight Diary were one and the same. It looked like Zek Sin was quite the expert when it came to interstellar reconnaissance. Have another closer look. If there's really no way around it, we'll have to enter the dark space. Little Goldie has an innate familiarity to the passageways, so it should be able to bypass the entrance, Radix offered. Xia Fei nodded. He continued perusing the Dark Knight Diary closely. He had only skimmed through the guidebook moments ago and had not studied its finer details. It was after this close inspection of the book that he noticed several irregularities. There seems to be something missing here, Xia Fei muttered to himself as he shut the book. No way. Why didn't I notice it? Radix asked curiously. Xia Fei replied. There are quite a lot of traces that hint this was man-made. Since the Dark Knight Diary was a daily log of Zek Sin's journey, there ought to be records like the names of the locations he visited, how he entered and left them, But what we have here are mostly maps, with no personal thoughts or comments made by Xin. It's very abnormal. Radix was startled. Now that you've mentioned it, I kinda recall how dry and bare this guidebook read, as if it were a fabricated machine. Xia Fei did not say another word as he continued to scrutinize the book. The Dark Knight Diary was black in color, made from some mysterious yet thin metal. The texts and images on its pages had all been carved with a corrosive pen, such that no one would be able to correct its content after it was written down. In fact, it was not even possible for them to tear off a page. It's normally very difficult for anyone to falsify a copy with metal books like this. Could there be some trickery to this? Radix shook his head as he wondered out loud. Xia Fei smiled. There's nothing impossible in this universe. How could such a pedestrian guidebook have caused such a desperate contest among people from all sides? Forget the location of the Dark Life Form's main base or treasure, there aren't even instructions on how to get past these checkpoints. I refuse to believe that there's no trick afoot. Whoosh. Xia Fei casually tossed the Dark Knight Diary into the air, and the pages of the book flashed past, allowing him to witness a curious scene when under the light. Those originally irrelevant maps created an indistinct animation under the rapid flipping of pages, almost like an old-fashioned projector. So that's how it is. Xia Fei was surprised, his two eyes ablaze. No wonder Xin stuck to the traditional hand-drawing method. Turns out he's even a great artist, hiding what he wants to impart for posterity in the illustrations on every page. Swoosh. Xia Fei tossed the Dark Knight Diary again. Every page of the book had star maps, so if he found the right angle and speed to flip through them rapidly, he could then view a steady stream of images. There was a dagger amidst the illustration, like a woman's hairpin, short and exquisite. There was even a mysterious cross intricately etched on it, as if someone had stabbed the Dark Knight Diary using a hairpin. With a small knife in his hand, Xia Fei swiftly peeled off the outer layer of the diary, and sure enough, he found a very flexible, yet absolutely harmless, thin little hairpin. I get it now. That's an activation device for a shadow book. Radix was well read, so he had very quickly determined the use of that thin little hairpin. Shadow book. Xia Fei inquisitively wondered. A shadow book is a type of mental transmission method. For example, if you have some images you don't wish for others to see, nor do you want anyone unconcerned with the matter finding out that it exists, a shadow book can be used as a means of mental transmission. When a shadow book is used, the one who activates it will directly receive the images in their head, just like watching a movie, Radix explained animatedly. Xia Fei hurriedly searched for the key slot on the Dark Knight Diary, and expectedly found this very inconspicuous indent on the back of the book. It was just long enough for the long hairpin to be slotted in. Snap! A crisp sound could be heard the moment the hairpin was slotted in place. Following which, an astounding scene unfolded. Xia Fei saw as the Dark Knight Diary automatically closed itself, and that thick dictionary-sized guidebook turned into a brick. The next second, that black metal break promptly scattered as if made of fine black sands and hung suspended in midair. Whoosh! The black sand particles surged, and a magical movie began to play. So that's how it is. Xia Fei had an epiphany after watching that shadow book Xin had left behind. So he not only came into contact with the king of the dark life forms, he was even his mentor, becoming his closest confidant. Xin was really powerful to have actually made his way into the lair of the dark life forms, even accidentally becoming friends with their king. Most people wouldn't have such an opportunity and would probably never learn where the main base of the dark life forms was. Radix exclaimed in shock. Xia Fei gritted his teeth. Aside from the path we need to take, what I'm most concerned of is the warrior organization of the dark life forms. To think that they've mastered a power similar to the law of darkness, while also harnessing the ability to travel through the dark space. Without a doubt, they're definitely a very formidable opponent. According to Xin's shadow book, the dark life forms only had one law power, the law of darkness. Though they shared the same name as the great law of the demon race, there were actually many differences between the two. The dark warriors were divided by tier, with tier 1 being equivalent to a common law warrior, tier 2 having the strength of a law sovereign, and so forth. Xia Fei shook his head, skepticism in his voice. I still can't make sense of just how the dark life forms actually has 7 tiers. After all, a Tier 6 Dark Warrior is equivalent to our Law God. So what's a Tier 7? Are they perhaps the founders? Radix rumbled. I don't understand this, either. From what I could remember, Hosu was fairly powerful and definitely even greater than a peak Law God. But he's someone from beyond the Cosmic Gate, where there's a system of power we have no idea about at the moment. As for those founders, even I haven't come into contact with any of them before. Plus, those old demons don't seem to exist anymore, or, at least, not in the law realm, nor do they care to ask about matters affecting our playing. With a wave of his hand, Xia Fei grunted, forget about all these questions for now. No matter how powerful the enemies are, we still have to face them. The Grand Ancestor is still waiting for news from us. I must hurry up and infiltrate the Dark Life Form's territory, investigate their movement in secret, and find out if they're hiding any immemorial mystical armaments here. Xia Fei stored the Gemini in his spatial ring as he distanced himself somewhat before calling little Goldie to his side and bringing him into the dark space. This was also how Law God Zexin sneaked into the territory back then. Xia Fei's movement was a lot smoother since he had little Goldie for a pet. After all, Zexin did not have a demon chrysalis to lead the way during his sojourn. Let's go. Circle around this region. Xia Fei held one hand on little Goldie's forehead and said. Little Goldie seemed to be very tired after its long journey, but this somewhat dull-witted creature happily did as was commanded and without any complaints whatsoever. It even behaved very affectionately when it saw for a ball, most likely due to the solidarity they shared from the battle back at the night banquet. Zip! Little Goldie rapidly shuttled through channels after receiving orders. According to what was written in the Dark Knight Diary, Zexin had spent a very long time wandering about in this region of space back, then before coincidentally entering the back garden, Hawkeye, in the Dark Life Form territory. From that point onward, he began his slow journey in the Dark Life Form territory, which was what Xia Fei planned to do as well. Little Goldie might be somewhat dull, but it was smart where it counted. Xia Fei showed him the image from his own memory, and the creature expressed that it already understood Xia Fei's intention after a glance or two. It proceeded to rush to Hawkeye, the back garden of the Dark Life Forms. There were defenses set up in the dark space, too, and in order not to alert them of their presence, little Goldie must keep its distance from those, favoring the more desolate backward channels. Kaboom! Little Goldie forcibly opened a path where there had been no channels before, the creature actually using its body to make its own way forward. With Xia Fei on its head, the demon chrysalis zoomed ahead, but it just so happened to have come face to face with another gigantic demon chrysalis. Fortunately, these two huge creatures did not collide, for atop this other demon chrysalis was another warrior. Xia Fei, secludeless. Coincidentally, this warrior in front of Xia Fei was none other than the Lord of Secluded Springs, Law Sage Secludeless. To think I'd actually bump into you here of all places, he exclaimed before pointing right at Xia Fei's face. You destroyed my secluded springs and killed my comrades. I shall settle this account with you today. Don't you dare run if you've got the guts. Whoosh. Secludeless was well aware of how great a speed Xia Fei possessed, which was why he had been very worried that the latter would make a sudden break for it. In his mind, Xia Fei was still that same Xia Fei from before. He would not be a match as long as he did not run away. Even if Xia Fei had landed a grievous blow on Secludeless back then, it had only been the result of a trick. Kaboom! Law Sage Secludeless hurtled over and went on the offensive. All of a sudden, Secludeless came to an abrupt halt while in midair. This was because Xia Fei had very calmly gazed at him from across, as the corner of his mouth arced into a peculiar smirk. Xia Fei sat on little Goldie's back, coldly looking over. His expression remained unchanged even when faced with Secludeless' incoming assault at full force. This caused Law Sage Secludeless to feel a sliver of panic in his heart. Xia Fei was behaving far too composedly that it almost seemed like the young man did not regard him as a threat at all. Many days had passed since they last encountered each other, and the aura Xia Fei was giving now not only did not increase but, instead, become a lot weaker compared to before. This piqued Secludeless' curiosity. He assumed that Xia Fei had likely lost a lot of his cultivation as a result of some grievous injury. Of course, the demon chrysalis king, little Goldie, had drawn Secludeless' attention greatly, too. be it the creature's strange golden color and two dull eyes. Practically all of his attention was trained on little Goldie. Roar! Little Goldie was at first surprised to have come across someone in this dark space channel, but soon it let out a loud growl. No one had ever officially proclaimed Little Goldie as the king of demon chrysalises. This was largely because no one had ever seen such a freak before Xia Fei brought it out. No one had any clue just what Little Goldie was and why it possessed such a prominent kingly aura, yet lacked enough eyes as was common to its species. Nonetheless, as Little Goldie let loose that unrestrained roar, the huge thousand-eyed demon chrysalis that Secludeless was riding immediately experienced a mental collapse. This was the might of the uncrowned king. The thousand-eyed demon chrysalis had originally attempted to ram Xia Fei and Little Goldie at the Secludeless' behest, but the moment Little Goldie let loose that ferocious roar, the thousand-eyed demon chrysalis closed every single eye it had out of fear and then began shuddering all over, turning tail to flee without even backward glance. Imbecile. Stop right there. Lost Sage Secludeless used to be a leader, the king of secluded springs. His mount fleeing after coming face to face with a formidable enemy had dealt a huge blow to this Lost Sage's ego and pride, and he delivered a heavy fist right at the thousand-eyed demon chrysalis. Beasts had their unpredictable instincts. This thousand-eyed demon chrysalis bore the immense pain racking its body from that punch, but its legs never stopped. Rather, it fled it in greater frenzy. After all, Little Goldie was exerting a great pressure of death on its own, while Furball had also poked half its head out from Xia Fei's bosom and trained its small beady eyes on that thousand-eyed demon chrysalis. These were two sovereigns. The thousand-eyed demon chrysalis did not need to probe Xia Fei any further. Just the holy beast and that demon chrysalis by his side were enough to rattle it down to its very bones. Secludeless panicked. He proceeded to raise his hand, quickly gathering a palm of black gas before lashing out in one fluid motion to execute a diagonal slash. Kaboom! Black smoke suddenly rose, as frightening as the tip of a blade. This palm strike actually split that enormous thousand-eyed demon chrysalis into two, with the black smoke not only cleaving its body in half, but also spilling out its entrails. It was an extremely gory sight. Xia Fei frowned. This was not the law power Secludeless previously possessed, but rather the power that belonged to dark life forms. In these few months that had passed, Secludeless' strength had greatly increased. Not only was he cultivating the dark life form's law power, Xia Fei could also tell, without having to guess, that he had taken refuge in the evil dark life forms after becoming homeless following the secluded springs obliteration. Ha ha ha. Secludeless let out maniacal laughter from afar, almost as if he was intentionally showing off the cultivation he now possessed. He turned around and wagged a finger at Xia Fei, saying sharply, "Did you see that? I'm no longer the Secludeless from before. Don't think that you can dismiss my existence just because you've gotten yourself a powerful golden demon chrysalis. I've already achieved level 4 Lost Sage." Xia Fei still kept his mum, not in the least bit impressed by his opponent's present level of cultivation. Secludeless apparently presumed that only he in the known universe had improved at such breakneck speeds. What he did not know, though, was that the madman across him had a rocket-like, transcendental cultivation speed. The Xia Fei now could already insta-kill warriors under the Law God tier. Rage. Unadulterated rage. It must be said that Xia Fei looked far too composed, almost as if nothing had out of the ordinary happened. Seeing Secludeless slay his own mount, Xia Fei looked absolutely unconcerned, but merely gazed past Secludeless. There was no way Secludeless could bear seeing the other be so calm. Everyone in the Skywing clan shall die. As for you, you deserve a fate worse than death. Today, even if you kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness, I, Secludeless, will never let you off. Secludeless pointed his black longsword right at Xia Fei as he barked that ferociously. The moment he was done speaking, all he saw was Xia Fei suddenly accelerating, sprinting over at pseudo-light speed. Motionless when calm, but the moment he did move, it was a most violent assault. Xia Fei took the lead with his speed of 4 million meters per second. Meanwhile, Furball and Peacock Blue flanked his left and right side respectively, as Little Goldie covered Xia Fei's rear. The fiendish blade Nirvana flew up in the air, hurtling forward like a cross star. The force from the law of primal chaos was still building momentum, and the killing intent from the hidden blade in his sleeve, White Skull, was secretly surging. There was also that 9-meter fiendish wing, which possessed a force that could bring death and destruction on both heaven and earth. It could not be helped. Xia Fei had never been one to launch a simple and pure attack, as he simply had too many trump cards hidden up his sleeves. He was vicious when he struck. "What's this?" Radix let out a yelp, for he had suddenly discovered that Xia Fei's attack was not directed at Secludeless, but rather at a mass of black shadow behind the man. From afar, this looked like a very normal shadow, but out here in the already pitch-black dark space, it was hardly even conspicuous. Yet Xia Fei's attitude toward it was grim, as if he were facing a great enemy. This was when Radix realized that Xia Fei's eyes was already shimmering since God knew when. Without anyone even realizing what had happened, and before Radix knew it, Xia Fei had already activated his technique from the Beast Spirit Codex, Ocular Cognition. With how magical Ocular Cognition was, Xia Fei now had eyes even sharper than that of an eagle. Thus, while others did not have any clue that the mass of shadow existed, Xia Fei definitely did. Besides, even without his keen vision, his intuition alone was heaven-defying. "I'm doomed." Secludeless instantly felt his heart go cold. When Xia Fei dashed out with his irresistible inner demon and killing intent, Secludeless immediately lost all his will to fight back. It was evident that the Xia Fei from before was completely different from the one in front of him right now. That illusory fiendish wing on Xia Fei's back further highlighted that he had already sprouted his wing, just a step away from being able to sail through the galaxy and the 9 heavens. Whoosh! Xia Fei appeared by Secludeless' side with his speed of 4 million meters per second. His fiendish wing brushed past Secludeless' war armor, leaving a very obvious scar. Were it a millimeter closer, it would definitely break skin and dig into flesh. However, for some reason, Xia Fei had actually let Secludeless live, using his top speed to barrel right for that seemingly very normal-looking shadow. Whiz! Not just Xia Fei, every powerful companion of his, Furball, Peacock Blue, Nirvana, and Little Goldie, ignored Secludeless, apparently given a direct order by Xia Fei to concentrate on charging straight forward. It must be noted that any one of them could easily slay Secludeless 100 times over, yet none of them did. Secludeless' face turned very pale, matching a shade that could rival fresh snow. He finally understood that the Xia Fei of today was not only far stronger than him, but was also actually completely looking down on him. Secludeless recalled how arrogantly he had challenged Xia Fei. He wished he could just bury himself in the ground so that he could hide his shame. Xia Fei brushed past Secludeless and swung Nirvana effortfully, yelling, "Who's hiding there? Come out and fight me." Kaboom! The moment Xia Fei shouted his challenge, a silver light flashed past that mass of black. A huge octagonal hammer then appeared in midair. It clashed directly with Nirvana, and the sharp screech of metal meeting metal rang out. It was a powerful octagonal hammer, which likely took a formidable will to control. The opponent had actually been able to block Nirvana's attack. Scree! A mournful gale picked up, and that black shadow wavered. At that instant, that mass of black dropped the disguise and revealed his true self. Level 6 Divine Beast, Black Gust Shambler. Radix squawked loudly. The Black Gust Shambler was a kind of black mongoose that possessed concealment traits and a crazy attack power. No matter the surroundings, the Black Gust Shambler could become one and meld into it, able to survive in any environment staunchly. This was why it got a nickname as the Undying Mongoose. It could be considered as a middling but intimidating divine beast. It could even duke it out with Furball. Xia Fei saw this black mongoose approach with its strange footwork, rapidly closing in on Little Goldie and Furball. This enemy was powerful and very confident. He used his octagonal hammer to block the fiendish blade Nirvana, and sent his divine beast Black Gust Shambler to impede Furball and Little Goldie. No doubt this individual would be dealing with Xia Fei himself. Sure enough, after the octagonal hammer and the Black Gust Shambler were sent out, a black shadow flitted from behind the mongoose. This speed was not comparable to Xia Fei's, yet the physical agility he demonstrated was extremely strange, and the moment he flitted out instantly showed his exceptional cultivation. Allah God! Xia Fei muttered to himself. From the aura this warrior gave off, it was not hard for him to guess that he possessed a cultivation expected of a law god. After being uncovered by Xia Fei, this individual understood that he had no way of escaping from Xia Fei's crazy speed, so he opted to take the fight instead. Using his divine weapon against Xia Fei's divine weapon, he sent his divine beast to contend with Xia Fei's holy beast. To be so daring and experienced, it appeared that Xia Fei was up against a very troublesome opponent. At that moment, Xia Fei had arrived right in front of the Black Shadow, and upon a closer examination, this warrior's war armor was actually not any worse than Xia Fei's Sinraksha, giving off a fluorescent luminescence. This was not just a high-grade suit of war armor. It was even made using rare, high-quality soft metal. Peacock blue, crookspan steel, strength, sharpness. The moment Xia Fei sent out his immemorial mystical armament, peacock blue, the enemy also unleashed his immemorial mystical armament. Crookspan steel. It was the super malleable metal type, crookspan steel, able to extend and retract as deserved, changing to a myriad of shapes and form. Crookspan steel did not have a blade edge, but it had sharp edges everywhere. Because this piece of metal could bend and twist like light, its malleability was also extremely high. 3 consecutive strikes. The enemy actually repeatedly blocked 3 of his attacks, back to back. Holy Beast versus Divine Beast, Fiendish Blade versus Silver Hammer, and Mystical Armament versus Mystical Armament. Xia Fei had unveiled his 3 trump cards, and actually ended up in a draw with his opponent. This was a situation that he rarely found himself in. Law of Primal Chaos. Xia Fei recited this in his mind and rapidly gathered the subversive force from the Law of Primal Chaos along his 2 arms. Against a most powerful enemy, he would have to use the most powerful law. Xia Fei thrust out with his falling leaves of twin decimation, prepared to vie in a contest of power with this law god expert. Just as his falling leaves of twin decimation was about to land, this law god suddenly stooped low, forcibly passing through Xia Fei's side. This individual used some very abnormal body technique and evaded his attack. It even avoided the follow-up attack from Xia Fei's fiendish wing. Crafty approach. Xia Fei hissed through gritted teeth. He began making unbelievable contortions with his body, trying to change his body posture at high speed, so as to start a head-to-head confrontation with this difficult opponent. The enemy's figure was momentarily startled. He evidently did not realize that Xia Fei could be as flexible as an octopus, closing in on himself by depending on that unbelievable physical agility he possessed. Huh! That black-armored law god quickly swung a fist out, aiming it right at Xia Fei's head. Xia Fei did not back down, either, delivering a left punch of his own. Kaboom! Hardened fist versus hardened fist. This was absolutely unbelievable, as this was already Xia Fei's 5th consecutive attack, yet the opponent had managed to block him once again. Whoosh! The moment the 2 fists met, that law god expert felt a tremor run through his entire body, sending him flying outward. He kept trying to find strength, while the corner of Xia Fei's lips twisted into a slight smirk. Without a doubt, the experience and combat sense of this law god expert was slightly higher than Xia Fei's, but Xia Fei was craftier and more cunning. The subversive force from his Law of Primal Chaos had penetrated the opponent's defenses instantly, and the white skull hidden blade extended out to pierce his fist. This was Xia Fei's attack. Even if it was a simple punch, it would have sinister traps accompanying it. How sinister! The law god expert exclaimed as he hurriedly backed away. Snick! The hidden attack from White Skull had pierced through that law god's hardened fist. How sinister! This individual clearly lacked Xia Fei's craftiness, and after taking a blatant loss from that exchange, he quickly backed off and cursed. The next second, the expression on this law god expert's face changed, for he suddenly discovered that White Skull was not just some common hidden blade, but that its keen blade had also hidden a crazy trait. Delirium. So the White Skull's trait is delirium, making anyone who got cut by it have difficulty separating friend from foe, inflicting hysteria on any average warrior. It is truly worthy of being the final product from an amalgamation of divine weapons. The effect of White Skull is great. Radix raved after reading the expression on their enemy's face. This law god was battle-tested and was definitely not good-natured. He recovered from that moment of dumbfoundedness and followed it up with a frightening move. The enemy swung his right arm with his palm flat, acting as a knife to sever his left arm. To act decisively at this critical juncture required great bravery. This law god had already surprised Xia Fei many times over. His divine beast black gust shambler, immemorial mystical armament crookspan steel. Now that he had demonstrated this level of decisiveness when dealing with the aftereffects of his white skull, it was not hard to tell that few in this universe would possess this person's cultivation and decisiveness. He was a very formidable opponent. In Xia Fei's eyes, the more powerful an enemy, the more he needed to end their life. Otherwise, the situation would become even more grueling if he waited for them to counterattack. Whoosh! Xia Fei's eyes flickered with coldness as he darted right over to close the gap with his speed of 4 million meters per second. That colorful energy ball in his seventh brain region swelled and exploded. It provided him with the necessary energy for this one blow with all the might that he could muster. Xia Fei was fast, but the law god reacted quickly as well. Enveloping black nebula. That law god let out an angry bellow, drawing out half a circle with his remaining one hand. That small half-moon rapidly expanded, becoming the size that could shroud the sky. It separated Xia Fei and the law god from each other. Falling leaves of twin decimation. Xia Fei thrust his two arms forward, and though he had no idea what move the enemy had just done, his keen intuition told him that this interloper was planning to escape. Naturally, letting his enemy flee was never a habit of his. Kaboom! The law of primal chaos's subversive force dealt a severe assault on the opponent's law of darkness. Everything shook violently the moment they made contact, as if the entire dark space was being torn asunder. The law of primal chaos was very wild. It directly demolished the enveloping black nebula the opponent had formed. However, this was still a battle-hardened law god that had plenty of experience under his belt. That moment was all he needed to flee while remaining obscured. Even that divine beast black gust shambler had disappeared, sans leaving a trace. Crap! He escaped. Xia Fei spat in anger, his eyebrows tightened. Radix was startled. Well, you're up against a law god, after all, and he's very bold, with rich combat experience, too. He's got a divine beast and divine weapons protecting him, which is very much seen as a peerless powerhouse. Yet you hope that you'd succeed in killing him? From what I've just seen, the fact that you managed to seize the advantage against him was already a huge achievement in itself. Xia Fei shook his head in disagreement, explaining in a grave tone, an enemy is an enemy, so as long as I have the chance, I'll kill them, even if they're a law god. With how treacherous he's been hiding in the shadows and spying on me, letting him escape will end up coming back to bite me. Whoosh! Xia Fei did not forget about that old acquaintance, Secludeless, still watching from the sidelines. Though he had failed to take down that powerful law god, there was no reason for him to let Law Sage Secludeless off as well. Secludeless was still reeling in shock after witnessing this battle between Xia Fei and that law god expert. His mouth was agape as disbelief filled his eyes. He only came round when he realized that Xia Fei was right in front of him. Either tell me everything you know or die. Xia Fei arched his eyebrow as he made his icy demand. That strong law god had managed to flee solely due to a vision obscurity technique. The divine beast black gust shambler was an expert in concealment, and under the cover of the enveloping black nebula, the black gust shambler had swiftly dove into another dark space channel with its master. No one would have thought that, after escaping from Xia Fei's clutches, he would end up being captured by three mysterious figures. At this very moment, the cold steel of a long sword was pressed against his throat, and a short distance away was the carcass of the divine beast, black gust shambler. Everything had happened so fast. The massacre began the very first second he entered the dark space channel. Three mysterious beings slayed the divine beast with a speed faster than lightning and restrained the powerful law god expert. Even immemorial mystical armament crookspan steel did not have a chance to be unleashed. You're all from the Skywing clan? This law god exhorted in impotent rage. His voice was slightly hoarse, given how the divine beast he had reared for years was slain before his eyes. It was hardly a matter to be happy about. The cultivation this individual possessed was not weak, seeing how he could come to a stalemate fighting with Xia Fei. But it was too bad that these three mysterious beings were even more fearsome. Each of them had a speed that surpassed 10 million meters per second and was at the law god tier. So this is the demon-sealing fiendish blade. Word has it that the Skywings only have a single law god expert, but now it seems like that's misleading. To think 3 superior law gods would appear here in the dark space. You, Skywings, have hidden your foundation truly, deeply, grunted the law god expert through gritted teeth. Law gods could not die, so he could rely on his seed of life and be reborn if he got killed. However, the speed of these Skywing law gods were too fast for them to let him have a chance to do so. Smiling, the 3 law gods surrounded him but did not give an answer to his words. One of these men pulled out an exquisite piece of metal from his bosom. It was actually exactly the same as Xia Fei's white flamingo. A screen popped out, and a single glowing that was on the move, while darkness was all around it. Xia Fei has already killed the unfortunate Secludeless and resumed his journey. Let's quickly clean things up here as well. A Skywing law god with a broad nose bridge said. Xia Fei would never have imagined that the white flamingo the Grand Ancestor had given him was not that simple. He also could not have imagined what technology or technique allowed it to still be usable even inside the dark space. After all, the dark space blocked off all kinds of signals, and even the powerful Fig Corporation had not cracked this problem at all. People would have a hard time believing that the Skywings would own something as amazing as the white flamingo, considering that they never really cared much about technology. As for the identity of these 3 law gods who had been following Xia Fei, it was even more bizarre. The entire universe know that the demon-sealing fiendish blade only had a single law god, and that was the Grand Ancestor Xiaoguqing, a peak law god. Now, it seemed like the Skywings clan had actually mobilized 3 superior law god experts. No one had any idea what method the Skywings used that allowed them to hide these super powerhouses, even managing to hide them so deeply. The 3 superior law gods had been trailing Xia Fei on this covert mission, and what was the reason for this? Let's leave the discussion for later. Cripple this person first. Right. Swipe. These 3 superior law gods were vicious and completely unloaded on that powerful law god in the blink of an eye. Broken bones and torn nerves. The interloper could no longer move aside from his eyes and lips. This meant that it was impossible for this person to commit suicide even if he wished for death. This person's from the green wasp of the demon race and goes by the name of Gabin. The pockets of this law god were swiftly emptied, and the 3 Skywing law gods found conclusive evidence proving his identity. He sure is careless, bringing his identification plate when he's executing an assignment for the Founders. Tell us. Just what was the assignment the Founders gave you? Why were you following our clan Xia Fei? A left-handed law god growled. Law god Gabin from the Green Wasp clan screeched. You clearly know I'm someone under the orders of the Founders, yet you dared to touch me. Accursed fiendish blade. Could you all be planning to rebel? Slap slap. 2 tight slaps were awarded after the last word left his lips, as blood and swelling blossom across law god Gabin's face. It was fine if they were trying to kill Gabin. After all, law gods could reborn. A pity, though, for the 3 Skywing law gods had decided to give him a fate worse than death. What nonsense. The demon-sealing fiendish blade has always served ourselves. We Skywings are part of the god race, but we're not their slaves and definitely not serving the whims of those Founders. How could you say we're rebelling? Whoever makes us unhappy, we'll let them experience a fate worse than death. It's just that simple. Gabin had an ugly expression on his face. He could already imagine the fate in store for him since he had fallen into the hands of these Skywings. After all, everyone in the clan was the sort who never batted an eyelid when killing others. They were all the more ready to resort to unsavory means like torturing their captives. Sweeping his gaze over the 3 law gods, Gabin suddenly let out a mirthless laugh. I understand now. It's rumored that, because the Skywing clan has been too much of a threat all these years in the law realm, they ended up suffering a series of misfortunes, losing all their clan's godwings for no reason at all. Yet as it turns out, these rumors have all been fabricated. None of the godwings of the Skywing clan died. They've just been hiding, that's all. You Skywings sure are cunning. intentionally misleading others over your true strength. So when the time comes, the Godwing force will move out en masse and bring about tumultuous change to the law realm. Gabin was becoming more and more agitated as he spoke, fear welling up in his eyes. The Godwings represented the greatest potential of the Skywing clan, and countless of these Godwings had gone missing all these years. Even if just half of them attained the great achievement of ascending to the Law God tier, they would also be an incredible source of strength. Just the law of speed unique to the Skywings meant that this group of Law God wolves would turn the Law realm upside down when unleashed. Gabin was no fool, and he was considered quite the tenacious man, able to hold his own under the intense interrogation of these three Law Gods of Skywing. Whoosh! The already unconscious Gabin was stored away in a life support vessel before being tossed into a spatial ring, sealed away just like what the old demon lord had experienced all those years ago. Well, no matter what, we've already gotten one name out of this. The Green Wasps have always kept a low profile. Who'd have guessed that they're actually moles that the founders planted in the Law Realm's midst, and one of those clans executing their orders? One of the Skywing Law Gods said coldly. Gabin was only half correct. The Skywing clan had indeed secretly mothballed clansmen with the greatest potential, but this was not something they had willingly done, but was rather conducted out of fear of catastrophe happening. Before, the missing Godwing cases had indeed happened in the clan. The Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing suspected that it was someone deliberately taking hostile actions against the Skywing clan. Thus, he sent the elites of his clan into hibernation, while also secretly investigating the perpetrator of the prior incident. Revenge must be served. This had always been the personality of the demon-sealing fiendish blade. Even if they ended up investigating the founders themselves, the Grand Ancestor, Xia Guqing, would not waver from his plan to get his revenge. We'd better leave. That left-handed Law God checked the white flamingo again. He exclaimed through wrinkled brows. Looks like Xia Fei's indeed, as the rumors say. Someone who stirs up trouble wherever he goes. The Grand Ancestor sure has made a solid choice, making him the pathfinder of this operation. Barely a handful of hours have passed, yet Xia Fei has actually been targeted by someone else already. Pathfinder, the stormtrooper of the operation. This was someone who would always venture ahead of the army, fording rivers and clearing out mountains. Xia Fei had no clue that he was serving as the pathfinder for the Skywing clan right now. He was making his way toward the Dark Life Form territory, while three superior Law Gods from the Skywing clan were quietly assisting him in the dark. Such a squad was fairly frightening. Xia Fei was not a Law God, but he possessed the fighting strength of one. Meanwhile, the three mysterious powerhouses behind him each possessed a speed that cracked the 10 million meter per second barrier. They had the power to insta-kill a Law God whenever they desired. Hawkeye, the back garden of the Dark Life Forms, was a dozen or so planets thriving with life, all in the formation of an eye. The views afforded were wondrous, with bountiful lands. The many previous kings of the Dark Life Forms normally visited this place for vacation, spending their leisure time there. Law God Zexin had once found his way into this back garden of the Dark Life Forms, and now Xia Fei was tracing this path that man had taken all those years back. It was too bad that Zexin did not bump into any enemies here, while Xia Fei had been surrounded by an entire company of dark warriors the moment he appeared here. Kaboom! A dark life form warship got destroyed by Furball's energy beam as even more warships began scattering in all directions. Xia Fei was very unlucky, encountering a fleet of warships the moment he entered Hawkeye. These warships were just about to leave this beautiful place. Had Xia Fei arrived just 5 minutes later, his infiltration operation would have successfully been done without causing much confrontation. We've been discovered. These warships must have already sent a signal back. Now, I'm afraid that all the Dark Life Forms have gotten news of you sneaking into the Hawkeye. I expect that even more enemies will arrive and surround Hawkeye in no time. Radix said with a severe expression on his face. Xia Fei gritted his teeth and heaved a sigh. It can't be helped that they found me. Since that's the case, all I can do is slaughter them all. Let's finish off the enemies here first before we discuss things further. Rumble. The killing began. Though there were quite a number of the warships around, their combat strength was not particularly high, so a good half of them were quickly dispatched by Xia Fei with Furball and Peacock Blue. Let's leave as soon as possible. The number of enemies we're facing is increasing, Radix anxiously suggested. Xia Fei chuckled. That's where you're right. There are only two situations where we have the advantage: secret infiltration and alerting the enemy through rash actions. Since we've failed to infiltrate without raising any alarms, the only choice I have left is to get all the dark life forms feeling tense. Radix instantly understood what Xia Fei meant. His mission was to test the dark life forms, snatching away the immemorial mystical armaments that they had taken in their possession. While secretly sneaking in would be very beneficial to his mission, he could similarly achieve some very good results if he alerted the enemy of his presence, too. After all, the dark life form territory was vast. It was impossible for them to defend it without enough manpower. Xia Fei starting a calamitous fight nearby Hawkeye was bound to make the dark life form tense and vigilant. Amassing force repeatedly would gradually wear the warriors down, so defending the territory as a whole was undesirable. In just a handful of days, these dark warriors would all feeling tired from it, and with how Xia Fei had his super speed, no one would be able to guess where he might strike next. The more strictly they guarded, the more flaws they would expose. It was essentially the logic behind how things would develop in the reverse in extreme cases. Furball unleashed a shocking attack once more, and a small dark life form warship got destroyed. Xia Fei realized through his observation that these warships seemed to be protecting the largest ship in the middle, flying around it, not willing to retreat. Take out the largest warship. Xia Fei pointed and gave his order. Boom. Furball heeded the order and spat out an energy beam. Just as the beam was right in front of that warship, a black shadow suddenly flew out from inside the warship. Xia Fei saw as this individual quickly gathered the Law of Darkness force, instantly shooting out a black beam that was comparable to Furball's energy attack. Kaboom! Furball's white energy beam collided with that dark warrior's black beam, and the ensuing explosion blanketed the sea of stars in a wash of black and white. This dark warrior had actually matched the strength of Furball. There are 6 stars on his war armor. He must be a tier 6 warrior, meaning that he has a law god cultivation. Radix's eyes shone as he shouted this. Whoosh! Xia Fei accelerated, dashing over at 4 million meters per second. According to the information on the Dark Knight Diary, a Tier 6 Dark Warrior was already in apex existence among the Dark Life forms, so this warship having such a high-tier warrior defending the ship just showed how special it was. To Xia Fei, who was in a hurry to create as much bedlam within the Dark Life form's ranks as possible, this was a grand opportunity. As long as he could slay some mighty existence among the dark life forms, it would definitely create significant pandemonium, and this chaos among the enemies was the chance Xia Fei wanted. His speed was so stunningly fast that, by the time this Tier 6 Dark Warrior noticed him, it was already too late. Furball's attack was a continuous beam, and to deal with Xia Fei, the Dark Warrior must deflect it. Unfortunately, Furball was not about to let him do that. This caused the Dark Warrior to be left between a rock and a hard place. He needed to defend against Furball's attacks, but Xia Fei's assault could not be neglected, either. Whoosh! The Dark Warrior had thought of a compromise. He used his left hand and got ready to attack Xia Fei from afar, while he continued to use his right hand to block Furball's energy beam. Unfortunately for him, this was a huge miscalculation. Just when he spread open his left hand, Furball increased the intensity of his attack. It turned out that he had not been using his full strength before. The color on that Tier 6 Dark Warrior's face drained. He could no longer defend against Furball's attacks, and Xia Fei had already reached him at this time, too. Kaboom! Whoosh! The energy beam and Xia Fei's nirvana struck that Dark Warrior at the same time. The next second, this warrior who was around the same strength of a law god exploded. It had been turned into viscera from the combined attack from Xia Fei and Furball. Stop! Xia Fei threw his arm out and halted Furball from his second attack. With 2 clenched fists, Xia Fei approached that largest warship, and with his punches, he delivered a blow right onto its hull, cracking open a huge hole on it before diving right in. The interior of the warship had warriors of other tier aside from that Tier 6 Dark Warrior outside. Unfortunately, none of them was a match to Xia Fei, Peacock Blue, and Nirvana, the 3 decimating the denizens everywhere. Xia Fei used his super speed to purge every life form on this warship rapidly. A thick and heavy metal door got torn open by Peacock Blue. This room was evidently a lot more lavishly furnished than the others. A fat-headed, big-eared elder received a fright, abruptly hugging the women around him tightly as he trembled vigorously. From his features and his figure, this person did not look any different from the average sapient life form. The only difference was he had completely black eyes and more slender fingers, with his digits almost 20 centimeters long. Huh, looks like we've caught ourselves a whale. See how exquisitely dressed and well-fed he looks, the very epitome of being pampered. Radix laughed when he saw this scene. Xia Fei did a slight nod and said, "Since he's a whale, let's capture him first." Swoosh. Xia Fei picked up that fatty in one unbelievable motion before he proceeded to toss him in a life support pod, which he put in his spatial ring. A swing of his blade, and those servants and warriors accompanying the fatty were slaughtered by Xia Fei. Dragged blade style. Xia Fei used his immemorial mystical armament like a blade and dragged it along the ship's interior as he zoomed out. Kaboom! That huge warship burst from within in one massive explosion. Even those smaller warships around were caught in the blast, colliding with one another. Standing amid the stars, Xia Fei gave one last look at the messy battlefield and said gruffly, "Let's leave." Appearing and leaving without a trace, Xia Fei had lain waste to the back garden of the dark life forms and quickly ridden away on the Gemini. The three superior law gods of Sky Wings had naturally witnessed this scene of destruction. In truth, the three of them had already arrived at the periphery of the battlefield, around the tail end of the fight, and had just refrained from joining in. The three law gods, Xia Jing, Xia Hong, and Xia Helen, stood in a row, watching the Gemini's thruster blasting off. "Well done, Xia Fei. Failing to sneak in, you instead chose to force the dark life forms to take a strong defensive stance. This way, wherever they reinforce their defense the strongest will also be the most critical locations. There's no need for Xia Fei to do it himself. The enemies will automatically reveal their own weak points to him this way." The left-handed Xia Jing mused loudly. Xia Helen thought otherwise. As the pathfinder that our grand ancestor handpicked for this mission, it's only natural for him to have his ways. Still, at this rate, the mission that the three of us are on will become greater. After all, the founders have a relationship with the dark life forms, and Xia Fei stirring up trouble will surely have not just the dark life forms, but also the lackeys of the founders seeking him. Xia Jing was unfazed. What's there to be afraid of? We've been demonstrating forbearance for so many years. Haven't we been waiting for a day like this to come? Someone among the 13 founders of the Law Realm is surely our enemy. As long as Xia Fei can draw the enemy out, then who cares what method he uses? We just have to stick to him. Xia Fei had no idea that his pathfinding mission was not solely to locate the immemorial mystical armaments in the dark life form territory. The Skywing clan had long since had their weapons pointed at the founders, and Xia Fei was the vanguard to lure them out. Given how the 13 founders had shared in the creation of the Law Realm, it was Skywing Patriarch Xia Guqing's belief that at least one among the 13 was secretly targeting the Skywings. Right now, the strength of the demon-sealing fiendish blade, which they had been accumulating for a very long time, would be unleashed. As long as Xia Fei could draw out this foe of theirs, who had been working in the shadows, what would be guaranteed was an absolutely brutal counterattack. It was around this time when Xia Hong, who had been observing the white flamingo from the side, rumbled. The dark life forms have already received news. That being Xia Fei has just captured his nephew of the Dark King Winsar. Xia Jing and Xia Helen were somewhat surprised, but Xia Jing soon laughed. Well. Looks like the dark life forms have to react even if they don't wish to do so. Winsar isn't just a nephew of Wendar. He's even one of the army advisors from behind the scenes, with an extraordinary status. Xia Hong nodded. The bigger a mess this matter becomes, the better. Xia Fei's method might be somewhat extreme, but it's most beneficial to us. He's a godwing of our clan, who already sprouted a fiendish wing while still a level 1 law sage. There's no way those people hell-bent on restricting us will let Xia Fei remain alive any longer. Xia Jing chuckled. He's not just alive and well. Xia Fei is even stirring up nonsense. The greater this disarray, the more likely this perpetrator will personally show up. When that time comes, we can conclusively find out just which of the founders wants to make an enemy out of the Skywings. The three law gods were getting more excited as they spoke, eagerness shining in their eyes. Using Xia Fei's unique ability of causing trouble to lure the founder out before they annihilated this person. No doubt that this was a crazy plan. The fiendish blade was most likely the only one in the entire law realm that dared to point their weapons at one of the 13 founders despite their unfathomable cultivation. The fat and plump Winsar was thrown to the ground by Xia Fei. This man lived like a prince and was attended on by many maids and guards, such that he was seemingly an important character of the dark life forms. Alas, this important character had little martial strength and a dire lack of courage. Winsar had already gone pale, not daring to raise his head, and had even almost wetted his pants. How is he such a coward? The dark life forms have always been bloodthirsty maniacs, yet they managed to produce a guy like this. Radix shook his head, very dissatisfied by Winsar's behavior. Xia Fei replied, "It seems like the dark life forms aren't entirely made of warriors. This guy might be the brains of the family, or else I can't understand why such a wimp would be made such an important figure in the dark life forms." Xia Fei did not say this over their mental connection and had instead said it out loud. Winsar's face slightly twitched. Of course, Xia Fei had seen this. "So you can understand what I'm saying?" Xia Fei pushed Winsar to the ground with his foot and sneered. "This is very interesting. It seems like the dark life forms aren't as cut off from the law realm as I thought. Otherwise, why would you be able to understand the language of the law realm without a translation chip?" As one of the brains serving Dark King Winsar was rather smart. He desperately shook his head and feigned innocence, his fat ears swinging around. Alas, Xia Fei was not having it. The little knife in his hand flashed as Xia Fei cut off Winsar's left ear, a cold smile on his lips. How could it be like this? Seated in the command deck of the Gemini, Xia Fei lit a cigarette. The results of the interrogation had left him feeling rather surprised. "I also didn't think that the dark life forms would really have a connection with the law realm, and it's a relationship of bilateral trade. The dark life forms produce valuable metals in exchange for technology and weapons from the law realm. This is utterly absurd. The dark life forms and the law realm are clearly mortal foes, so selling them weapons is the stupidest idea," Radix angrily said. Xia Fei shook his head. "Things are rather complicated, but it doesn't conflict with our plan. We already know that the dark life forms are very afraid of the power of the integrated immemorial mystical armaments, so they've been constantly trying to collect them." Whoosh! Turning on his screen, Xia Fei pointed at the star map and said, "The dark life forms have the ability to collect immemorial mystical armaments, but they don't have the ability to subdue them. Thus, they distribute them across the various noble clans of the Dark King. This location may be hiding a plant-type mystical armament, making it our next target." Radix replied, "This is rather risky. After all, that Winsar couldn't remember where exactly the two plant-type immemorial mystical armaments were hidden. Also, what if he lied to you? It'd be a disaster if you ended up charging in, only to find the Dark Army waiting rather than any immemorial mystical armament." Xia Fei had extracted a lot of information from Winsar, such as how the dark life forms had 2 of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea in its possession and that they had been hidden in 2 royal estates, but Winsar was not sure about his own information. After all, it had been too long, and the dark life forms had obtained these 2 mystical armaments ages ago before Winsar was even born. Xia Fei clenched his fist and solemnly said, "No matter what, I have to try." The Grand Ancestor placed a lot of hope on this trip of mine to the dark life form territory. The Skywings truly do need the help of the mystical armaments, so I must do my best to complete this mission and return victorious. After all, the situation back in the law realm is already getting tense. Whoosh! The Gemini set off on its secret course for the estate of the Dark King's daughter, Weenia. Nobody knew the origins of the dark life forms, but this sapient race that worshipped the Dark Knight truly did have their own king and society. It was just the bias of Law Realm that made them believe the dark life forms were made up entirely of brainless wicked beings. In the royal palace, Dark King Windar was speaking with a hawk-nosed elder on a screen. Windar was rather angry while the man on the screen was expressionless throughout the conversation. We've got a treaty. If your law realm people invade our territory, your people will handle them. You've clearly broken our agreement. Wendar placed his hands behind his back and angrily said. The expressionless, hawk-nosed elder said, let's not be hasty. I've already sent an enforcer to chase that young man called Xia Fei, but for some reason, I've lost contact with him. Humph. Wendar grunted unhappily, the veins on his forehead bulging. If you can't hold up your end of the treaty, don't blame me for personally taking action. The hawk-nosed elder shook his head. Relax. Xia Fei is from the Skywings and has a godwing potential. I'd have to eliminate this person regardless. The demon-sealing fiendish blade can't be allowed to get conceited. A new enforcer is already en route and will soon arrive there. Please ensure that it's easy for them to move around. Wendar was startled, muttering, a Skywing? No wonder one of my Tier 6 primary experts fell to him. Wendar suddenly changed his tone, arrogantly saying, I don't care if he's some Skywing. In any case, he's kidnapped my nephew, so you had best give me an explanation, or else. Not caring for what the hawk-nosed elder had to say, Wendar turned off the screen, ending the call. The Gemini concealed itself in the blackness of space, its cloaking device activated. Xia Fei used the radar to scan that planet in the distance. The defenses are rather tight, but with my advantage in speed, I can get in by going around the side, Xia Fei said as he scanned the screen. The compartment door opened, and Xia Fei vanished into the darkness like a ghost. He was suppressing his speed so as to avoid detection. It was a sad and beautiful star in the distance, covered in white snow and pine trees, but Xia Fei did not have the time to admire the scenery. His powerful senses told him that there were sentries hidden in the pine forests. After the Hawkeye battle, the dark life forms had strengthened their defenses. This should be the castle where the Dark King's daughter, Weenia, lives. It's exactly as Wensar described. Radix pointed at an unremarkable castle in the distance. There were 6 of such castles on this planet, all of which were built in the same style. Anyone unfamiliar with their structure would be unable to identify Weenia's actual residence and would fall into the trap. Dark King Wendar seems to care a lot about his daughter's safety, setting up these 6 castles and even posting powerful hidden sentries, Xia Fei said as he approached the castle using breath control. This is fine too. Such a pampered princess is certain to have a lot of other nice things besides immemorial mystical armaments in her storehouse. My hands are just starting to itch. The white snow was the hardest place to hide oneself. Xia Fei needed half an hour to work his way around to the back of the castle. Squatting under the walls, he looked around. Suddenly, Xia Fei raised an eyebrow. There's a very familiar energy here. Who could have used the law of space here? I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.